Chapter 501 Participating in the Green Forest Conference to weaken the influence of the Xuanmen, this Jiangbai Green Forest King must get his hands. Anyway, he stayed in the palace for a long time and was a little bored. He would go out to relax, because Yi Daishan was a lonely master who couldn't bear it. At the same time, the Korean Empire is gone, and there is only one Japanese pirate country. As long as some cities along the coast are guarded, it is enough to keep the Japanese pirates on the seashore. There is really nothing to worry about. The masters in the palace, that is to be brought, the little 5 sons and the little 6 sons are the eunuch life treasures. The 8 dragons and tigers guards, and many of the inner palace guards are highly skilled. Like the 3 main and deputy commanders, they are close to the level of a generation of masters. You have to bring one at least, and Leaf Kingjia is even more indispensable. Feng Nishang is well behaved and considerate, and her service is indispensable along the way. As for Yanayu, Emperor Yi Daishan thought for a long time, and finally thought it was better not to take her. It happened that Yanayu was going back to Dushan Mountain, and Emperor Yi Daishan immediately ordered 2,000 guards of the Royal Guard to accompany her. However, on the day of departure, there was an uninvited guest in the team. Such a fun and lively thing. Of course, Dan Junki was indispensable. Yi Daishan was very helpless. He had to warn again and again, don't mess around, be obedient, otherwise, let people send her back to the palace, let Queen Jin take good care of her. The concubines of the harem, there are only these beautiful concubines who do sex mischief. Fortunately, she is kind and innocent, and can't play with the heart. The concubine has no opinion. Empress Jin has no choice but to let her go, and only hope that she will become her in the future. After the mother can change something, after all, the dignified imperial concubine, this kind of nonsense is unavoidable to make people laugh. The group of people dang and set off, and the number of people in the face reached the mark of 30 people. Secretly, I don't know how many inner palace guards and black-clothed spies are accompanying them to protect. Internally, Yi Daishanzi claimed that the microservice was privately visited, but it was not disclosed to the outside world. He only claimed that the dragon's body was uncomfortable. Empress Jin temporarily presided over the affairs of the court. Speaking of Master Zaifu, he is really a god. Since taking a concubine, Danji's whole person has changed. His looks are flying, as if he is 20 or 30 years younger. Anyone can see it. Danj. I have been very blessed and moisturized recently. Yi Daishanzi and his party walked slowly all the way, but the ice and snow, the world was silvery white. There was no scenery to watch. Yi Daishanzi and the concubines were nestled in the warm carriage, and the guards accompanying them all rode all horses and hung them in the saddles. The long cloth bag next to it is filled with muskets, which can be described as armed to the teeth. The location of the Jiangbai Green Forest Conference is on the top of Qingqi Mountain in Weiqing. Along the way, you can see many rivers and lakes carrying various weapons rushing to Weiqing. Most of these rivers and lakes are outrageous, eager and enmity, and they drew their swords when they didn't agree with a word. On the way to Weiqing, they saw several rivers and lakes fighting incidents, and several people were killed and injured. Personal grievances, dead people were buried on the spot, or relatives and friends transported the corpses home, without disturbing the government. It's not that the government hasn't disturbed the government, but the government has a headache for these people from the rivers and lakes. At the same time, so many people from the rivers and lakes flock to Weiqing all at once. The local parents and officials are too busy to maintain law and order. How can they take care of this leisurely, as long as they don't hurt the innocent people? The trouble is too big. Basically let these quack people solve it in a quack way. Yi Daishanzi and his party were freshly clothed and angry horses. The standard elder brother of the family, and the bodyguard who accompanied him were sturdy individuals. There was a murderous momentum all over his body, but no one dared to provoke them. It was only after Weiqing that Yi Daishan found out that all the inns in the city were full, and the people staying in the city were all martial artists. There were government officials and officers and soldiers everywhere on the street. The local parents and officials were under great pressure. According to rumors, several prefectures in the vicinity of Huaiqing all deployed Yading to assist, and the local garrison sent 2 local security regiments to station outside Huaiqing in case of accidents. These parents and officials still feel quite satisfied with such a move. First of all, it is necessary to ensure that the local people are not disturbed by these warriors, and if necessary, take thunderous actions to deter these warriors. There was no place to live in the city, so the Emperor Yi had to continue on his way. He found a local landlord named Wei in a village near Qingqi Mountain, revealed the identity of the Black Guard, and used business as an excuse to spend the night. How can the rich man Wei dare to neglect, order people to wait carefully, let the little concubine he loves come out to serve, let the little concubine serve the distinguished guests? It is a common phenomenon in the mainland. The concubine of the rich man Wei is quite pleasant, but the Emperor Yi is a handsome, gentleman-like elder brother of the family. Of course, relying on his flower-heartedness, occasionally picking wild flowers in secret is not worth it, but with Leaf by his side, he is not too foolish. The Emperor Yi often does things like public aid for personal gain. However, for dozens of people, the cost of a day is quite large. Even if the rich man Wei is rich, the Emperor Yi still asks Feng Nishang to leave 100 taels of silver notes. Wei, although its reputation is bad enough, it can't harass the people at will. This is a matter of discipline. After a long journey, having eaten, and soaked in a warm bath, I had already lain down and rested. But there was a hapless flower-picking thief who touched into the wise mansion in the middle of the night. There were so many masters, and even Leaf and other enchanting masters. This flower-picking thief was unlucky enough to touch into the wise mansion and was caught by the guard. The flower-picking thief, who specializes in destroying the famous festival of the girl's house, is not ashamed of the world, and women hate it even more. This hapless flower-picking thief was handed over to the government, punctured the valve, abolished his internal strength, broke his collarbone, and picked off his hamstrings. Hang the gate to show the public. It was originally an accident. Who would have thought that on the next night, more than a dozen masked men infiltrated the Huaiqing prison and rescued the flower-picking thieves who had become useless. This is not only illegal, but also provoking the majesty of the officials. A trivial matter has become a major issue. The Huaiqing governor ordered a strict investigation of this matter. For a time, famous headhunters from all over the country quickly gathered in Huaiqing to find clues to solving the case. When the news reached the wise mansion, Yi Daishan's half-squinted eyes flashed with a cold and terrifying murderous intent. We have ordered the Black Guard to investigate this matter strictly. We must solve the case and kill 100. These quagmire people acted solely on the sex preferences of their hearts. They had killed their lives and ignored the laws of the empire. He wanted to kill 100 people and warn these warriors. At the order of the emperor, the black-clothed guards in the Huaiqing area rushed out to cast a net in the Jiangbai area. The nearby Zufu even mobilized the local army to set up a quarantine check. Some warriors who disturbed the people were shot and killed on the spot. The wind is quite tight. Of course, these things do not affect the convening of the Jiangbai Green Forest Conference. The leader of the Green Forest, the hero of the rivers and lakes who is in charge of the 30 gangs and cottages of the Jiangbai Green Forest, is powerful and can be called the king of the rivers and lakes in the north of the Yangtze River. Yi Diatanzi took aim at the seat of the Jiangbai Overland king and stayed in the wise mansion for 3 days. On the 4th day, surrounded by guards, he went up to the Qingqi mountain in a mighty dangling manner. Chapter 502 The Concubine's Hebiao. The slippery mountain trails are full of gangs of martial artists with unique weapons, and there are also martial arts masters who are strong and lonely. Most of these people come to participate in the Green Forest Conference. Some come to help friends, some just to watch the excitement. However, only halfway up the mountain, there was a blockage ahead. It was not a landslide or avalanche that blocked the way up the mountain, but an artificial blockage. There are people from Haifing's High and Iron Sword Gang who set up cards on the mountainside. It is their friends who let them go. If they are not allowed to go up the mountain. Some Jiang Uwu friends were shot and killed by bows and arrows because they wanted to forcibly climb the mountain. Yi Deishanzi frowned. According to the imperial law, civilians were not allowed to make weapons with high lethality such as bows, arrows and muskets. The Haifing's High and Iron Sword Gang really took the courage of the leopard and blatantly resisted the decree. There is more to death. Leaf, dressed in men's clothing, was about to step forward and clear the way for the emperor. Tan Junqi smiled and said, "Sister Heilao, do it yourself, look at me." When she saw that she took out a Thunder Sky Thunder from her backpack, Yi Deishanzi and others were shocked. The dignified imperial concubine still hadn't changed a little. The dumbfounded Yi Deishan was about to speak. Tan Junqi had already set ablaze, lit the thunder in her hand, and threw it at the people of the Black Wind Village and the Iron Sword Gang that blocked the mountain road. Booming thunder is now generally equipped with the army, and it is not unusual for soldiers. This thing is so powerful that it can blow up a large area of enemies with one explosion, but these warriors have never seen this stuff. With a loud bang, the Haifing's High and the Iron Sword Gang blocking the front were blown to blood and flesh, and a large area fell on the spot. The wounded lay on the snow and struggled to cry, and the horrible howling teared their hearts apart. All the people in the rivers and lakes present were shocked by the terrifying power of Thunder, looking at the triumphant Tan Junqi like a monster, with obvious fear in his eyes. This guy is really ruthless. Don't provoke him. The remaining Haifing's High and the Iron Sword Gang were so frightened that they took the injured companions and corpses, like a bereavement dog, and fled into the forest. In the fearful eyes of all the martial artists, Yi Deishan held a folding fan and Shi Shiren went up the mountain. This cold day, still holding a folding fan in his hand, this is the style of Goth, the prince of the family. No one can laugh at it, and the Emperor Yi Da can't avoid it. Isn't it tired to carry so much? Yi Deishanzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Only then did he discover that Tan Junqi's backpack was bulging, and it contained at least 3 Thunderbolt Thunder. Alas, you are a majestic imperial concubine, carrying so many blasting thunders up the mountain, and using them to blow people up. If you want to spread them, it is not surprising if you don't scare people to death. At least, you will be trained by Queen Jin for a round when you return to the palace. Tan Junqi smiled and threw the heavy backpack to a guard. Yi Deishanzi went up the mountain this time. Not only did more than 30 guards carry a gun in a cloth bag, but also a backpack. Tan Junqi snatched one of the guards' backpack, and as a result, it really gave her the opportunity to use it, which made her extremely happy. She had seen the power of the thunder's explosion at Zhengyun Pass, and there were many horror scenes of flying flesh and blood. She didn't feel afraid of nausea at all. On the contrary, she felt exciting and fun. For this concubine who is still so naughty, Yi Deishan was very helpless, and could only tell Feng Nishang and the guards to keep an eye on them and be careful of any accidents. The martial arts of the rivers and lakes jammed halfway up the mountain followed Yi Deishanzi and the others up the mountain, and each one secretly looked at Yi Deishanzi and his party with fear and curiosity. This kind of style is obviously the style of the younger brother of the family. I don't know which brother of the martial arts family. The one hand that has just been exposed has shocked everyone. If he participates in the Green Forest Conference and robs the Green Forest League leader, it would be a big enemy. Among these martial artists, there are many young and fit female heroes, with a pair of wonderful eyes twirling around Yi Deishanzi's body. Such a young and handsome young hero with a good family background is a rare sight. There are also several young women with bad reputations. The famous young women blinked their watery peach eyes, and were thinking of small calculations in their hearts. If they can join forces with that handsome boy brother, the odds of winning will be greatly increased. The hero who can't win the leader, can have a relationship with that young Master Yi. It is also very useful. If you can hook up someone and make him his own guest, the strength of the group will surely skyrocket, deterring the rivers and lakes. Besides, Such a handsome person, even with a little white face who eats soft food, can live in the room and be happy every day is a great joy in life. The top of Qingqi Mountain is relatively flat, and nearly 1,000 martial artists have gathered. They are all divided into different categories, occupying their own places, and various sounds are chaotic loudly. Tan Junqi's hair on the mountainside has spread to all the gangs on the top of the mountain. When Yi Daishanzi and others came up, they immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they were all speculating about his origins. There were still some open spaces on the top of the mountain, and the guards naturally occupied one of them. 4 larger tents were erected to enclose the emperor's larger tent in the middle. The tent was covered with a thick blanket of wool, and there were 2 pots of red burning hot coals for heating. Feng Nitan put on exquisite tea sets, and several guards were busy making fires and boiling water. The water was brought up from the bottom of the mountain. Instead of brewing tea from the melting of ice and snow on the snow, this style is really extravagant. In fact, the Emperor Yi Daishan planned to keep a loke first, and only made a blockbuster at the critical moment. However, Tan Junqi's thunder has made him the focus of everyone's attention. It is impossible to keep a loke. Such a demeanor naturally attracted everyone's attention. All of them were whispering, guessing the origin of the identity of the Emperor Yi Da, but no one would have thought that this dignified family elder brother would be the current emperor. The Jiangbai Green Forest Conference officially began today, but the time for this meeting has not yet arrived. Everyone went up the mountain so early to fight for the rest. To preside over this kind of conference, of course there must be some highly respected and famous people recommending them. For these, the Emperor Yi was too lazy to pay attention to them. When the fight started, he just immersed himself in the fight and took the position of the leader as the king. Feng Niking made a cup of tea, filled a cup of tea for Yi Daishanzi, Li Fei Empress, and Tan Junqi. Finally, he poured a cup for himself, and then sat cross-legged on the thick wool blanket. Feng Nishang was pulled by Leaf and sat beside her. Among the harems, if you want to say that the most popular, you should be Feng Nishang. Every time the emperor travels, she is almost indispensable. How popular is she? A glamorous young woman wearing a fiery red color fur coat and a red color pleated skirt was in full view, twisting the waist of the water snake and swinging the willows in the wind to the big tent of the big Emperor Zhao Yi. Chapter 503 The Fox Gatonkson of Bai Woman begs young Master Yi. Zhao Dida's voice came into the tent, and the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help being startled, but Li frowned Liu's eyebrows, and immediately got up, went out after the tent, and Qingji quickly followed. Please, Yi Daishanzi thought for a while, and let the guard guarding outside let him go. He is now a newcomer to the arena, and he wants to talk to these rivers and lakes. Gatonkson slowly walked into the big tent, clasped her fists and saluted. I have heard of Yi Gongxi's name for a long time, and knew Sanxing is fortunate to be able to see Yi Dagong's peerless demeanor. Knowing the name of a long time ago is all polite. Gatonksen's watery peach eyes have slipped a circle on the faces of everyone in the tent, and his heart is shocked. The several sturdy men guarding outside the tent are all high-pitched temples, and their eyes are shining brightly, and they know that they are first-class masters at a glance. The big guys standing in the tent were calm and relaxed, with restrained light. They were definitely super masters with both internal and external training. With such a deep cultivation base, their faces were tight. They were all Yi Gongxi's bodyguards. The pretty young gentleman sitting on both sides of Yes Sun, his cultivation level is not weak. I'm afraid he is still above her. Gatonkson has read countless people, and at a glance he can see that they are 2 beautiful women disguised as men, and their appearance is also above her. After the 2 women stood 2 young men. They were also beautiful, but the feminine aura on their bodies was quite heavy. What surprised her was that she could not see the depth of the 2. These 2 men either have surpassed the master level, or they don't know martial arts. She would rather believe the latter, otherwise it would be too enchanting. Sitting in the middle, Yi Gongxi was handsome and unrestrained, just like the 2 men, unable to tell whether he had martial arts, but sitting there, He actually made her feel a kind of coercive pressure. Gutongsun wanted to approach, but he stretched out his hands to stop the big men standing on both sides. The guards had their duties. Without the permission of the emperor, no one was allowed to come within 10 feet of the emperor. Mrs. Gu, please sit down. Yi Daishanzi didn't get up, just stretched out his hand and made a gesture of asking to sit down. Gutongsun was slightly startled. If Yi Gongzai is not a newcomer to the arena and does not know the courtesy of the arena, he is arrogant and not even the most basic courtesy. She was sitting cross-legged opposite Yi Daishanzi, blinking her watery peachy eyes. Kubo secretly sent her. Gutongsun is still very confident about her appearance and charm. She has walked the rivers and lakes for many years. She has fallen a lot of Toshihiko by her beauty and fascinated, but this time, she felt great pressure. The pressure, of course, comes from Feng Nishang and Dan Junki. In terms of youth and appearance, she thinks she is not as good as others. Fortunately, although she is not a natural charming bone, she also has a sweet charming charm. The man just couldn't resist her temptation and fell under her pomegranate skirt. I don't know what Mrs. Gus advice? Yi Daishan asked with a smile. Gutongsun is also a beauty level, with a seductive temperament that confuses people, but I see more of Li Fei's natural charm. Gutongsun had no charm in his eyes. Master, slave. While Gutongsun was talking, the back curtain of the tent was lifted, and Leaf, dressed in a fiery red color dress and a white color fur coat, came in gracefully. Kingja also returned to women's clothing, dressed in water blue. The color dress and fur coat are all charming, confusing people's minds. Leaf sat next to Yi Daishan, and Kingja stood behind her, looking curiously at Gutongsun who was sitting opposite. Since Leaf appeared, Gutongsun not only felt the incomparable pressure, but also a sense of loss and jealousy in her heart. It is a man or a woman who can't help but be tempted, overwhelmed by her charm. People are better than people, maddening people. In front of such unparalleled beauty, she is ashamed of herself, can't even lift her head, let alone speak. Leaf smiled. If there is nothing wrong with the ancient sect master, please do not send it. Gutongsun stood up, smiled sorrowfully, clasped her fist and said, farewell to the slave. I wanted to confuse young Master Yi with his beauty and persuade him to join hands with herself and seize the position of the leader, but the appearance of Leaf made her feel ashamed and hurried to leave, so as not to be embarrassed. Yi Daishanzi grinned and said, why do you want to wear women's clothing so well? Isn't it a taste? Leaf gave him a white look and groaned. The slave is worried that the emperor will be hooked by those fox spirits and forgot to do business. She knows Sumion's sex very well, and there are several famous vixen in the arena, like Gutongsun of Bai Women, who is the vixen who specializes in hooking men's souls. Someone's sexual child is very likely to take the opportunity to take a bite, which will make her feel uncomfortable. So simply restore the women's clothing and see which vixen wants to be embarrassed. Sure enough, as soon as Gutongsun left, Lu Jiao, the master of Xioya Omen, asked to see him again. Lu Jiao is also a vixen whose fame is far-reaching and specializes in hooking men's souls. When she walks into the big tent, she is also shocked by Leaf's glamorous appearance and temperament. She feels ashamed of herself. After a few polite words, she retreats and quits. The three women, Kingja, Tan Junki, and Feng Nishang, covered their mouths and laughed. Yi Daishanzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Isn't the brother so casual, the man who went to see a beautiful woman? In fact, brother still has a bit of taste. Of course, if the appearance is acceptable, he will automatically send it to the door. Brother, think about it. At this moment, an old man in a grey robe walked to the center of the open space and fisted at the friends from the rivers and lakes who were sitting around him. The old man is worthy of all my friends and serves as one of the referees of this League Leader Conference. Then there was an old monk wearing a cassock and a one-eyed Taoist wearing a 7-star robes. They were also referees of the League Masters Conference, and they were all introduced by the masters. Leaf is an old world, and she will explain to Yi Daishanzi in a soft voice. The old man in grey robe is He Chengzong, a pair of iron palms are in the north, and the old monk is the Master Kong, master of the Chanlin Temple. The old Taoist is the master of the 7-star view of the Master and the inaction. They are all rivers and lakes. The three of them presided over the Green Forest Conference, which is quite acceptable to the most famous and famous people in China. Afterwards, He Chengzong, Master Lia Kong, and Ui Docheng sat as the chief and their disciples standing behind them. He Chengzong gave a talk and explained clearly the rules of the game. In the end, Master Yin stood up, put his hands together, made a noisy Buddha horn, and added, "This competition for the selection of the leader is not a life and death duel, a contest, until the point is amitabha." Taoist Ui stood up and said loudly, "The contest begins now." Before the words were over, there was a big man in black who came out first, played tricks with the cooked copper stick in his hand, and then clasped his fists. Haifeng's Hai Go Sihai taught the heroes of the world. Chapter 504 Go Sihai's martial arts is good. He has defeated Tai Jianmen, Jini Lu, and Simeng masters, standing on the court more and more triumphant. There are dozens of gang sects participating in this league leader conference, and each of them has the ability to save, and the idea of letting others take action first. No one has been on the court for a long time. Yi Deishanzi frowned when he saw it, and his little feet were all sexy. The masters hadn't even appeared yet. Wouldn't this alliance leader conference have to be held for several days before it ended? Seeing Tan Junki, who was sitting next to her, turned her eyes and looked eager to try, the Emperor Yi Daishan hurriedly winked at the little woozy and motioned him to play. "Yes, son." The little five leaned forward and strode out of the tent. Yi Daishan was already eye-catching, and Liming attracted everyone's attention as soon as the little five got out of the tent. Gutong Xin, the master of Bai women, was shocked. Her pretty face was pale and bloodless. There were 2 little 5 sons and 2 little 6 sons. She couldn't tell whether they could martial arts or not. Now, if the little 5 sons play, it shows that he knows martial arts and also shows his ability. The cultivation base is unfathomable, and he has been trained to the highest level of returning to the original state, at least at the master level or above. These master level masters turned out to be only Yi Gongxi's bodyguard. Who is this sacred Yi Gongxi? Go Sihai won 3 games in a row. He was so proud that he played with a stick and shouted loudly, "The people who come by the common name, Go, will not fight against the unknown." Fuck off. Xiao Wuzi gave a yin smile, and his big sleeves flicked out. Go Sihai was startled, and suddenly felt an incomparable feminine force surging like a stormy sea, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. He only felt a sudden shock in his chest, his body flew up in the sky, and his hands danced out of the field. With a bang, Go Sihai's huge body fell heavily, and the snow on the ground was flying. That shock also shocked all the martial arts gangs present. Although Go Sihai's martial arts has not reached the realm of a first-class master, it is not too bad. A first-class master would also have to spend a lot of tricks if he wants to defeat him. Xiao Wuzi drove people away with just one sleeve, and this level of cultivation was at least a super-class level. Someone didn't believe in evil and rushed to the field, with a long sword in his hand, pulling up 3 swords, and piercing the little Wuzi, only half of the sword power, and was swept out of the field by the little Wuzi. This time, no one of those pro-level players dared to play ashamed. Gazongdeng, the 6th head of Haifeng's High, is here to ask for advice. A burly man stood up from the crowd in Haifeng's High. He strode into the field with an extra-large butcher and said, "I haven't asked your surname." Die Ming. Xiao Wuzi screamed, "A certain is ranked 5th next to the sun, so let's call Xiao Wu." This remark also shocked the hearts of all the people present at the scene. The supermasters like Xiao Wuzi, who have a cultivation base, are only ranked 5th by Yi Gongxi's side. In other words, there are at least 4 other people with extraordinary skills like him. How sacred is this surname Yi, who can attract such masters? Why haven't you heard of it in the arena? Too many questions make people puzzled. On the field, Xiao Wuzi has already fought with Gazongtang. Gazongtang, as a Liu Dang from Haifeng's High, has reached a first-rate level, but he barely made 3 moves in the hands of Xiao Wuzi, was knocked out of the field with a fluttering palm of the little 5 suns. Excalibur Villa Xi Yanfei asks Mr. Wu to be superb. A middle-aged scribe entered the arena, clasped his fists, and said politely, "Please." The little 5 held his fists in return, then stepped back and stood still. Xi Yanfei's face became extremely dignified in an instant. He just stood so casually, it seemed that there were flaws all over his body, but it seemed to be a trap. No matter which point you attack, you will be countered by lightning. What's more terrible is the weird aura on the opponent's body, which forces your energy and blood, making you feel so uncomfortable that you want to vomit blood. Xi Yanfei yelled and drew his sword to make a move. He was forced to make a move. When confronting the opponent, sooner or later he would be forced to collapse by the opponent's weird aura, and defeat himself without fighting. His confidence has been completely shaken, and now he is making a move to attack, just for the sake of face. Xi Yanfei held a long sword to attack, suddenly changed his move halfway, changed from stab to stab. His move was not old, and then changed to wipe again. SSH attacked several swords in succession, as fast as sparkling flint. The sword was elegant and light, and won a lot. Cheers. Xi Yanfei's heart is bitter, and his sword moves are very beautiful, but in front of the little 5, it is like a 5 or 6-year-old child competing with an adult. However, for the sake of face, he can only be tough. The scalp is hardened. The number of swords fired in a row, although all false moves, is considered to have gone through 3 moves anyway, and it is more or less passable in terms of face. Inside the tent, Leaf smiled and said, "This Xi Yanfei is shrewd." Yi Deishanzi looked puzzled. Although his Emperor's Heart has reached the 7th level, between the Enchanting level and the Grandmaster level, there are not many Super Masters who are qualified to fight him. However, the Jianghu experience it is completely zero, and naturally there is no reason for it. Leaf giggled and explained it softly. Only then did Yi Daishan understand that Xi Yanfei wanted to save face, played a little trick, and used 3 tricks with false tricks. Even if she loses, she won't lose too ugly. Xi Yanfei successfully mixed the 3 moves with the false move, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he used the 4th move, he still wanted to use the false move, but this time he didn't have such good luck. Xiao Yuzi's index finger lightly flicked on Xi Yanjian's blade, and Xi Yanfei suddenly felt an incomparably feminine dark energy surge like an overwhelming mountain, and it shook his entire palm holding the sword with pain and cracking. In horror, he did not react slowly. He immediately let go of his fingers, and the sword fell to the ground. During the violent retreat, he lifted his right foot up, picked up the fallen sword, caught it with his left hand, and drifted back 5 steps. He took advantage of the situation and pulled the sword flower, then closed the sword and held his fist. "I am defeated." "Accept," the little 5 politely replied, and they conceded defeat. Naturally, he wouldn't chase and fight hard, so he won't be able to compete. Xi Yanfei is also known as a chivalrous man in the north. The Kinyan 36 style quicksword of the family has defeated many famous masters. He only walked 4 swords under Xiaozi before giving up. It can be seen that Xiaozi's cultivation is so powerful. If not super first-class masters, it is best to be ashamed of others. Yi Deishanzi looked itchy all over, and wished he wanted to go off the court and try some tricks with the masters of the rivers and lakes. This thought came up, and there was a sudden pain in his thigh, but it was a pinch for Leaf. Leaf glared at him angrily. Her eyes clearly warned, "You are the dignified true Dragon Emperor, how can you take risks with your body? Don't mess around, otherwise, the concubine will never end with you." Yi Deishanzi sneered and scratched his head. "Isn't this okay?" Leaf stroked his aching thigh, and said softly, "Little 5 won, it means that the Emperor won." Yi Daishan was silent, although he only looked at the results, not the process. but his hand was a little itchy. Chapter 505 The concubine will accompany you to recruit you at night. Leaf's low voice came from her ears, and the heat she uttered when she was talking, which made Edation's ears itchy. Somewhere it pierced Nanshan. He couldn't wait to push people down right away and rectify the law on the spot. Leaf stood up, gave him a charming smile, twisted her waist, and walked out of the tent with the willow in the wind. As soon as she walked out of the tent, there was a burst of hissing inhalation around her. There is no doubt that everyone was overwhelmed by her majestic appearance and charming charm in her bones. Some young female heroes who are still alone with their sister-in-law can't help but sigh in their hearts, thinking about it. The previous stunning beauty must be Yi Gongxi's wife. Under the gaze of everyone's amazing eyes, Leaf walked to the court. The little five bowed and saluted, and then stepped back. Leaf Qiao held her fist to the heroes around her in her position, and then said softly, "The slaves will teach you all the heroes' brilliant tricks. When I am, Yifeng will be a beautiful woman." Among the people in Haifeng's High, the young man a year stood up, shook his folding fan, and walked in. The man is quite handsome, but there is an uncomfortable evil in those eyes. "You can see that this mansion is extremely deep," Leaf said calmly. "Black Butterfly, if you dare to release your Xiaoyao incense, the slave promises you regret coming to this world." Shi Yifeng's face changed slightly. His nickname was Black Butterfly. All his kung fu was on the folding fan in his hand. There were other things in the fan end, and Xiaoyao incense was hidden inside, which was secretly cast when facing the enemy. Famous masters have suffered dark losses, and this servant is still famous for picking flowers and butterflies, and many women's fame is broken in his hands. Shi Yifeng shook his folding fan and said with a smile, "I will pity the fragrant and cherish the jade in the next direction. How can I destroy the flowers with my hand, and ask the beauty of her name?" Leaf smiled and said, "Wait until you win the slave. It's not too late to ask." The folding fan in Shi Yifeng's hand closed up. "Okay, my son will learn about Pti's clever tricks." As he spoke, the folding fan in his hand opened again, and he slapped it lightly. Looking for death, Li Fei's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and the big sleeves flew out. Shi Yifeng's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stretched out his arms. He secretly cast Xiaoyao incense, but Leaf found out that all the Xiaoyao incense vented by Leaf was forced back. There are two kinds of Xiaoyao incense. One is the strong sex toxin that inspires the female sex. The other is to make the whole body soft and weak. Shi Yifeng casts the former, but let him breathe in his nose. He is naturally equipped with the medicine, which will hurriedly reach out into his arms to take out the medicine. A red cloud flashed in front of him, and he smelled a faint musky scent in his nose, and his face couldn't help showing a look of horror. He found that his hand was unconscious, unable to move a single movement, and could not even open his mouth to speak. Only his eyes could move. In addition to knowing the medicine, if you are caught with the poison, you have to mate with the female to detoxify. Leaf looked at him coldly, and said in a dark voice, "The slave has warned. This is what you asked for." Most of the masters sitting around the court have noticed Shi Yifeng's abnormality and can't help but gloat at misfortune. They are even more shocked by Leaf's cultivation skills. They only saw her blowing a sleeve against Shi Yifeng. How to restrain Shi Yifeng? The meridians of Yifeng were not seen. To be precise, they didn't see how she made her move. Leaf made her move so fast that they only saw a red shadow flashing. People still stayed in place, as if they hadn't moved. "Madam, brother, she is defeated. Please solve his meridian." There was an old man in the black robe over Haifeng's High who stood up and clasped his fists, interceding for Shi Yifeng. Leaf giggled and said, "The slave has warned him. He asked for it. He can't blame the slave for being cruel." "Madam, you have to be forgiving and forgiving. The martial arts will end. You don't have to kill anyone." The black-robed old man strode into the arena, clenched his fists, and the back of his hands were raised with blue veins, like a group of snakes. It was obviously dark. Yana's family is really angry, and intends to fight for someone if he fails to intercede. Leaf smiled and said, The slave only believes in karma. What cause does he plant? What effect does he have? Do you want to grab someone? Which hand do you touch him? The slave will take it. The black-robed old man grinned and said, "You are too mad. You don't even put the world's heroes in your eyes." "Oh, the slave has never said such a thing." Leif smiled and said, "However, the slave does not put Heifeng's High in his eyes. Heifeng's High's actions are inherently annoying, but they can't be too. Her words should be a warning. If she doesn't repent, she doesn't mind destroying Heifeng's High." However, her warning did not stop the people in Heifeng's High. On the contrary, there were still many people who made insults and spoke indecently. "Then take the old man's punch." The black-robe old man roared, and his right fist slammed out. When he approached, he had secretly locked the inner family's true energy and was ready to strike. This punch suddenly blasted out, such as lightning flint. It is unprepared. Moreover, this fist is extremely famous. The fist wind seems to be fierce and domineering, and even makes the sound of wind and thunder, but it is actually extremely feminine and vicious, and the surrounding air suddenly becomes extremely cold. Be careful. The female donor. This is Yin Shashura fist. Master Yin reminded in a hurry. Despicable. Someone on the sidelines looked down and cursed. Thanks to the master. Leaf chuckled, her waist twisted lightly, and she was able to flash that fatal punch. She was able to give the black-robe old man's yin chi to the black-robe old man's yin chi with the help of her enchanting inner family chi. Forced to go back and let him eat his own fruit. However, I have already let go. Which hand of the old man in black robes touches she Yifeng? Which hand she wants, and what she says must be done. This is her principle of life. The black-robe veteran missed a punch and was shocked. He then took a step back and grabbed Shi Yifeng's arm with his right hand. At this time, Shi Yifeng was unable to swallow the antidote due to the strong sex-insulting poison in his body, and the meridians were restrained, and the insatiable toxin attacked. His face was red as blood, and his eyes were so red that he almost bleeds. Then, the entire handsome face was even more distorted and terrifying. "Oh, what the slave says counts, as long as your right hand." Leaf smiled, her shoulders swayed, her figure violent. The black-robed old man grabbed Shi Yifeng's arm and was about to take him out. Suddenly, the red shadow in front of his eyes flashed sharply, the fragrant wind flickered his nose, and he retreated desperately in horror. His right hand still grasped Shi Yifeng's arm. The left fist hurriedly blasted out. One punch failed, as expected. He didn't want to hurt the enemy with this punch, as long as he could force people back a step. Jumping out of the field, the black-robed old man was overjoyed and was about to say something ironic. He suddenly felt a sudden pain in the vertebral heart of his right shoulder. At first glance, he couldn't help but lose his soul. His entire right arm was gone. Only a bloody one was left. The severe pain in the vertebral heart of his right shoulder made him utter a scream of pain. Chapter 506 Green Forest Leader. Everyone was frightened, not only surprised at Li Fei's cruelty, but also at her unpredictable martial arts level. The black-robed old man is named Yangsha. He is just like his name. He is the evil man who has practiced the evil Yin Shashura fist. Many masters died under his fist. I don't know when he was recruited by the master of Heifeng's High, Wang Yuang's son. Entering the cottage, he was a guest of Heifeng's High, but Leaf was torn off her right arm when she couldn't do anything. Regarding Leaf's martial arts cultivation base, Yi Daishan is very relieved. Leaf's cultivation base is nothing short of a bug. Even the breakthrough Yanayu is still a bit inferior, which is not the only way to describe it as invincible. Over. For those people in Heifeng's High, the Emperor Yi Daishan was unhappy. Hearing their extremely nasty insults, Longyan was immediately furious, took off the jade pendant, ordered the little six to rush down the mountain to mobilize the army and set up an ambush. Unplug it by the roots. The people in Heifeng's High seem to have the position of the leader. There are many people hidden under the mountain. If they cannot sit on the throne of the leader, they are likely to jump over the wall and kill all the leaders of the various sects and gangs participating in the leader conference. Yi Daishanzi. Let Xiao Luzi act carefully. not only to not disturb the people on the mountain, but also to find out and destroy all the people in Haifeng village who are most likely to hide in the dark. The little sixth man bowed to take the order, took the jade pendant that I had come to carefully into his arms, and quietly descended the mountain. In Leaf Kiao's position, she said softly, which hero is there to give advice? Shi Yifeng, whose meridians had been controlled, stood beside her like a stone sculpture. His original red face had changed from purple to black, and his eyes, ears, and nose oozed wisps of blood. Not far away, at Shi Yifeng's feet, lying on the right arm of Wu Yangsha, the snowy ground was stained red with blood. The people in Haifeng's High were fierce before, and they all hissed and sucked in the air conditioning. Ouyang Keqing is one of the top 3 martial arts masters in the village. The master of the village Wang Yuangshan's martial arts ranks first, but he has to go through 100 moves. Only after that, Ouyangsha can win, which shows how scary Li Fei's martial arts is. In case of Annoyed the glamorous force female devil, this little life is not guaranteed. At the moment, no one dared to squeak anymore. Each of them closed their mouths tightly, and their faces were pale. However, it was too late. Before, the words they scolded were too nasty, which made Yi Daishan Sun Long Yan angry and ordered the dispatch of an army to uproot Haifeng's High. Among the martial artists present, there are few who have a higher martial arts cultivation base than Ouyangsha. Even if they can win, they will have at least 100 moves before they can tell the winner. Who would dare to challenge? Leaf stood in the field for half of the time. Seeing that there was no one to challenge, she turned to face Master Yin and the others holding fists. Zhao Didi said, Master Yin. The 3 people who presided over the meeting of the leader looked at each other, and the master stood up, uttered a loud Buddhist horn, and said loudly, Lao Jian, if there are dozens more, if no one is challenged, then this female benefactor will win and win the Jiangbai Green Forest. The position of the leader. The audience was still silent, and even though many people were unwilling to do so, they did not dare to end the challenge. With such an enchanting cultivation base, the end challenge is to seek hardships, which is embarrassing. After Master Liang counted 10 times, he announced that Leaf had won and became the leader of Jiangbai Green Forest Road. Dao Yui gave the token of the leader to Leaf. As soon as the leader token comes out, Jiangbai Greenwood Road must obey the order, and offenders shall be punished. This is what they said during the negotiation. But will anyone follow the order? Whether or not to follow the order, the Emperor Yi Darking doesn't care about it. He only needs to grab the position of the leader. Now that there is the Jiangbai League Leader Conference, I don't know if there is the Jiangnan League Leader Conference. If there is, he still grabs them, and gets both the north and the south. It's best to get another king of the rivers and lakes. Many gang masters of sect gangs congratulated Leaf. Only the people of Haifeng's High and Iron Sword Gang watched all this coldly. Haifeng's High's master Wang Yuangshan's face was very gloomy, and they took the lead to leave. The martial arts Venya swaggered down the mountain. Yi Daishanzi frowned slightly. Qingqi Mountain was near Weiqing, according to time. Xiliuzi should have arrived at the barracks long ago, and the army should have been dispatched at this time, but it may not have arrived at the ambush, so he has to delay for a while. Yi Daishanzi whispered a few words to the little 5 sons, and the little 5 sons bowed and took the order, walked out of the tent, and gave orders to the guards of the inner palace guarding outside the tent. At this moment, the people from Haifeng's High and Iron Sword Gang were walking out of it. The position occupied by Yi Daishanzi happened to be near the entrance of the mountain road. Several inner palace guards stopped at the middle of the road and blocked the road. It's a blockage, and it's not a blockage. The road is wide and you can go down the mountain at any time. However, this is a matter of face. If you really want to go around it, you will lose your face. Others will say you are afraid. Timid. The people in Haifeng's High are afraid of Leaf's unfathomable cultivation base, but other people, they don't even look at them. The masters in this village are more than 100 people, and the number of people from the Iron Sword Gang has reached with more than 200 people. The momentum is huge. Who dares to touch the mold? Compared with the millions of troops of the coalition army, the more than 200 people are just a drop in the blue sea, and Yi Daishan didn't take these people in his eyes at all. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Give way. The master of Haifeng's High who opened the road in front buzzed, and there was a sexy guard who stretched out his hand to push the guard in the middle of the road. XX, take away your dog paw. The guard of the inner palace is the emperor's own hand. The arrogant soldiers guarding the inner palace are usually the masters who walk sideways. The officials of low rank are also welcome when they meet. You are polite. These arena people, they don't take it seriously. The two sides disagreed, quarreled, cursed with a thick red neck, and almost didn't draw a knife. Yi Daishan shook his folding fan and walked out of the tent. Shi Shiren, who scolded this son just now? My son, these two bastards. The guard pointed at two of them. A bastard. The two big guys yelled. This is related to the face of the cottage. Naturally, they can't show weakness. What's more, there are 200 masters to back up. Everyone is courageous, and the emperor is not afraid. Cut off their tongues. Yi Daishan shook the folding fan lightly, with a harmless smile on his face. Before the words were finished, the little woozy had already flew forward, and before the two big guys from Haifeng's High could react, the dagger in the hands of the little woozy had stirred in their mouths. There was severe pain in the vertebral heart, and the two big men in Haifeng's High made a ho-ho sound, and even spewed a mouthful of blood. The tongue was cut off by the dagger, and naturally he couldn't speak, and the horrible howl turned into a weird sound of ho-ho. My friend, are your people too vicious? Haifeng village owner Wang Yuangsun stared at Yi Daishanzi gloomily, his eyes flashing coldly and murderously. Chapter 507. Shocked by the leader of the Yi League, Yi Daishanzi shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Brother is so arrogant. Are you biting me? Everyone gathered around to watch the excitement and blocked the road downhill. Friend, do it for yourself. Wang Yuangsun suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, gave Yi Daishanzi a gloomy look, and ordered people to lift up the subordinate whose tongue had been cut off, bypass the guard in the middle of the road, and bring all his subordinates downhill. This is a slap in the face that eats Guogo, so can you bear it? Yi Daishan couldn't help but admire Wang Yuangsun's patience and ruthlessness, and he believed that this servant must have a second hand, but he didn't know if the army of White Qing could arrive at the ambush in time. Because the leader conference ended early, it was noon, and Yi Daishanzi and his party were not in a hurry to descend down the mountain. After some small gangs would go down first, he followed Master Yin, Taoist Master Ui and others. There are not many disciples led by Master Yin and Ui Taoist, but they are all masters. Moreover, they are only acting as referees. No matter how crazy Wang Yuangsun is, he does not want to offend these outsiders unless necessary. As Yi Daishan had guessed, only when he descended halfway up the mountain, he saw several small gang members who had descended from the mountain before they were retreating up the mountain in embarrassment. Several of them were stuck with arrows. Obviously he was ambushed and damaged many people. Haifeng's High and the Iron Sword Gang, these god-slaying bastards, have been poisoned. The people who returned gnashed their teeth and cursed one by one, with an expression of grief and anger on their faces. Amitabha Buddha. After the master made a loud scream, the Zen stick in his hand lay heavily on the ground, and the hard blue stone slab under his feet broke at the sound, revealing a series of fine cracks. It can be seen that this high monk is angry, and the people of other gang members are full of righteous indignation. The evil deeds of Haifeng's High and Iron Sword Gang have aroused public outrage. Wang Yuangsun's ambition has been exposed. He wants to take the position of the leader of the Jiangbai Green Forest. Those who do not submit to him will be massacred by the gang. The first goal this time should be the emperor, the second is to participate in the convention. All the gangs, I am afraid that Chanlin Temple and Kixingwen will not escape disaster. Most people in the arena are bold, even unruly, eat soft but not hard, even if the power is weak, They are not reconciled to being oppressed and succumbed. If you can convince people with reason, then you can show your martial arts and strength appropriately. Only then will they convince them. Chaos amidst the roaring and scolding. Someone shouted loudly, "What's the decision of Leader Yi?" All kinds of curses disappeared, and everyone's eyes focused on Yi Daedanzi. He was the first leader of Jiang by Green Forest Road, and it depends on his ability to solve this matter. Even if the small sect gangs unite, they are not enough to fight against the powerful Haifeng's Hai and the Iron Sword Gang. In the end, they did not endure humiliation and surrender, but were slaughtered and destroyed. The gang gave their last hope. Of course, they don't know whether the leader of Yi League can martial arts himself, but Mrs. Yi, who is so beautiful, is shocking the audience. The cultivation level is unfathomable and terrifying. All the masters on the scene. I'm afraid no one can survive 10 moves under her. However, the fierce tigers can't beat the pack of wolves. Haifeng's Hai and Iron Sword Gang have many powerful people, many masters, and possessing powerful bows and other banned weapons with terrible lethality. Everyone can only unite and join hands against the enemy. A silver lining. Yi Daishanzi unfolded the folding fan and said freely, "Don't panic, everyone, just follow the leader to kill down the mountain, and destroy the 2 scourges of the Iron Sword Gang of Haifeng's Hai, the 8 dragons and tigers guards and the 30 also inner palace guards who were accompanying them immediately removed the long cloth bag hanging on their backs and opened them, revealing the real guy hiding inside. Everyone couldn't help opening their mouths wide, and their eyes were about to fall out. Damn. This is a musket that has just been equipped by the Imperial Army. The government has a strict order to strictly prohibit private manufacture of weapons with great lethality such as bows, arrows and muskets. Offenders are treated as conspiracy. The people of Haifeng's Hai and Iron Sword Gang have strong bows, which is not a fuss. Many gang members are all involved. There are a small number of strong Bao Town guards in private possession, but they haven't been brought out. However, Leader Yes subordinates actually possessed even more powerful muskets, which is too scary. This thing, the Empire's army has only just been installed. The mysterious identity of the leader of Yi Da is ready to emerge. At least, it is certain that the leader of Yi Da must be a high-ranking member of the government. Lao Tzu is a respectable member of the middle position, and can even influence the military and mobilize the army. Tan Junki grinned and snatched a musket from a guard, reloaded it, and acted skillfully and swiftly, apparently secretly practicing for long. The front-loading gun has been mass-produced, and the army of the entire empire is installed. The predecessor is the Imperial Guardian of the Imperial City Guard, who is responsible for guarding the palace. The predecessor is the Royal Guard of Habayashi, and even the inner palace guards. With the guns installed, Princess Dan used power to suppress others, and forced the guard to teach her how to play guns. According to reports, the marksmanship was pretty good. Yi Daishanzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Nizai, who has been married as a woman, has become a dignified concubine. Her habit is still not changed at all, but she is crazier than before and has a headache. The people of the various gangs were shocked, and they couldn't help raising their spirits. People in the arena generally don't like to deal with the government. Let's talk about the fact that Feng's Hai and Iron Sword Gang are destroyed. Someone volunteered to lead the way, and the Emperor Yi Daishan grabbed Tan Junki and ordered one of the 8 dragon and tiger guards to exchange the spear in his hand with her. The royal guards and the inner palace guards regiment are all equipped with muskets, and the 8 dragons and tigers guards are all rifled guns. Although the fire speed is slow, the fire has a long range, and the power is equally amazing. Yi Daishan knew that there was no way to stop Tan Junki, and he didn't want her to have any accidents. Let her shoot from a long distance with a rifled gun, so it was much safer. The rifled gun is only produced in small quantities due to its slow fire speed. It is equipped with a sniper. Miss Dan has never played a rifled gun. She doesn't know the power of the rifled gun and the range of the fire. For her, all guns are the same. Just play. The person leading the way in front carefully walked more than a dozen meters and then stopped. On the mountain road ahead, there were more than 30 corpses lying horizontally, all of whom were ambushed and killed by Haifeng's Hai and the Iron Sword Gang. Yi Deshanzi and others stood still. Leaf, Qingzhe, Feng Nishang and others surrounded him in the middle, while the 8 dragon and tiger guards armed with guns and more than 30 inner palace guards stood in the grass, or behind the stealth tree. Put your gun on guard. Tan Junqi stood behind a large rock, carefully searching for suspicious creatures in front of her with her big eyes. Aha! Finally found the target. Tan Junqi smiled and aimed her gun at the target hidden behind the tree, only showing half of her face, and gently pulled the trigger with her index finger. Chapter 508. There was a bang, and the gunpowder was filled. In the grass ahead, the person hit by Tan Junqi fell to the ground, making heart-piercing and tragic howls. All the gang members were pale in fright. The power of the musket was too terrifying. No matter how high your martial arts, you would not be able to withstand a bombardment. Fortunately, they did not have a holiday with the leader of UDA, otherwise, the consequences cannot be imagined. Afterwards, more than 30 Imperial Guards also fired their guns, shooting dozens of people from Haifeng's Hai. Those people were hiding in the grass, intending to ambush, but became shooting with gunfire. The goal. Play with the slave. Leaf smiled and took out a thunder from an inner palace guard's backpack. After igniting the fuse, Yan Jin threw it out. The sky thunder that implied 70% magic power was thrown far away and fell into the grass. There were dozens of people from the Blackwind village and the Iron Sword Gang hidden in the grass. These people have never seen what thunder is like, let alone the power of its explosion, but the thing is chittering with wisps of smoke, which makes people feel bad. The Haifeng's Hai and Iron Sword Gang hiding in the grass all stood up and backed up, and sparked with the strange dong they hadn't seen, making them instinctively fear and vigilant. With a bang, the sky thunder exploded, and the powerful air wave shook all those people flying, and the shrapnel that fired even cut many people's bodies. 7 or 8 people lay down on the ground. The last 3 were killed on the spot, and the wounded were also crying, making the rest of the people shudder. They are equipped with strong bows that are strictly forbidden by the government. The opponents are even better. They have muskets and thunders, and they are more terrifying. Once they explode, they will fall down a blockbuster. How can this one fight? Before the leader of the team could react, the gangs of Haifeng's Hai and Iron Sword Gang had already dispersed and ran down the mountain. They were already shocked. The people in the arena are self-proclaimed desperados, but there are a few who are really not afraid of death. These people in the arena are far behind the strictly trained soldiers because of their help. Yi Daishan smiled bitterly, thinking that there would be a fierce battle, but the result was unexpected. The sects and gangs who followed behind let out a cheer. The leader of Yi Da was very powerful. With the blast of the musket and a black whistling dong, the people from Haifeng's Hai and the Iron Sword Gang were scared away. It's almost effortless. Of course, only the leader of Yi Da has this ability. From now on, if you honestly follow the orders of the leader of Yi Da, you will be able to keep your sect and the gang safe. Whoever bullies, as long as you report to the leader of Yi Da, his old man will definitely come forward. Settle it, hee. At this moment, the bosses of the various sects and gangs who had originally planned to behave in the wrong way had all made small calculations. The master opened the way in front to check if there were people from the Blackwind village and the Iron Sword Gang in ambush, and Yi Daishan led the crowd to sway down the mountain. The mid-level of Qingqi Mountain is only Wang Yuanxin's first ambush line. After going down the mountain, there must be more ambushes. However, those who fled to report this time, do not know if Wang Yuanxin has the guts. Far from reaching the foot of the mountain, fierce gunshots were heard in the distance. The gunshots were neat and orderly. Those familiar with it could hear that it was the 3rd and 5th platoon of the Imperial Army's shooting, that is to say. Wei Qing's army rushed to Shimbun in time. and they were encircling Haifeng's High and the Iron Sword Gang. Everyone looked at each other. Could the army be dispatched? But seeing the leisurely and happy face of the leader of YDA, they also took a breath of air. The obvious high-level government of the leader of YDA, as long as they follow the steps of the leader of YDA, how can the officers and soldiers sell his face? After getting off Qingqi Mountain and continuing to walk along the official road, he walked out of the second and third sides, and the little six flew over and said, "My son, the little man is fortunate enough to live up to his mission, and only a few little fish are missing." Yi Daishan nodded in satisfaction. Without the explanation from Xiao Luzi, he also understood that all important members of Haifeng's High and Iron Sword Gang were killed, and only a few insignificant gangs escaped. 2 miles ahead, you can see a line of officers and soldiers lined up by the roadside, as if they are waiting for their generals to inspect. The military capacity is quite prosperous. The local public security can have this military capacity, and it is considered that the commanding officer is quite talented. Up, everyone tremblingly followed the leader of YDA, and moved forward cautiously. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. The fierce size of the officers and soldiers, and the long spears on their shoulders made them shudder with cold sweat. Risk. By the side of the road, a long series of bloody corpses were neatly arranged, as many as 400. These people died in a terrible state. They were bombed with end blood holes on their bodies. Some of them may have just been seriously injured, and then they were killed by soldiers. The Israeli army pierced the throats to kill. Those in the small sect gang recognized these corpses, including Haifeng village owner Wang Yuangsun, Iron Sword Gang leader Qi Ying, and 2 important members of the gang. After helping, there must also be Dang, and the 2 most powerful gangs in Jiangbai were destroyed. The same thought came to everyone's heart. These officers and soldiers could not suddenly destroy the Blackwind village and the Iron Sword Gang. There was only one possibility. The leader of the YDA League called the officers and soldiers and ambushed them on the road. The people of Haifeng's High and Iron Sword Gang originally had nothing to do with the leader of YDA. They only competed for the position of the leader, so that they would not become a deep hatred. The reason is that when Mrs. Yi came on the field, they scolded too badly and indecently, angered the leader of YDA, thus incurring a murderous disaster. The fierceness of the leader of YDA made everyone in awe. Regarding the order of the leader of YDA, they dare not refuse to obey the order of the alliance. Haifeng's High and the Iron Sword Gang are living examples. Back in Weiqing, all the gang masters of the gangster clubs sent all kinds of gifts, and then respectfully bid farewell to them. They all slapped their chests. As long as the alliance order is passed, they won't even frown. Those gifts are also quite valuable. Emperor Yi Daishan asked them to sell them at the auction house. All the money he sold was deposited in his bank account. Feng Nishang was in charge of his private money. He didn't know how much it was. I stayed in Weiqing for 2 days, strolled around the streets for a day, experienced local customs, rested for 1 day, and left for Beijing tomorrow. On the night of the first day, news came from the guard in black that the person who robbed the flower-picking thief from the Weiqing prison was a large local householder. On the surface, he was a great good man, but in fact he was the Jiangyang thief who murdered and overwhelmed. He was the same brother as the unfortunate flower picker, was caught by the blackguard. There is no need to ask the emperor for this kind of trivial matter. The blackguard has executed the person, publicized the crime, and the head was hung up for publicity. Everything was settled, and the Emperor Yi Daishan led the crowd to return to Beijing. Along the way, while enjoying the beautiful blessings, he was thinking about the Jiangnan League Leaders Conference next year. Chapter 509 Successful Development. Of course, a Jiangbai Greenwood leader does not have much influence. Many people in the Jiangbai area have a lot of influence. If you hold the Jiangnan Greenwood leader in your hands, this influence will be very different. He is the famous double material leader. It will make a sensation in the martial arts. and cover the limelight of Xuanmen. Even if the Jianghu people in the south of the Yangtze River do not hold the Jiangnan Green Forest League Leaders Conference, the Emperor Yi will do everything possible to convene this League Leaders Conference. Fortunately, the Jiangnan Greenwood League Leaders Conference will be held in June next year, saving him a lot of effort. Yi Daishanzi accompanied Leaf all the way to watch the wind and snow, slowly returning to the imperial capital. As soon as he entered the palace, officials from the Scientific Research Agency reported in a hurry that the breech-type rifled gun was developed, and the copper shell was also successfully developed, including the revolver-type shotgun and the blasting ammunition. Yi Daishan couldn't help laughing wildly. Okay, I must have a great reward. See the Emperor. The officials of the Scientific Research Department smiled happily. Just looking at the Emperor's happy energy, this promotion and silver reward are absolutely indispensable. Yi Daishan happily came to the Imperial Scientific Research Office to test the gun. The breech-rifled rifle developed by scientific elites can be regarded as a regular rifle. However, although it is loaded with a breech, the shell will not automatically pop out after the shoot. You have to pick up the copper shell with a sharp iron stick, come out, and then reload the bullets. But it is also a big breakthrough. Yi Daishan tried a few shots, and Dan Junki played ping-pong happily. The revolver is the revolver of later generations, but it is a bit bigger, but it can be successfully developed, which is another breakthrough. What made Yi Daishan most happy was the success of the research on the flowering bomb. The principle of shooting he proposed made the Empire's scientific research elites startled, and after several hard work, the research was finally successful. Test the cannon and get out of the city. The soldiers of the royal guards Dang and Dang the guard emperor went outside the city. The scientific research elites set up the cannon to test the fire, and the shells exploded in the snow. Blow up snowflakes all over the sky. The Empire's scientific research elites also produced burst guns, but they were not a concept at all with the machine guns in Yi Daishanzi's mind. The so-called continuous firing gun is combined with several barrels, covered by a special iron barrel, supported by two large iron wheels, hand-cranked, and fired continuously under the impact of the firing pin, and the bullets are shot one by one. Fill the barrel of the gun. After one big barrel is fired, you have to step up and install another spare big barrel on the shelf to be able to fire. The fire speed is not too slow, but the power cannot be compared with a real machine gun. It seems that the elites of the Empire seem to have gone into a misunderstanding on the principle of development opportunities. However, they can be regarded as machine guns. They are fired continuously at any rate, but they are large and bulky. Yi Daishanzi now proposed an improvement by removing the big wheels and replacing them with tripods. In this way, it is much lighter and soldiers can march on their shoulders without having to use people or horses to drag heavy machine guns. But no matter what, this whole machine gun is still very heavy, and it has to be carried by a large soldier. Moreover, each gun must be equipped with at least two large barrels, which are loaded with bullets in turn. At least 3 soldiers, when marching, 2 are carrying heavy barrels, and 1 has to carry a tripod. Something is better than nothing. Tanzi still ordered mass production and deployment of troops, but he had to produce rifles and howitzers in large quantities first, and revolver pistols at the same time, and finally the so-called continuous firing guns. With today's technology, it is difficult to mass produce. Hydraulic machine tools are just one difficulty. You can count as much as you can produce. Yi Daishanzi put forward the theory of hydraulic pressure for the Empire's scientific research elites to study, and at the same time continue to develop the guns that have been invented, mainly to solve the problem of automatic ejection of the cartridge case, and real machine guns, which are related to powerful springs. The scientific elites obviously neglected this important issue. That night, the Emperor Yi Daishan hosted a banquet in the palace, inviting all the imperial scientific research elites to attend, and awards at the banquet. Many scientific research elites who have contributed a lot have been promoted, and there is a big reward of 10,000 tals of silver tickets, and other assistance. The personnel also received different degrees of rewards, which greatly stimulated the research and development enthusiasm of the scientific research elites. In the following days, in addition to presiding over the government, Yi Daishan continued to live his life as a dignified emperor. The skilled craftsmen of the empire were busy producing guns and bullets in the arsenal. At the beginning of March of the Chinese Empire, Mu Chunfing's first army group was the first to be equipped with 3,000 rifles, 100 howitzers, and 50 continuous firing guns. This thing has no magazines, which is equivalent to producing 100 big guns. Half of the barrel is used as a backup rotation reload. 3,000 snipers from various units are also given priority to be equipped. A lot of revolver guns have been produced. The Emperor Yi has kept 2 of them, and Tan Kuki also took 2 guns. The sisters of Xiangfing's family also have 1. The little 5 sons and 6 sons. The 8 dragon and tiger guards, and the inner palace. The guards are all equipped. Yi Daishanzi first equipped the tiger and leopard cavalry of Fox Xiaoyan with revolver. The appearance of the musket made the cavalry lose the terrifying power of the battle, but with the backward guns, the cavalry is still an important existence. The cavalry concept in Yi Daishanzi's mind is a battlefield uniform, a light but extremely tough and sharp saber, a long and short spear. When the cavalry charges, they can use a long spear to shoot first, and then use a short spear to shoot when they approach. Attack, and then use a saber to slash after being close to the body, is also an important assault force to break through the enemy's line of defense. Of course, after the Empire's army is equipped with shooting long-range rifles, the segmental shooting is no longer applicable. It will take the trench-based positional warfare, artillery group attack, and long-range bombardment shooting as new operations. Theory: the attack on the 3 Japanese pirate cities in Korea is about to start. It is too late to mobilize officers at all levels to train in batches. They can only write these brand new combat theories in books, publish them in a book, and distribute them to all units. Must learn to dig trenches. Soldiers had to be equipped with engineering shovel. According to Yi Daishanzi's design, the Empire's major arsenals designed multifunctional engineering shovel that can be digged, used as steel knives, and used as iron saws. In early April, Mu Chunfing's first army group, as the main attacking army, took the lead in launching an attack on Jian City. 100 howitzers were laid out in the city of Jian. After the azimuth coordinates were calibrated, with the command of the officer, the howitzers roared, and the rumble of cannons was earth-shattering. The howling shells smashed down the city wall, blasting the solid blue stone slabs into large pits, and the broken stone shrapnel fired, causing many Japanese soldiers to die or be injured. For the first time, these Japanese pirate soldiers regained the horrific power of hollow explosions and shrapnel destruction. The Japanese pirate soldiers guarding the city were killed and injured by the spurred shrapnel, and each one shivered. Chapter 510. The first emperor of the ages before the formation, Mu Chunfing, the commander of the group army, watched with his clairvoyance. He grinned with joy when he saw the power of the newly equipped howitzer. Beside him, all the middle and high-ranking officers of the First Army Group were also watching with monoculars and thousands of miles away. They all grinned with joy and smirked. The First Army Group is equipped with new howitzers, new rifles and continuous firing guns. Gong Tangfing and Zheng Zixia's second and third army groups are not equipped for the time being. They have a heavy responsibility and cannot come to watch in person. They specially sent some high-level military officers. Look at the power of the new howitzer. Watching the new style howitzer roar, bursting into fire, and flying off the city walls of Jian. The senior officers of the 2nd and 3rd Army Group who visited before the formation hissed and sucked in the air conditioning, and their eyes were fascinated. This thing is really him. Damn it, when will our 2nd and 3rd Army Group be equipped? In the evening of the same day, the 1st Army Group captured Jin City at the cost of 2,600 casualties. The main reason was that the Japanese pirates were not weak in combat and the resistance was very tenacious. When the army broke through the outer city, the casualties were not large, but the casualties were in the street fighting inside the city. Not small, Even 5 medical soldiers were sacrificed. When these 5 medical soldiers were seeking treatment for the wounded Japanese pirate soldiers, they were suddenly stabbed into the chest with a knife and died of serious injuries. Because of this phenomenon, the officers who led the attack were furious, and the soldiers were ordered to leave no prisoners and kill them all. In this battle, all the 30,000 Japanese soldiers in Jian were killed, and none of them survived. Regarding this matter, Mu Chunfeng, the commander of the group army, just laughed and encouraged the morale of the soldiers to fight for the glory of the empire. On the evening of April 10th, Mu Chunfeng led the first army group to conquer the last 2 Japanese pirate cities occupied by Koreans, and drove the fleeing Japanese pirate soldiers into the sea. If it weren't for the bulky howitzer, the soft beach, and the inconvenience to carry, he really wanted to set up a howitzer on the beach to respond to the Japanese pirates for a round of bombardment. The good news reached the imperial capital, and the Emperor Yi Daishan heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he has all occupied the inland, he can devote all his energy and resources to dealing with the rampant Japanese pirates. As long as the coastal cities are well guarded, the Japanese pirates can be blocked. At the seaside, Danzi immediately issued an order to commend the soldiers who did meritorious service, and at the same time ordered Gong Tangfeng to lead the second army group to set up a line of defense along the coast of Korea to prevent Japanese pirates from landing and attacking. Mu Chunfeng's first army group is stationed in South Korea, one island to rest and reorganize, and the other is to deter local Koreans. Some Koreans do not give up and wish to rejuvenate the Korean Empire. Occasionally, 1 or 2 uprisings will occur, and they will be taken by the First Army. Group Iron and Blood Suppression. Zheng Zixia led the Third Army Group to move to the western regions and build a big city there by the way. Firstly, merchants who guarded the empire went back and forth on the Silk Road to prevent sudden attacks by the Principality of the Western Continent, and secondly, it served as a forward supply station for the army to conquer the Western Continent. At the same time, he intensified his infiltration reconnaissance on the Western Continent. Some oases along the Silk Road began to send additional troops to dig wells as much as possible to find water sources. In the desert, water is more precious than gold. Then, the Emperor Yi Daishan made a decrement to slow down the production of rifles and fully produce howitzers. The Jinghai Imperial Naval Shipbuilding Workshop was also called to stop the production of the 5-toothed giant ship. First, fully produce the cannons, and put all the old artillery on the fortress and the artillery of the warships. Replace. Because the steam engine has not been created yet, the reason of power determines that it is impossible to build an armored battleship at present, and the modern turret on the battleship naturally does not need to be considered. However, all the artillery on both sides of the 5-toothed giant ship's cabin had to be replaced, and there was no need to install so many door guns. The ship's thunder cannons had to be replaced to increase the attack power of the front and stern of the battleship. It can directly attack the enemy ship without turning around, and can attack the enemy laterally, which meets the requirements of modern naval warships. Large warships have also replaced artillery, while medium warships are not within the scope of consideration, and will withdraw from the battle sequence and transform into a logistics transport fleet. At the order of the Emperor, all the arsenals produced all the howitzers and shipped them to Jinghai continuously. In only 10 days, all the turrets of the Imperial Navy's fortresses were replaced with new artillery, and even Jinghai City was equipped with new artillery. Next, the Navy's battleships began to replace the new artillery. After the replacement, each warship began to fire the power of the new artillery in the offshore waters. The power of the grenades was amazing. The sailors cheered, and they would wait to go to war with the Japanese pirates and let the Japanese pirates repay the power of the new artillery. Now, the Emperor Yi Daishan is not in a hurry to ask the Japanese pirates to go to war. First, set up the second main fleet of the Imperial Navy. Anyway, as long as all the cities along the coast are guarded, the Japanese pirates will be sealed off in the open sea. Yi Daishanzi further ordered that any business dealings with Japanese pirate merchants were strictly forbidden, and those who discovered it were treated as if they were collaborating with the enemy. The Japanese pirates are scarce in resources, and grain iron ore is their fatal weakness. The empire cut off the Japanese pirates' grain and iron ore supply, and life must be very sad. Now, the Emperor Yi Daishan can say that all the pressure has been almost removed, and people have become extremely relaxed. The civil and military officials in the upper dynasty are even singing praises. The emperor is the eternal emperor who unified the mainland. Yi Daishanzi is a bit lighter and more ridiculous and evil at the same time. Although it is not ridiculous and evil enough to open up the conference, but the ridiculousness in the Palace of Ecstasy, even the historian responsible for writing the royal secret history is as big as a fight. How to write Royal Secret History records. On May 7th, 12th of the Chinese Empire, the great emperor and his concubines played mahjong for entertainment in the Palace of Ecstasy. On May 9th, His Majesty the Great Emperor had a long conversation with Princess Elizabeth in the Imperial Study Room. In the middle of May of the Chinese Empire, a paper feather book spread across the 3 mountains and 5 sacred mountains in the northern part of the empire. Elite masters from various sects and gangs in the northern part made their way to the city of Lishui in the south of the Yangtze River in droves. In mid-June, the Jiangnan Greenwood League Leaders Conference was held on the summit of Xiu Mountain as scheduled. All sects and gangs in Jiangbai received the leader's order to go to Xiu Mountain to cheer. No one of these sect gangs dare to refuse to go. Even if there is something important, they have to send their son or the leader of the second person in the gang to wave the flag and cheer for the leader of Yi Da League. Yi Daishanzi didn't have the time and energy to take care of the affairs of the world, but just handed over the leader token to Hu Yaozong, who was in charge of the Black Guard in the place of Feng Fu. The strength demonstrated by the leader Yi Da has already shocked the various factions in Jiangbai. Although the Jianghu sect gangs in the north have occasional disputes about the site and other reasons, no one dared to use the knife and was quite bickering. The only thing that can't be solved is to ask the leader. Your lord solves it. According to Yi Daishanzi's words, the rivers and lakes in the northern part of the empire can also be regarded as river crabs. This phenomenon is also quite satisfying. At least, these rivers and lakes are safe and not disturbing the people. On June 5th, Emperor Yi Daishan took sick leave for himself, sneaked out of the palace, and led the masses to the city of Lishui. Chapter 511, Overbearing. This time I went to Lishui, but Yi Daishan brought the 300 inner palace guards, the dignified leader of the Jiangbai Green Forest. Of course, he had to have a large group of younger brothers, which is called awe-inspiring. When it's time to make a public announcement, the Emperor Yi Dai still wants to make a public announcement. This time the Jiangnan League Masters Conference is to seize the position of the League leader in a glorious manner. The South and North League leaders are all together, and naturally they are powerful and famous, and they should be able to weaken the profound door. The influence in the arena. It was still the original team who went to Weiqing, Jiangbai last time, but the number of guards in the inner palace had increased tenfold. Moreover, the guards all carried 2 revolver pistols, and half of them carried thunder. As for it is unknown how many black-clothed escorts were secretly following. It's summer now, the sun is shining, the mountains are clear and the water is beautiful, and the flowers are blooming. I walk slowly all the way and enjoy the scenery along the way. On the way to Lishui, people from the rivers and lakes with their arms on their backs can be seen walking in groups, and there are also people riding high-headed horses rushing along. There were as many as 300 people in Yi Daishanzi's party, and there were disciples from various schools in Jiangbai joining along the way. The number of people grew more and more, which can be described as a huge momentum, and naturally attracted the attention of Jiangnan martial arts people. All the way to the store and accommodation, Yi Daishanzi's private house has a lot of money, and he generously covered all the expenses of the disciples under the alliance. The good wine and good food entertained the disciples of the gangs in Jiangbai more and more admiration. The Lord, his old man, is really bold. Yes, you can't help being flattered for a while. At noon on this day, he went to the outside of Nanyang County. Emperor Yi Daishan had a rest and dine in a hotel outside the city. The so-called hotel is just a large shed at the edge of the woods to block the sun and rain forest, and 7 or 8 tables and chairs have become a simple hotel. This is the only way to Lishui. There are a lot of businessmen and tourists resting in the hotel. In addition, there are many martial artists from all over the country. The business of the small hotels is extremely hot, the guests are full, and many people are squatting in the shade with their ice bowls. Next, steak rice. Yi Daishanzi is not a domineering person. He didn't let the guards rush to grab a seat. He asked the guards to park the carriage that Leaf and other women were riding on the edge of the woods. The guards scattered around and guarded several imperial concubines. In the middle, more guards enter the forest to search for alert, in case of accidents. In fact, everyone has dry food, and it is meaningless to eat or not, but the Emperor Yi has been used to the life of Yu Jun. The dry food is really hard to swallow, and moreover, letting the concubine eat dry food is not justified. There are too many guests to rest, and the cook of the small hotel is very busy. Anyway, he is not in a hurry. Yi Daishan patiently waited for the cook to cook. Except for Dan Junki, who could not sit still, Leaf and other women stayed in the carriage to talk and chat to pass the time. Concubine Tan is also a top beauty at the allure level. She also puts up a bun that symbolizes female, and has a somewhat more charming and mature charm. For a while, she attracted the attention of nearby rest or dining travelers, and marveled at her beauty. Yan. After waiting for 2 sticks of incense, it was finally the emperor's turn to order the food. The cook was busy cooking, and a few civilian guards in the palace waited aside. "Get out of the way, don't block the way of the uncle." A group of people from the rivers and lakes galloped up on high-headed horses, raising clouds of dust and smoke. Although travelers who were resting or eating nearby were dissatisfied, no one dared to speak up when they saw that there were so many family members who were stirred-looking, and also brought murderers. This group of people was extremely domineering, tied the horses to the shade of the tree, swayed into the hay loft, put the murderer Cyan guy on the wooden table, and yelled, "Fuck you who are full, don't occupy the pit and don't shit." The guests in the straw shed were so scared that they quickly put down their dishes and hurriedly checked out and left. The whole shed was occupied by the group. The guards of the inner palace who stood by the shed waiting for the cook to cook frowned, but the emperor didn't say anything, and they didn't even see it. The cook fries a plate of bitter gourd mixed with beef, and a guard stretches out his hand to serve a dish. Unexpectedly, a sturdy man bumps into the guard. The guard is stunned and his face is blue with anger. "Bitter melon mixed with beef, uncle, I like it the most." The sturdy man stretched out his hand to serve the dish. A guard snorted coldly, bending his 5 fingers into a hook, and grabbed the man's wrist. The big man made a soft sound, flipped his wrist, folded his palm into his palm, and slashed at the guard's arm. Small bugs dared to show their ugliness. The guard snorted coldly, his arms swelled suddenly, and slapped the big man's abdomen with a palm, slapped him with a muffled sound, and then sat down on the dirty muddy ground. Through arm fist, "Your Excellency." But Liu Yanqing with thigh arm fist. In the straw shed, a young scholar wearing white clothes saw it earnestly and quickly stood up and fisted. The Thonim fist Liu Yanqing, but the young Junyan who is quite famous in the Jiangnan area, the 64-way pass-back fist moves Jiangnan, and the top 10 young masters of the Jiangnan generation rank 9th. The guard envoy was indeed a throw-through fist, but it was not Liu Yanqing, but Liu Yanqing's uncle Li Penghu. His cultivation was much better than Liu Yanqing, and he was currently the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Inner Palace Guards Corps. Li Peng looked at the white-clothed scholar indifferently, and asked the guard to pick up the dishes for the emperor. The white-clothed Xushi showed an uncomfortable expression color, snorted and sat down. His companion was beaten by Liu Yanqing. Someone would come out. He is also one of the top 10 masters of the young generation in Jiangnan, ranked 5th, and currently does not want to be with Liu Yanqing. There was a head conflict. "Hey, It's great to rank 9th. Others are afraid of you. I am not afraid of you. I am not afraid of you. A sturdy man stood up, reported his name, and walked up to Li Penghu in a carefree manner. He is also Jiangnan, one of the top 10 masters of the younger generation, ranking 3rd. Naturally does not put Liu Yanxing in his eyes. Princess Dan was standing next to Yi Daishanzi and talking to relieve her boredom. At the sight of the excitement, she immediately squeezed over. Yi Daishanzi was worried that she would be mad, and hurriedly followed, guarding the little 5, little 6 and 8 dragons and tigers by her side. The guard also hurriedly followed. Those disciples from various sects and gangs in Jiangbai also squeezed over, and there were more than 200 people at once. What do you want to do? Tai Wanshan's expression changed slightly. The other party was crowded and powerful, and there was a master like Liu Yanxing, who would really have a conflict, but he would suffer. The gold folding fan in Yi Daishan's hand spread out with a scream, and said freely, "This young man is the leader of the Jiangbai Green Forest. If you know him, he should apologize quickly. Otherwise, he won't recognize you if he hits you. These guys are too arrogant and unpleasant, so they should be taught how to behave." The face of Tai Mianshan and others changed again. The leader of the Jiangbai Greenwood League has a big background. They are all people from the rivers and lakes. Naturally, they have heard of the Jiangbai Greenwood League Leaders Conference. There are many versions of the Jiangbai Greenwood Conference. The leader of Yida's description was very evil, but most of the Jianghu figures in the south of the Yangtze River didn't take it seriously and thought it was an exaggeration. The reason why Haifeng's High and Iron Sword Gang were wiped out by the official army was that it must have offended a certain big figure of the official family and brought the disaster of extinction. According to legend, it cannot be true. Chapter 512 I want to raise my sword and stand up. Leader Yi, I misunderstood. I was waiting to help the old man Guan Yu Feiguan. If there is something offended, I hope that the Lord of the Leaf League Heihan don't bite the bullet and show up, holding out the sign of Mr. Guan Yu Fei, a great master of martial arts, stunned the country with the name of the 36 Road Steel, and rarely met his opponents. He was the most popular candidate for the leader of the Jiangnan Green Forest this time. He carried his old man's signboard, which was enough to shock the rivers and lakes. The faces of the gangs and clubs in the north have changed drastically. Old man Guan's name is too loud. The 10 Haifeng's high masters can't be compared together. Offending Mr. Guan, the future will be difficult. They can't help but face fear. Yi Daishan shook the folding fan lightly and said freely, "This lord doesn't care if you turn off the lord. The Emperor Lao Tzu must say a word of reason." This lord said one last time, "Apologize." The white-clothed Xusi and his partner's faces changed slightly. How arrogant is the leader of the Northland Green Forest. Many people are even more angry. She can be killed and cannot be humiliated. They will never succumb to this life. Although they are few, they are all masters. What's more, the top 10 masters of the younger generation. They are just occupy 3, and the ranking is very high. If you really want to fight, you may not necessarily lose. Leader Yi, I will apologize to you on behalf of my friend. After the white-clothed Xushi's face changed a lot, he took a deep breath, bowed and apologized in person. Among the group of martial arts friends who came to Li Shui, he was not only good at martial arts, but also known for his wisdom. Everyone obeyed his arrangements. Yi Daishan received the ceremony greatly, but he was a little disappointed in his heart. He wanted to use the white-clothed Xushi as a stepping stone to raise his sword and stand his power. Who would think that this guy's sincere mansion is extremely deep, and this bad breath can be endured? Next, don't underestimate it. The white-clothed Xusi gang left with resentment. Yi Daishanzi and the others continued to dine, and the martial gangs in the north were anxious. If Mr. Guan embarrassed them, would the lord of the leader come forward for them? The closer you get to Li Shui, the more friends you will encounter, and you can see squads and quick arrests everywhere. The governor of Lishui has to do his best to take precautions. There are 3 security battalions outside the city. Yi Daishanzi participated in the Jiangnan Greenwood League Leaders Conference this time, but he made enough preparations, with a large number of tents. No need to enter the city investment store to stay, but if you want to eat hot meals, you have to enter the city. Yi Daishan asked people to set up a tent on the open space outside the city, and then sent people into the city to buy iron pots, meat and vegetables. He planned to have a drink with friends from Jianghu in the north in the camp. As soon as the tent was built, officers and soldiers came over aggressively. The guard showed the black-clothed guard's badge. When entering the city, there were also officers and soldiers who strictly checked. No one was allowed to bring weapons into the city. The black-clothed guards who entered the city did not bring swords, but there is a revolver hidden in the armed belt under the armpit, showing the iron badge of the black guard's identity, unimpeded. Princess Tan is a person who can't stand loneliness. Anyway, there is still a while before the evening. She pulls Feng Nishang into the city to go shopping. If she stays in the camp honestly, she will be suffocated alive. Tan Ziyi ordered the 6 children, 4 of the 8 dragon and tiger guards, and 20 in the palace guards to accompany and protect. This posture can be a bit scary, but there is no way for Yi Daishan, who made the Princess Tan be born. It's just a troublemaker. Tan Junqi and Feng Nishang no longer disguised themselves as men during this trip. Feng Nishang wore water blue color clothes, dignified and charming, but Tan Junqi was a red color tight-fitting clothes, showing her beautiful curvy figure, charming, with a bit of heroism. Such a stunning beauty, and the appearance of a pair at once, naturally attracted the people in Lishui city to stop and watch, marveling at the beauty of their beauty. The dozen or so guards who were ordered to enter the city to purchase according to the list, purchased a large cart full of dong-dong, and were driving the bullock cart out of the city. The pedestrians on the street were constantly flowing, and it seemed very lively. A dozen guards were driving the bullock cart towards the southern city gate. At the sound of the guard's machine spring, a guard screamed and fell. On his chest, impressively inserted a nail the size of a chopstick. Someone attacked in the street, and the whole street suddenly became chaotic, and there were screaming and frightened pedestrians everywhere. Even if it was discovered who was committing the attack, it would be difficult to chase after this kind of chaos. The guard was seriously injured, and the ensign who led the team decisively took the person to a nearby hospital for emergency treatment. Several cattle filled with raw meat and vegetables were taken out of the city to report the matter to the emperor. The city was full of government officials wandering around, and a tolerance came to inquire at once. The guard showed the identity badge of the black guard, and these tolerances hurriedly retired in fright. After hearing the report from the guardian, Yi Daishan's face was so gloomy and terrifying, and a gloomy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This incident was probably a retaliatory act taken by the gang of Xushi in white clothes. Regardless of whether they did it or not, the gang of Xushi in white is dead, and he wants to use it as a stepping stone to raise his sword. Even if the Jianghu people in Jiangbai used a knife to kill, they would not dare to do it in the city so grandiosely. The Jianghu warriors in Jiangnan are crazy enough. It is time to rectify and rectify. While the disciples of the Jiangbai sect gang were busy killing chickens, slaughtering sheep and cooking, Emperor Yi Daishan quietly entered the military camp of the security camp outside the city and ordered a general S to come back. Afterwards, Xiao Wuzi entered the city holding the golden color waist badge of the Black Guard that Yi Daishan's unique Black Guard, entered the Black Guard branch office, then looked for Feng Nishang and others, and returned to the camp. The guard who was assassinated was so badly injured that he died of anger before being carried to the hospital. All guards looked sad and angry. The Emperor Yi Daishan ordered people to be buried quietly. This matter was suppressed and kept silent. They are now in the light, and the white-clothed Xusi are in the dark. However, the mantis is hunting cicadas, the oriole is behind, and there are a large number of black-clothed secret spies surveilling in secret. I believe that if the white-clothed Xusi gang starts again, they will leak their whereabouts and be caught by the black-clothed secret spy. The gang of warriors from Jiangbai didn't know that there had been assassinations in the city. They drank big bowls and ate big pieces of meat, so it was so lively. Yi Deshanzi was a little upset and ate very little. Leaf, who was attending the side, whispered, "Why don't the slaves go for a walk?" Yi Deshanzi shook his head. The net of heaven and earth had been laid. He didn't want Leaf to take risks. Although her martial arts were enchanting, she was easy to hide with spears and hard to guard against secret arrows. Li Fei's heart is sweet. How can she not understand the emperor's thoughts? That night, everyone was staying in the camp, and when they were sleeping in the bewilderment, the sound of golden clanging and screaming from the impact of the iron made everyone stunned. Someone wanted to set fire to the camp in the middle of the night. The behavior was really vicious. However, the 6 murderers were killed and 4 wounded, and the guard was being interrogated by torture. After such a big disturbance, not far away is the barracks of the local security camp, but no soldiers came to intervene and scold them. It seems that it is a mentality that more is worse than less. Chapter 513. Under the torture of the Black Guard. You have to confess if you are an ironclad steel. These people are not the gang of white-clothed Xusi, but they are their friends. It's normal for people from the rivers and lakes to stab a knife for their friends. They stabbed a guard in the street and wanted to set fire to the camp in the middle of the night. But they were caught with. These people are all cannon fodder, and the white-clothed Xusi is quite insidious, making Yi Deshanzi more and more inspiring to eradicate. In the second half of the night, nothing happened. After dawn, the city gate of Lishui was opened, and a group of government officials gushed out of the city. Yi Deshanzi handed over the 4 gangsters and 2 corpses who had been captured alive by hands to the government officials. Already disguised, the white-clothed scholars and others hiding in the dark cursed Yi Deshanzi with gritted teeth. This servant did not follow the rules of the world at all, and it was really abominable to hand people over to the government. The white-clothed scholar and others discussed in a low voice. Someone tried to sneak into the prison to save people, but was rejected by the white-clothed scholar. Today, the city is heavily guarded, and the officials are arresting in groups. If there is a disturbance, they will find it, and there are even more outside the city. The army. Any change is very likely to cause a fatal disaster. His meaning is very clear, that is, his companions in jail cannot be saved. His viciousness caused many people to feel chills. They were all brothers who had been in love with each other. However, it is right to think about it. At this time, going to jail to save people is simply suicide. But if you leave it alone, in this heart, I felt sad again. At this moment, the Emperor Yi Da was walking around the street with a few concubines. The leader meeting will officially start tomorrow, and today can be a good day of fun. There are more and more martial artists in the city, and all the inns are full. Those martial artists have to stay in the countryside outside the city or inns in neighboring counties. Some simply lie down in the woods. The ground is the bed and the sky is the blanket. Xuexiantang is a remote restaurant on East Street of Lishui City. The decoration is extremely simple, even old and dilapidated, but the business is extremely hot. And it is also the largest restaurant in Lishui City. The people who come here to drink are all Jiang-Uwu friends and the poor in the vicinity. They drank the inferior water and wine that seeped water, speaking vulgarly, and swearing was commonplace. Because all the friends from Jiang-Uwu in the past loved to drink here, over time, Xuexiantang has also become an important place for sources of Jianghu Dao. Today, Xuexiantang is still full of guests, but there are some tolerances in the Mudai Elo uniforms, and the drinkers are somewhat restrained. These officials came here from time to time with various excuses to beat the autumn breeze and eat free meals. The shop owner was also used to it. Fortunately, these officials were not too excessive, so he endured it. These officials obviously drank too much. and their tongues were a little curled when they spoke. Everyone pricked up their ears and learned that they had caught a few Jiangyang thieves the day before yesterday. Many alcoholics here disagree. There are too many such things. It is inherently risky to ask for a living. If you are caught by officials, you will naturally lose your head. Several diners at one of the tables looked gloomy and hurriedly checked out. At night, people who had been tired for a day had already fallen asleep. 7 dark shadows climbed over the walls of the county prison and touched towards the prison. The 7 masked men were wondering why they didn't see the jailer guarding them. Suddenly, many torches lit up around them, shining the county government prison as bright as day, and the light pierced them so that they couldn't even open their eyes. When their eyes adjust, their faces are ashamed. The surroundings were crowded with officers and soldiers, and the black hole's muzzle was aiming at them. Even if they had wings, they couldn't fly out. This official has long been waiting for you. He. Lishui City Governor Tang Qingwen appeared from the shadows with a triumphant expression on his face. The 7 masked men desperately put down their weapons and tied their hands together. The black guards were interrogated overnight. Under the heavy torture, no one could afford them. All the scandals committed by the ancestors of the motherland were brought out. These 7 people are Xushi in white clothes and a group of others. Because they had fateful friendships with the arrested ones, they heard that their friends will be executed tomorrow, and they sneaked into the county jail overnight, wanting to rob prisoners and save people. Who wants the official government to go down and wait? Did they stupidly drill into the net? These 7 people from the rivers and lakes, plus the 4 comrades who were arrested before, have all been broken their hands and hamstrings. They only waited for the summit of Xiu Mountain to be beheaded to show the public. This is a challenge to the laws of the empire and the majestic end. The confessions of these people were delivered overnight to Yi Shanzi. They all confessed honestly, even confessing the hiding place of the white-clothed Xushi and others. But Yi Shanzi did not order the arrest and temporarily release them. Early the next morning, Yi Shanzi and the others had their breakfast. So they set off camp and headed to Xiu Mountain. On the mountain path, there are hordes of martial artists from the Jianghu, among which the North Di Jianghu martial artists headed by Yi Shanzi are the most, with as many as 700 people, and the momentum is terrifying. Near the top of Xiu Mountain, there is a natural lawn, which can hold as many as 500 or 600 people. However, there are many martial artists participating in the League Masters Conference. Nearly 300 people have gathered on the lawn. Fortunately, the people who preside over the conference are quite dedicated and well divided. The place, one of which is far away from the martial arts field, there are no trees to block the sun's rays, and the open space near the intersection is reserved for friends from the north. Yi Daishan did his part and took up the empty space. However, there were too many people to squeeze in. The 200 guards rested under the shade of the trees on both sides of the mountain road. The guards were busy building tents. The emperor's tent was naturally placed in the front, and 3 other tents were guarded by the character font. In the end, only a little place was left for friends from the rivers and lakes in the north. These Jianghu men chopped 4 branches with their swords, half buried in the ground, tore a tent open, and tied the 4 corners to the top of the wooden piles, which was ventilated and able to block the sun's rays. The gang master sect master level naturally sits in the front, and later the people with highest status, and then the gang masters. The person with the highest voice to win this tournament is Guan Ruofei. He is the Iron Palm gang leader. He is like a cloud to help middle and high players. And there are many masters who come to help boxing. His momentum is not weaker than Yi Shanzi, the Northern Green Forest leader. Guan Ruofei's Iron Palm gang and his supporters set up a big thatched hut under the mountain wall, and everyone sat on it, quite condescending, and the king's aura that scorned the rivers and lakes. In the center of the venue is a stage for martial arts competitions, and there is a fence on the left side of the stage. Several famous lakes and lakes responsible for justice sit inside the fence. Seeing Master Xuanku sitting on the justice seat with his eyes closed, The Emperor Yi Dai was startled. This old monk also came to join in the fun. Yi Dai Shanzi didn't want to be unintentionally revealed by Master Xuanku, so he ordered the guard to come over and invite Master Xuanku to come and meet. Master Xuanku wore a grey and black color monk robe, and walked down the competition stage with a Zen stick in his hand. He followed the guard and walked into the tent. He couldn't help being stunned when he saw Yi Dai Shanzi and Leaf sitting in the middle of the tent. Up. Chapter 514 Kill him for me. The Emperor Yi Dai laughed and said, "Master, don't come here unharmed." Yi Mu is now the leader of the Northland Green Forest. Amitabha, Lao Jian has seen the leader of Yi League, Madam Yi. Master Xuanku put his palms together. He understood the meaning of the Emperor Yi Dai, and was not allowed to reveal his identity. He didn't expect that the Emperor would actually come to participate in the leader meeting of Jiangnan Greenwood, or participate as the leader of the Northland. The name of the leader of the Jiangnan Greenwood naturally fell into the hands of the Emperor. Did the Emperor take the North and South Green Forest leader into his bag because he was bored? Or is there any purpose? Seeing Leaf present, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Leaf politely returned the courtesy. She still respects this Taoist monk. With the martial arts cultivation and reputation of Master Xuanku, she could have started a school and formed her own school, but she is willing to be a Xuanman Salmon protector. The master is responsible for presiding over the leaders' meeting. There must be a lot of things to do, so I won't disturb the master. Yi Dai Shanzi said politely, but in fact gave an order to chase off guests. Master Xuanku put his palms together, bowed, exited the tent, and returned to his seat to meditate with his eyes closed. At this time, all the martial artists who came to participate in or watch the League Leaders Conference came one after another, and the entire lawn was full. Liu Taijun, a famous Jiangnan resident who was in charge of presiding over one of the Leaders Conference, stood up, and after speaking about the rules, announced the official start of the Leaders Conference. Most of the players who started playing were well-known players in the arena, and the real masters were not in a hurry to play. This time, Yi Dai Shanzi was not in a hurry to take the position of the leader, but rather patiently watched those little characters fight. An hour after Yomo, a guard came in to report that the way down the mountain was blocked and he could not communicate with the outside world. Yi Dai Shanzi raised his sword eyebrows. This situation was a bit like the League Leaders Conference in the Northland. It seemed that Guan Ruofei was also a very ambitious old guy, and he did not hesitate to kill him for the position of the leader. If you can't go down the mountain, you can't go down the mountain. Anyway, he has already arranged it before. As soon as the leader assembly begins, the Lishui security group and the nearby garrison will immediately surround the entire Xiu mountain, and they are not allowed to let go. If there are rebels, they will be killed. This time he brought 300 guards. All he needs to do is to guard the crossing on the lawn. People on the mountain can't get down, nor can those who ambush halfway up the mountain. When the time comes, the army under the mountain will be killed, and none of them can run away. Yi Dai Shanzi quietly gave orders, and the 200 guards who stayed in the shade of the mountain road began to cut down trees with swords and build simple fortifications to prepare for battle. Not long after, 2 sturdy men came up the mountain road and frowned when they saw the 200 guards busy on both sides of the mountain road. As soon as the two approached, the guard immediately surrendered with a revolver against his head. Before the big punishment was used, the 2 big men obediently confessed that they were members of the Iron Palm Gang. They were ordered by the helper to set up an ambush in a dangerous place halfway up the mountain. Anyone who wanted to go up or down the mountain was shot and killed. After the arrangement was completed, the 2 were ordered to go up the mountain and report to the gang leader Guan Ruofei. But they were caught by the guard. Revolver. This new type of gadget has just been equipped with the army, and only officers have the right to wear it. Wu Heniai, the head catcher in Lishui City, War won and killed a Jiang Yang thief who was resisting arrest because of a crime. The two happened to pass by. To the terrifying power of revolvers. These two big guys are just errands. They don't know much. Yi Daishan guessed that Guan Yuofei might still have an ambush on the top of Xiu Mountain, and the weapon might be a strong bow. Leaf whispered, "The Emperor, do you want the concubines to clear those people halfway up the mountain?" Yi Daishanzi shook his head quickly. Even if Leaf's martial arts cultivation base was buggy, he still didn't want her to take risks. Besides, 200 shotguns, plus the thunder of the sky, were enough to block the rugged and difficult ones. Mountain Road, why let Afei take this risk? Leaf chuckled. Is the Emperor worried that his concubine may be wrong? Yi Daishanzi held her soft and white hand, grinned and said, "You are missing a hair, I am so distressed, hee hee." Leaf gave him a fascinating eye, and said with a chuckle, "The Emperor treats his concubine so well, and that concubine must serve the Emperor well tonight." Yi Daishan raised his head to look at the sky, and sighed, "It's not nearly noon, it's really long." When the two were flirting, there was finally a top-notch master on the competition stage, and they blasted those masters off the competition stage in 2 or 3 times. Above the first-class masters, there are super first-class masters, and above it is the Grandmaster level masters. Generally, they are already top level when they reach the level of the master, but there are a very small number of enchanting level masters, like the dead master Suzalun in Aoki. Leaf and Yan belong to this level, almost invincible in the world. First-class masters fight, still nothing to watch. Yi Daishan drank fragrant tea, and talked with Zif to relieve boredom. Inside the big tent, only Princess Dan looked with gusto, with a look of eagerness. She stretched out her middle and index fingers from time to time, pointed at the person who was fighting on the martial arts stage, and yelled too loudly. Sound. Yi Daishanzi and Leaf smiled bitterly at each other, really wanting Daifizzy Tan to play. If they can't beat the opponent with martial arts, they will definitely take out a double gun ping pong pong. Tan Junki said suddenly, "The Emperor, that nasty white-clothed showman is on the court, or else, the concubine will go up and kill him." Yi Daishanzi turned his head and looked at the martial arts stage. The white-clothed scholar Wu Wenzhong really came on stage. The weapon of this man was a 7-foot soft sword. He fought fiercely with his opponent for nearly 50 strokes, and a sword pierced the opponent's throat. Although the match point is up to the end, the two sides are red-eyed and desperately trying to defeat their opponents. It is inevitable that they will not be able to hold back their hands with all their strength, and there will inevitably be deaths and injuries. A companion of the deceased took the corpse off the stage, and Wu Wenzhong, a white-clothed expert, stood proudly on the stage, waiting for a new challenge to his opponent. Yi Daishan looked at Xiao Luzi, and said in a deep voice, "I don't like this person, so kill him for me." Xiao Luzi bowed to take his orders and strode out of the tent. However, someone rushed to the stage and jumped up and down to the competition stage. Xiao Luzi could only stand under the stage and wait. The challenger is Li Pengji's nephew, Liu Yunqing, ranked 9th among the top 10 masters of the young generation in Jiangnan. His weapon is a pair of spiked gloves, 1 inch long and 1 inch strong, and 1 inch short is dangerous. Liu Yunqing is good at close combat. The two sides held their fists in accordance with the rules of the arena, and then opened the frame, and started playing ping-pong pong. Wu Wenzhong, a white-robed scholar, took advantage of the long weapon. The 7-foot sword in his hand first launched the attack, and the sword was endless, fast as a storm, while Liu Yunqing relied on the light and fluttering subtle footwork to move forward. There is no danger. Avoid. After nearly 100 moves, Liu Yunqing turned around to avoid the stabling long sword, stomped close to the opponent, and blasted out a punch. Chapter 515, Enchanted Master. Liu Yunqing's fist slammed firmly against the chest of the white-clothed Xushi, making a golden jingle. This guy is actually wearing iron armor! Liu Yunqing was startled for a while, and hurriedly retreated. However, for a master, These few seconds of stunnedness were enough. The 7-foot-long sword in the palm of the white-clothed Xushi is a soft sword, which can be bent at will. The soft sword pierces Liu Yunqing's heart from an unexpected angle. Liu Yunqing let out a stern cry, fell to the ground with a slam, and died of anger. The little six who had been standing under the martial arts stage jumped onto the stage. At this moment, a Thonim Fist disciple came up and carried Liu Yunqing's body away. The white-clothed Xushi glanced at Xiao Luzi, held his fist at the stage, and triumphantly jumped off the competition stage and returned to the crowd of the Iron Sword Gang. This is the rule of this tournament. Those who have won 2 games in a row can take a break and then go to the stage to compete again. If Xi Liu wants to play against the white-clothed hero, he must first defeat 2 opponents, and then name and challenge the white-clothed hero. However, as soon as Xi Liuzi came onto the stage, he immediately drew a boo, and some even cursed loudly. This is the Jiangnan Greenwood League Leaders Conference. What is the bluff of the Northland? Their warriors in the Northland were also on fire. They immediately yelled at them, and all kinds of cursing sounded all over the world. The whole scene was chaotic and there was a confrontation between the North and the South. Isn't it said that all the heroes of the world can participate? Is it possible that the friends in Jiangnan are all rebellious and fame? A lazy and feminine voice with a fascinating magical power suddenly sounded. The voice was very low, as if a lover was whispering in your ear, but everyone on the lawn could hear it clearly. But like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, it shook your eardrums and your ears roared uncomfortably. That is, Master Xuangku, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but open his eyes with a solemn expression on his face. The whole audience was silent at once, all was suppressed by the abrupt but seductive female voice, and many people hissed and breathed in air conditioning. Only this inner strength cultivation was enough to disdain the arena. The Jiangnan Greenwood League Leaders Conference did not have such rules, and it was stated that all heroes in the world could participate. It was not a violation of the rules for Jiang Uwu friends from the North to come to participate in the League Leaders Conference. Who came to the stage to enlighten me? Xiao Luzi stood on the stage with his hands in his hands. His expression indifferent, but his voice was extremely feminine and harsh. Immediately someone came to the stage to fight, holding more than 60 moves, was forced off the competition stage by Xiao Luzi, and then a master hand, half 100 moves, was photographed by Xiao Luzi. Xiao Luzi's martial arts shocked Jiangnan masters. When did Northland show such a powerful master? Why haven't you heard of his name? Xiao Luzi didn't bother to pay attention to the weird gazes of others, turned to face the direction of Iron Palm Gang and others, pointed to Wu Wenzhong, who was sitting next to Guan Ruofei, and said sharply, "White-robed scholar, come down here." This kind of challenge of naming a surname, if you should not fight, the reputation of the arena is bound to be greatly damaged, and the fate is not necessary, but the reputation cannot be damaged. The white-clothed celebrity stood up, several ups and downs, and jumped onto the competition stage. The excitement succeeded. Xiao Luzi's face showed a gloomy smile. The 2 first-class masters in front. He can solve it with at most 2 strokes, but if he reveals his true level, he will scare the white-clothed scholar to step down. Accepting the challenge, this insidious and vicious person cherishes his own life so much that he doesn't blink his eyes even if his reputation is discredited. Wu Wenzhong, a white-clothed scholar, indeed saw that the martial arts of Xiao Luzi was not very high. He seemed to be on par with him. In addition, he also had unexpected big kills, so he accepted the challenge with confidence and boldness. Seeing the eerie and weird smile on Xiao Luzi's face, the white-clothed Xushi's heart suddenly jumped. This guy's smile was evil and weird. As soon as he fought, his face changed drastically. He realized that he had been wrong, and that he had made a terrible mistake. The opponent's cultivation base was simply unfathomable, and it was several levels away. The 2 only fought against each other. The Xushi in white was already in fear. and the 7-foot soft sword attacked frantically. Xiao Luzi laughed sharply. When you get on stage, don't want to run away? The white-clothed Xushi retreated desperately, seeing that he could jump off the martial arts stage with 5 feet left. But Xiaoluzi stood in front of him like a ghost with a weird smile on his face. The white-clothed Xushi was so frightened, he turned to the other side and fled to the other side. He heard the sound of his clothes fluttering behind him, and the 7-foot soft sword in his palm stabbed out of his backhand without thinking. He didn't want to hurt the enemy. As long as he could stop him, he could jump off the competition stage. Suddenly, he felt a sudden shock in his forehead, and there was darkness in front of him, and there was nothing to say. The whole head of the white-clothed Xuwu Wenzhong was slapped into the chest by Xiaoluzi, and his headless body fell to the ground with a strange death. There was a hissing inhalation in the audience. Xiaoluzi's viciousness was not enough to deter the audience, but his martial arts practice was too enchanting, and the martial arts practice of Wu Wenzhong, a white-clothed scholar, was close to the realm of a supermaster. Xiaoluzi's men only supported one move, which was too scary and scary. Which other hero will come to the stage for enlightenment? Xiaoluzi stood on the stage, clasping his fists, and the headless body of the white-clothed Xushi was moved away by himself. 2 tricks to solve the white-clothed Xushi. This horrible cultivation base shocked the audience. How dare a supermaster to play? Even a grandmaster-level supermaster must carefully weigh it. For a long time, Jing Liang, the deputy head of the Iron Palm Gang, came out to challenge him. He was Guan Ruofei's junior and his master was also well trained. He was only slightly inferior to Guan Ruofei. In Iron Sword Palm, his personal martial arts score ranked second. The two played against each other on the stage, which made many martial artists fascinated and benefited a lot. After 30 tricks, Jing Liang was hit in the chest by the little six, spurted and thrown off the competition stage. Guan Ruofei had to stand up and boarded the ring. Even the younger brother was defeated. If he did not appear, the position of the leader would be taken away by the yin and yang weird fellow in the north. Xiaoluzi had a solemn expression on his face, and he could feel that Guan Ruofei's cultivation base was so high that he had surpassed the master level and was close to his level. The two played against each other, and Guan Ruofei's opener was a big knock. He was known for being fierce and domineering. He happened to be the nemesis of Xiaoluzi. After a fierce battle on the stage, the two sides panted, sweating profusely. All of his clothes were soaked in sweat. There was silence in the audience. Everyone held their breath and watched the battle concentratingly. This was the real confrontation of the supermasters, which not only opened their eyes, but also benefited them a lot. Some master-level masters secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they didn't take the challenge recklessly, otherwise, the fame of the first generation would be lost here. On the martial arts stage, Xiaoluzi and Guan Ruofei were still fighting fiercely, and they had gone through 100 moves. Due to the loss of their true essence, the speed of their moves was obviously slowed down. Leaf giggled and said, "If the Emperor wants to knock down the water dog, this will be the right time, but you have to be careful." Guan Ruofei is an old fox. Yi Daishanzi grinned, stood up, and strode out of the tent. Chapter 516. Competing for the Central Plains. On the martial arts stage, Xiaoluzi saw the Emperor Yi Dao coming, and understood that the Emperor would be dispatched personally, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. The 95 Emperor, the Emperor, should take the risk personally. No one can stop the Emperor's decision. He can only help the Emperor consume Guan Ruofei's true essence of the inner family as much as possible. Xiaoluzi gave a sharp yell, and shot out a series of palms. He actually launched Rush, and it was all head-to-head tricks, and Guan Ruofei had to deal with it with all his strength. After the two ping-pong another 10 tricks, the Nejia Zeni Yuan consumed more and more quickly. During the fight, Xiaoluzi slapped Guan Ruofei's right arm with a palm, and also got a palm in the chest, and the whole person was shot down from the stage. The members of the Iron Sword gang immediately cheered loudly and cheered for the gang leader. Guan Ruofai on the stage had a wry smile. His palm didn't really make a real shot. The other party took the initiative to float down the stage with his palm strength, but his right arm was shaken by the extremely feminine to soft inner strength. I hurt the meridians. If he fights again, the loser will eventually be him. The Stele opener's internal strength is known for his fierce and domineering, but he also consumes the true yuan the most. The longer he delays, the more true yuan he consumes, and he is only left at most less than 40% of the true essence, and the other party still retains at least 60% of the true essence. Young master, be careful, Xiao Luzi said in a low voice. He estimated that Guan Ruofai had only about 40% of his skill left at most, but his fighting experience was so sophisticated that he still knew his way by accident. Yi Daishanzi nodded. Shi Shiren stepped onto the martial arts stage, holding his fists in accordance with the rules of the rivers and lakes. Jiangbai Green Forest leader Yi Tan asked for the master of the Guan gang. Guan Ruofai clasped his fists in return. Unexpectedly, Leader Yi was so young. It's gratifying to congratulate him. Guan feels old and doesn't rely on his bones for energy. He sighed loudly. In fact, he was stepping up his time to adjust his interest rate and recovering the depleted inner family's true essence. He could feel that the Yi Meng master in front of him was young, but his inner family cultivation was not weak. After a fierce battle, the true essence has been consumed tremendously, and he has already suffered a great loss. But the rules of the competition are that you must win 2 games in a row before you can retreat to rest. He won only 1 game this time, and he can only stand on the stage to challenge. Yi Daishanzi grinned, and put on a normal hands-up gesture. Senior Guan, please. Yi is offended. He is an unscrupulous person who only looks at the results and does not care about the process. Of course, he will not miss the good things that take advantage of him. Guan Ruofai wants to take the opportunity to adjust his interest rate and restore the great inner family essence that has been lost. Brother Will so stupid? Otherwise, how do you call it a dog in the water? Guan Ruofai secretly scolded despicable and shameless, but he could only bite the bullet and open the frame. Everyone regarded himself as a junior. You can't resist the fight, right? If it was normal, he would have to be polite with 3 tricks, or he would have to bear the stigma of leaning on the old and selling the old and bullying the younger. Junior is offended. Yi Daishan snickered in his heart. First slapped a false palm to the front left, then slapped another false palm at the front right, and then pushed both palms out at the same time. This trick competes with Senior Guan in the Central Plains. Just laughed. The Emperor Yi Daishan had 0 experience in the arena, and he only fought against 1 person. This person was Leaf. At the beginning, the Emperor Yi Da was abused so terribly. This Neofakind Donggong Empress shouldn't consider you the Emperor, so she beat her. When Yi Daishan gradually became familiar with the 7 major styles of emperorage and touched the knack of fighting, Leaf would have to spend a lot of hands and feet to win him. In the end, at least 100 tricks can be used to cheap. When I came back from the Jiangbai Greenwood Leaders Conference last time, seeing that the Emperor still wanted to participate in the Jiangnan Greenwood Leaders Conference, Leaf even forced him to fight every day. Even if the Emperor Yi Da hadn't walked the rivers and lakes, even if he didn't walk in the rivers and lakes, he did not fight against anyone other than Leaf. But fighting skills have been lost to any old fritters who have been mixed up for decades. In Leaf's words, if the slave doesn't tune you out, the slave will no longer practice martial arts. The open palm of Yi Daishan first made Guan Ruofai stunned, and then his face became extremely dignified. The opponent's 2 open palms seemed to exert force against the air, which was useless, but the strong and powerful wind formed. 2 invisible walls of air were sealed, and his evasion space was sealed, and then forcibly attacked from the central palace, forcing you had to block it. As soon as the 4 palms touched, Guan Ruofai immediately suffered a big loss. He was shaken by Yi Daishan's fierce and domineering palm for 5 or 6 steps, and his thin face flashed red, then disappeared and became pale. Guan Ruofei's face was very ugly. He only took 2 palms. The blood in his body was not tumbling smoothly, and he was so uncomfortable that he almost wanted to vomit blood. He was horrified at the unpredictable cultivation base of the other party and couldn't help crying secretly. Both sides practiced fierce and domineering masculine internal energy. The offensive is fierce and domineering. Forced, you have to take a hard block. His true essence has been damaged by the giant, and the meridian of the right arm is again affected by the extremely yin to soft yin of the little 6. I was shocked and blocked hard. This is a big loss. Guan Ruofei's forehead was full of beads of cold sweat. If he took a few more moves, he would be shaken to death by the opponent's fierce masculine inner strength. Keep playing? He can't hold it anymore. Don't fight. As the leader of Jiangnan Greenwood, he was unwilling to give up and had a headache. Yi Deishanzi smiled and said, Senior Guan, the younger generation will only compete with the Central Plains this way. Just laughed. While he was talking and making moves, he still took 2 open palms first, and then forcibly attacked from the middle palace. However, this time when both palms were shot out, there was the sound of wind and thunder in the air, and the previous 2 palms were more domineering. Extremely. Guan Ruofei's face is even more ugly. Dare to love. People only used about 50% of the skill just now. This should be increased to 70%. Can't hold it. Can't avoid it. The attack speed is too fast, but he blocked it again. But it was a fierce and overbearing attack. It was purely seeking death if he wanted to dismantle it with skill. With a bang, Guan Ruofei took 5 more steps back, and he retreated to the edge of the stage. After taking another step, he fell off the competition stage. His thin face was red, and then it became pale and bloodless again. The blood that poured into his throat was suppressed by his internal strength, but he suffered serious internal injuries as a result. Yi Deishanzi grinned. Senior Guan really has a heroic demeanor, and he is polite with 3 tricks to the younger generation. Then the younger generation is not welcome, and is still competing in the Central Plains. Yi Deishanzi replayed the same plan, but the palm of the forcible attack from the middle palace became a single palm, and it seemed that there was no internal energy in the air. Guan Ruofei was frightened. The so-called heaven and earth, yang and yin, reproduce and restrain each other. The cathode generates yang, and the anode generates yin. The palm of the opponent seems light and weak, but in fact the implied strength is stronger than the previous 2 palms. Strong and terrifying, enough to destroy any creature. Although the position of the leader is important, lifeless enjoyment is no good. It still matters. If you lose face, you will lose face. Anyway, he still has a back. Guan Ruofei couldn't care about fame anymore, and his body leapt back desperately, rolling down the competition stage in an extremely embarrassing manner. Senior Guan, in fact, you don't have to give in like this. The juniors are a little embarrassed. Yi Deishanzi stood on the stage with a very embarrassed expression, as if it was really Guan Ruofei's intention to give in. Chapter 517 New. Guan Ruofei mingled with anger, shame, and wow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Tai's Hang helpers hurriedly helped the helper back to the high platform for treatment. Guan Ruofei calmed down, glanced bitterly at Yi Deishanzi on the martial arts stage, and ordered a few words to the confidant around him. And then he began to work. Heal the wounds and restore the lost true essence as soon as possible. Yi Deishanzi stood on the martial arts stage, holding a fist to the martial artists in the arena below the stage. Which hero is there to come to the stage to enlighten me? The audience was silent. To tell the truth, most of the Jiangnan fighters on the scene did not want the leader to be taken away by the Jiangbai people. This made them very shameless, but no one had the courage to challenge. Although Guan Ruofei is not an invincible master in the world, he is recognized as the #1 master in Jiangnan Green Forest Road. Of course, super masters like Master Xuanku can fight Guan Ruofei, but Master Xuanku is the Sandgate guardian of the Xuanmen. Outsiders have long been bearish on fame and fortune. Although Guan Yuofei had a fierce fight with Xi Liuzi, the true essence of the inner family was not small, but it was not even that he could not even catch the three tricks of others. The only explanation is that Jiang Bai's martial arts cultivation base is too evil. These enchanting level masters exist like myths, and there are countless peerless masters who are qualified to fight him. At this level, isn't it embarrassing to challenge him? At this moment, Cheng Yu, the left guardian of the Iron Palm, took the stage from behind and came to Master Xuanku, and said in a low voice, "Master, my helper has important matters to discuss, please move forward. I hope you will offend him." Heian, Master Xuanku nodded slightly and stood up. However, he did not leave with Cheng Yu right away, but made a loud Buddhist horn, the number of 10, if no one is on stage to challenge, Mr. Yi is the leader of this leader conference. Cheng Yu's face changed suddenly, and he instinctively looked at the high platform. On the high platform, Guan Yuofei was performing exercises and adjusting his breath. At a critical juncture, he should not be disturbed. Some of the nuclear personnel in the help also showed an expression of anxiety. 1, 2, 6, 7. Master Xuanku was already counting. He was the shaman guardian of the Xuanmen. He was highly respected and represented even the martial arts Master Xuanmen, which was convincing. Master Xuanku, wait. Cheng Yu was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. He couldn't let Master Xuanku declare that the surnamed Yi was the lord of the southern green forest, so he had to interrupt him. Master Xuanku didn't know his intentions, turned his head and asked, "What's the matter with Cheng Shizu?" Well, this. Cheng Yu didn't know what to say for a while, and he couldn't tell why for most of the day. Master Xuanku said, "For the last time, if no one is on stage, this Yi Donor will be the leader of this League Leader Conference." "How old is he?" A strange voice of yin and yang suddenly sounded in the field, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. "How powerful is Yi Daishanzi? How can he not hear that the voice comes from the group of people in the Iron Palm gang?" He said calmly, "Those who have no eggs will hide in the dark and fart chaos." In this case, no one can bear the insult of eating Yuogo. However, the person who made the noise was obviously afraid of the martial arts of the Emperor Yi Dai and did not dare to stand up and challenge. "Master, I don't bother to do it with you." The yin and yang strange voice sounded again. Someone replied, "That's right, this is the Jiangnan Greenwood League Leaders Conference. The Yankees get out." The laughter around was getting louder. All the warriors on the southern Green Forest Road really didn't want the leader to be taken away by the Northerners. They were terrified by the unpredictable martial arts cultivation of the Emperor Yi Dai and did not dare to end. They only supported with laughter. There is a tendency of the same enemy. A red shadow flew up to the high platform like lightning, followed by an ouch scream, and two big men were thrown down. Bold. The Iron Palm gang was furious, and they shouted angrily. Someone dared to rush to the high platform. For the Iron Palm gang, this was a slap in the face. The person who shot was Leaf. She picked out the two secretly tricky guys, controlled the meridians, and threw them down the high platform. Amidst the laughter, red light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a scream of awful snoring sounded, and the huge bodies flew around. The high platform was in chaos. The Iron Palm gangs were like avoiding the plague gods. Standing far away, his face was pale and bloodless. "Dance of the Devil, who will fight for the front?" "Madam Yi, please stop." Master Xuanku hurriedly came to the stage, his palms pressed together. Leaf, dressed in a fiery red color dress, stood pretty on the high platform, 10 feet of soft red wrapped around her arms, and said with a smile, "The master is the host of this conference. Disposal." The whole audience was silent, and everyone's eyes were staring straight at the beautiful young women on the high platform. She was naturally charming, seductive, and beautiful. What shocked them even more was her martial arts cultivation level. On the high platform, all of them were masters of the Iron Palm gang, and those who helped Fist were all well-known masters, but they were very popular among the beautiful young women. Below, no one can stop a move and a half. This level of cultivation is no less than the leader of Yi League standing on the martial arts stage. When will there be so many enchanting level horror masters in the north? Master Xuanku made a noise. Mrs. Yi, you have to be forgiving and forgiving. The two of them will be punished if they make trouble. Lao Jian thought that it would be enough to abolish their martial arts. A martial artist, if martial arts is abolished, it will be more uncomfortable than death. Leaf is very satisfied with Master Xuanku's handling. She suddenly rises up, falling from the high platform to the martial arts stage, and standing side by side with Yi Deishanzi, daughter-in-law. Yi Deishanzi smiled and squeezed her hand. You have contributed a lot to this League Masters Conference, and Xiang Gong will definitely reward you tonight. Li Fei's jade cheeks were red, and he gave him a white look. How could the emperor tease her in the face of a hero in the world? Those martial artists in Jiangnan have cursed Yi Deishanzi's Yanfu for not marrying such an unparalleled beauty, and even some people are so jealous that they scolded flowers inserted on the cow dung, and the heroine's side. A pear made is so good that people are enviable. The Iron Palm gang looked at each other, gnashing their teeth at Yi Dietanzi and Leaf, who were standing on the competition stage. This time, the Iron Palm gang's face was lost. At this time, Guan Ruofai, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of Xiu Mountain, opened his eyes, stood up, and jumped off the high platform. What advice does Guan Dona give? Master Xuanku stood under the high platform, his palms pressed together. Cheng Yu, who was standing behind him, suddenly took a step closer, poking out a finger. Cheng Shizu, you. Master Xuanku's face changed slightly. He was careless, without any precautions, that Cheng Yu made the acupuncture point. Cheng Yuan said, Master, please. He carried Master Xuanku to the high platform and stood beside Guan Ruofai. Xuanmen, the master of martial arts in the world, existed like a myth. Master Xuanku was the Sangate protector of Xuanmen. Guan Ruofai was arrogant no matter how arrogant he was, and he didn't dare to offend Master Xuanku before he won the throne of the leader. Chapter 518 The choice between life and death. Everyone's eyes focused on Li Fei's body, overwhelmed by her unparalleled attitude and temperament, and didn't even notice that Master Xuanku had sealed the meridian acupoints by Cheng Yu. Even if they saw it, they thought it was Cheng Yu. Enthusiastically helping Master Xuanku jumped onto the high platform, discussing matters with Guan Ruofei's helper. Everyone is quiet. The Gangban gang leader has discussed with Master Xuanku. This is the leader meeting of Jiangnan Green Forest Road. People from Jiangbai have no right to participate, Cheng Yu suddenly roared. He was a bit like taking the emperor. Order the princes. As soon as this remark came out, quite a few warriors who were biased towards the Northland spoke out in agreement. Master Xuanku was highly respected and represented the Xuanmen, and his words represented the meaning of the Xuanmen. However, many people frowned. Why did the respected Master Xuanku turn his back? People in the rivers and lakes pay the most attention to the word Xini. Yi Deishanzi and Leaf both turned around and looked at the high platform. On the high platform, Master Xuanku closed his eyes and sat quietly, as if the sky was falling and it was none of his business. A gloomy murderous intent flashed in Yi Deishanzi's eyes. If Master Xuanku really said such words, then he would not be polite. Leaf whispered, Master Xuanku is not this kind of person. There must be something wrong. Yi Deishanzi nodded. He didn't believe that Master Xuanku would say such a thing. What's more, Li Fei's words were tantamount to guaranteeing Master Xuanku. He said indifferently, this is really what Master Xuanku said. Yi Mu didn't believe it. You let him say it again in front of the hero of the world. Yes, yes. Please say it again in front of the heroes of the world. Yi Deishanzi's words won the approval of many martial artists. Whether it is true or false, as long as Master Xuanku speaks, everything will be clear. Guan Ruofai glared at Cheng Yu fiercely, and his eyes felt cold. Cheng Yu was sweating profusely in anxious moments. He was also anxious to please his helper. and only then came up with this trick to use the emperor to make the princes. Whoever thought it was self-defeating? If Master Xuanku is allowed to speak, he will tell the truth, even if it is threatened with life. It will not help him, even if he allows Master Xuanku to speak out. Why? Is there something that is not visible? Yi Daishan sneered. He felt that there might be something wrong with Master Xuanku, otherwise, he would never close his eyes and sit still at this time. My son, do you want to go and see what happened? Leaf asked in a low voice. She also saw that there was something wrong with Master Xuanku. Yi Daishanzi smiled and squeezed her little hand. Ha ha, no hurry, take a look first. Joke. What is the status of Master Xuanku? How can you be a junior in the rivers and lakes? Cheng Yazing shouted, seeing the frightening gloomy face of the gang master, and he couldn't help but shudder. Master Xuanku is indeed respected, and Yi Daishanzi is also considered a junior. However, he holds the title of leader of Jiang by Green Forest Road. Strictly speaking, but Guan Yuofei should also pay a polite greeting when he sees it, and call him the leader of Yi. What's going on today? Always fainting? Cheng Yu couldn't wait to slap herself a few times. Danzi Yi and concubine Li looked at each other and smiled. They can now be sure that Master Xuanku must have been restrained by the Iron Palm gang, otherwise it is impossible not to stand up and refute the rumors at this time. The Wu friends on the Green Forest Road in the Northland were encouraged by the people to shout, Master Xuanku, please come out to explain, and Master Xuanku, please come out and explain. The sound waves were neat, and the waves were higher than the waves, breaking through the sky, and the momentum was so great that all Wu friends in Jiangnan remained silent. Everyone felt strange in their hearts. It was just a casual sentence. Why didn't Master Xuanku stand up and explain? Friends. Yi Daishanzi folded his fists around. You know why Master Xuanku doesn't stand up and speak? All eyes were on Yi Daishanzi's body. His words made everyone present nodded unconsciously. Why didn't Master Xuanku stand up and explain clearly? The situation was a little out of control. Guan Yuofeng snorted coldly and made a gesture. A loud arrow suddenly shot into the sky, making a harsh, strange howling sound. Afterwards, a group of big men emerged from the top of Xiu Mountain, each holding a strong bow, winding arrows, and pointing at all the people sitting on the lawn. Guan Bangzu, what do you mean? The yin and yang warrior who had a violent temper asked him. The Emperor Yi He laughed and said, the Guan gang leader is meaningless. He just wants to sit on the seat of the leader of the Jiangnan Green Forest Road. If you surrender, you will naturally have no worries about your sex life. Leaf also smiled and said, by the way, I can tell you a bad news. The people of the gang leader have blocked the mountain road down the mountain. The words of the two of them were like a 1,000-ton blockbuster, igniting 1,000 layers of waves. All the martial artists on the lawn stood up and drew out the weapons they wore casually. Some gritted their teeth and cursed, some made their faces pale with fright, panic. But they all greeted Guan Yuofei's ancestor 8 generations and times. Guan Yuoshan's ambition has been exposed undoubtedly, unscrupulously sits on the seat of the leader, supports his life, and the people who oppose him die. The whole lawn was chaotic, and there were a few small gang members who didn't believe in evil and hurriedly got up and went down the mountain. Leaf chuckled, Fang Master Guan, you are threatening to force Master Xuanku. Are you not afraid that Xuanman disciple Ku will settle accounts? Many disciples of the Iron Palm gang and friends who helped boxing can't help but shudder. Xuanman, martial arts masters, as long as they climb high and call out, the people of the world will respond. Xini Uwu is the master of the country protected by the emperor. The status is detached. If the court is angered and the army is dispatched, those people with families and careers will be miserable. Guan Yuofei frowned when she heard Li Fei's words, but it hit the heart of his heart. The reason why he didn't dare to attack Master Xuanku was because he was worried that Xuanman would ask him to settle accounts. The wishful thinking in his heart was cracked. He first restrained Master Xuanku, and after he took the position of the leader, he apologized to Master Xuanku and Xiniuwa, the master of Xuanmen. It's angry and helpless. It's impossible to tell all the plans in the heart. Only a few core masters know about it. Naturally, the disciples and those friends who helped him don't know, and their faces can't help but show fear. My friends, as the saying goes, the Buddha fights for a piece of incense, and everyone fights for a breath. Yi Deshanzi suddenly shouted, Yi is not a talent. Today, for the sake of his tone, he intends to lead the northern green forests to fight to the end. Now, you choose quickly. Is it to surrender to the main gang leader, or to fight with this leader to the end? As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the audience, and some of the grass on the wall cursed in a low voice. The words of the Emperor Yi's words have been forced that they can no longer choose neutrality, otherwise, they will no longer have a face in the rivers and lakes in the future. Upmixed. It's just that this is a matter of life and death. So how should they make a decision at a time? Chapter 519. Congratulations on winning the grand prize. There are 30 or so chivalrous guys who have joined Yi Deshanzi's camp with a clear-cut stand. They don't want Yi Deshanzi, the Yankee, to be the leader of the Jiangnan Green Forest Road, but Guan Yuofai's behavior makes them even more hated. Stretching one's head with a knife, shrinking one's head is also a knife. Fight. Several famous people in the rivers and lakes who were invited to preside over the League Leaders meeting also joined Yi Deshanzi's northern camp. They are all respected and chivalrous old knights, and naturally they don't shame Guan Yuofai's behavior. Most of the people in the rivers and lakes hesitated for a while, and finally chose to surrender to Guan Yuofai and join his camp. Although the masters of Yi Mengzu and his wife showed enchanting martial arts cultivation skills, their fists were hard to beat 4 feet. Moreover, Guan Yuofai came prepared well, and equipped with the powerful Bao, a horribly lethal prohibited weapon. Guan Yuofai couldn't help but laugh wildly with pride. Anyone who knows the current affairs is a brilliant. How about you? In the corner of the lawn, there are still more than 100 people from the rivers and lakes who have not made a choice. They are all clever turf, but there is not much time for them to consider. In the end, apart from a dozen of the northern camp who joined Yi Deshanzi, most of them voted for Guan Yuofai and willingly acted as his lackeys. There are clear barriers between the two sides. In terms of numbers, the number of people in the northern camp is obviously less than that of Guan Yuofai, and they are equipped with a strong bow, and there are other people who set up ambushes halfway up the mountain, which obviously occupies a great advantage. Yi Deshanzi looked at the Jiangnan martial arts people who supported him with a smile. Congratulations to all the kings for betting on the treasure and winning the jackpot. These people wisely support themselves, which is equivalent to saving their life. They are not betting on the right treasure. What does it mean to win the jackpot? Guan Yuofai's group of people, he intends to kill them all, not to keep one, and use the many heads of Jiangnan Green Forest Road to raise their swords. Those martial arts people in Jiangnan looked at him irritably. When are they still in the mood for joking? Yi Deshanzi ignored their rather uncomfortable gaze, jumped off the martial arts stage with Leaf, and returned to the phalanx. The few Jiangnan martial arts people who had to fight Guan Yuo to the death also followed. 100 inner palace guards surrounded Yi Deshanzi and his concubines in the middle. The outer circle was martial arts people from Jiangbai and Jiangnan. They held various weapons to take precautions. Surrounded by many of his subordinates, Guan Yuofai forced over. The various weapons fired under the refraction of the sun, shining with cold light. Guan Yuofai smiled and said, Brother Yi, the person who knows the current affairs is a good man. If you support the old man will disregard the previous suspicion and make you the deputy leader and command the Green Forest Road in Jiangbai. Yi Deshanzi shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and said calmly, the conditions of the Guan Gangzu are very attractive, but Yi Mao's ambition is greater than the Guan Gangzu, which disappoints the Guan Gangzu. While talking, the 3 rockets screamed into the sky, exploding red sparks and smoke. which were quite gorgeous. Guan Ruofai was startled. "Brother Yi also has a backhand?" Yi Daishanzi grinned. He smiled and said, "Yi has always been very suspicious, so it doesn't matter if you have a backhand." Guan Ruofai narrowed his old eyes, and a grim and stern murderous intent appeared. He was about to order his subordinates to do it. Suddenly, there was a loud roar and killing under the mountain, accompanied by the fierce gunfire of Ping Pong Pong. Guan Ruofai's face turned pale for an instant. He had also heard about the Jiangbai Green Forest Road League Leaders Conference. Legend has it that the mysterious Yi League leader was a high-level government, and Haifeng's High and Iron Sword Gang were the ones who used official power to wipe out. All kinds of legends are too mysterious. No one believes it. It is just a coincidence that Wang Yuang's son, the owner of Haifeng's High, was slaughtered by the gang because he offended a certain member of the court. The fierce gunfire seemed to correct the legend. Not only Guan Ruofai's face was pale and bloodless, even his subordinates were so scared that they would provoke the officers and soldiers, and the end of the game can be imagined. The few Jiangnan martial arts supporters who supported Yi Daishan took a breath. They suddenly understood Yi Meng's joke just now, a gamble on sex. They bet on the right treasure, which is indeed equivalent to winning the big prize. The fierce gunfire gradually ceased, and it didn't take long for the fierce gunfire to sound again. This time the distance was very close. It was Guan Ruofai who was ambushing halfway through the mountain and was blasted to death by the muskets of the officers and soldiers. They fled to the mountain in embarrassment. When they were approaching the lawn, the 200 guards of the inner palace, who were waiting for battle, held 2 revolvers and fired them. All the people who had escaped from the mountain were killed. The 100 inner palace guards who surrounded Yi Daishanzi took out their revolvers and pointed their guns at Guan Ruofai and the others. As long as they changed, they would immediately pull the trigger to shoot and kill. At this time, Guan Ruofai and the others were all ashamed, and Guan Ruofai regretted it even more. If he didn't get so close just now, he directly ordered more than 200 archers to shoot together. Maybe there is still life. Now, the distance between the two sides is too close. The guns of 200 black holes are aimed at them, and a single shot is enough to blast them into a honeycomb. Leader Yi, don't forget, Master Xuanku is in my hands. After all, Guan Ruofai is an old fox who has become a spirit. He was so scared just now. This will calm down and threaten with Master Xuanku's life. Yi Daishan said freely, "I didn't kill people anyway, it's none of my business." "You," Guan Ruofai whispered, "old man ... respect you as the leader. The official army must be sent to surround the whole Xiu mountain. No one can escape this disaster." In despair, he can only ignore his face. What kind of shit reputation is the most important thing? At this moment, 200 guards from the inner palace rushed in, and another 400 black hole guns were pointed at Guan Ruofai and the others. "Leader Yi, I was intimidated by Guan Ruofai, and we support you as the leader." The gang of warriors who chose to join Guan Ruofai's camp have left Guan Ruofai's camp, and there are also many Iron Palm gangs and people who helped Guan Ruofai fist. They stepped aside to show their innocence. The so-called tree falling and the macaque scattered. This is the situation now. Yi Daishan took a look at those people, and said in his heart, "Brother didn't give you a chance. Right now, it's too late. Brother will use your heads to raise the sword." At this time, the Iron Palm gang had been scared to death. Many people threw down their weapons and fled in all directions. Xiu Mountain is still huge. The mountains are densely forested and overgrown with weeds. Maybe hiding can escape. I can't tell. Teams of officers and soldiers rushed from the bottom of the mountain, filling the entire Xiu Mountain, with countless black holes pointed at Guan Ruofai and other people from the rivers and lakes. Those who came from Jiangbai to help Yi Daishanzi, and those Jiangnan martial arts people who supported Yi Daishanzi, were cautiously retreating down the mountain under the orders of the soldiers. Li Shui assassin and several senior military officers came to Yi Daishanzi, and Qi Shuxiu knelt down on the ground. The minister knelt to the emperor, "Long live the emperor, long live the emperor," and the mother of the East Palace, 1,000 and 1,000 years. Chapter 520. Long live the leader, the Emperor. The Emperor! Exclamation mark. Everyone was stunned by the thunderbolt of the blue sky, and kneeled down instinctively. Many people were stunned for most of the day before beating cleverly, knelt down and lay down on the grass. The true Dragon Emperor, among the people, is a godlike existence, and it is not what they can see in the ordinary. Who would have thought that the leader of the Jiangbiaolin is the current true Dragon Emperor? Guan Ruofei and his subordinates were even more frightened and limp on the ground. A guard took the opportunity to move forward and helped Master Xuanku, whose meridians were controlled, to leave, and the guards of the 300 Inner Palace, Yi Deshanzi and Leaf, slowly exited the lawn. All the people from the rivers and lakes are still kneeling on the grass. The soldiers of the Leshui Security Regiment are still facing them with black hole guns. The mission of the soldiers is to obey orders. Without the command of the commander, they would not take off their guns. The head of the security regiment suddenly shouted, "Kill all these rebels!" Guan Ruofei and others couldn't help being clever, conspiring to rebel. That was the first-class crime of ransacking the family, and the surname Ji gave them a cap of conspiracy. This is an excuse to kill them. The vast majority of people hadn't reacted yet. The muzzles of countless black holes had spewed out fire tongues. Amid the sound of ping-pong gunshots, a large group of people from the rivers and lakes lay down on the ground and screamed. There were also desperate Jianghu people who stood up and shouted, "Fight with them! Anyway, it's all death. Killing one is enough. Letting down a pair to earn one." In despair, anyone will give birth to desperate determination and courage. The local security regiment's equipment was still a front-loaded gun, and it was fired in 3 rows. The desperate people from the rivers and lakes jumped up from the ground, roaring desperately, and swung their weapons to rush up, and they were all smashed by the howling lead bullets. During the shoot, he fell to the ground and howled miserably. Guan Ruofei was even more miserable. He was a leader and the key target of the officials and soldiers. He had hit at least hundreds of lead bullets and was shot into a sieve. Under the order of the officer, the soldiers of the security regiment fired 1 bullet in each row, and then stepped forward until Guan Ruofei and all of his men lay down in a pool of blood. Don't shoot, we all support Yi Meng, the Emperor. The large number of people from the rivers and lakes who had joined Guan Ruofei's camp before seeing the situation was wrong and hurriedly left, expressed anxious attitude. "Kill!" the head of the security regiment coldly ordered, and the Emperor's verbal order was that everyone on the lawn was killed. Guns roared, gun smoke billowed, and every row of flames spewed out, and a large number of people from the rivers and lakes screamed and fell. Within a few minutes, on the broad lawn, were full of people from the rivers and lakes struggling to call out. The lead bullets didn't hit the point and won't kill them on the spot, but they got stuck in the flesh, and it hurts you to death. And howling. Bayan Fan, who was still panting, was stabbed to death by soldiers of the security regiment. Even the dead body was stabbed several times to ensure that it was not pretending to be dead. Nearly 700 corpses were piled up and burned. At the same time, a large number of soldiers began to carpet the mountains. Whether they were hiding in the grass or hiding in the trees and nesting in the caves, they were either shot and killed by muskets. The sky bombardment thunder broke into pieces, and no one was spared. The entire Xiu mountain was searched repeatedly by officers and soldiers 3 times, and it was confirmed that there was not even a single animal before the security team took the team down and returned to life. At the foot of Xiu mountain, all the people in the rivers and lakes were pale and bloodless, and looked apprehensive. They heard the fierce gunfire on the mountain, and they knew it without guessing that the hundreds of people who stayed on the mountain were all captured by the officers and soldiers, massacred on charges of treason. Fortunately, before wisely and decisively chose the northern camp, otherwise, this will also become a dead body. In front of the heroes of the world, Master Xuanku handed over the token of the leader of Jiangxian's Green Forest Road to the Emperor Yi Da. Everyone knelt down and shouted, "Long live the Emperor and long live the leader." Yi Deshanzi smiled very happily. After these people go back, they will help him publicize for free The entire empire will soon know that the double leader of the North and South Green Forest King is the current emperor. Rumors of this kind of stuff will only spread. God, the influence of Xuanman will be greatly reduced. True Dragon Emperor, a godlike existence. When Yi Shanzi was on his way home, the officials and soldiers carried out a large-scale sweep of the Iron Palm Gang. Anyone holding a weapon, regardless of the women and the elderly, were all shot and killed. The Iron Palm Gang did not exist in the arena. The family properties of Guan Ruofei and others, and the properties under the name of the Iron Palm Gang were all sealed by the government and confiscated and put into storage. The Black Espionage also hunted down some fish that slipped through the net. Among them, it was inevitable that they would hurt the innocent until Yan Yu returned to the palace. The emperor made an order to stop, otherwise, people who have a little friendship with Guan Ruofei will be unlucky. Within a few days of returning to the palace, Yi Shanzi led a large number of Dang and Dang to Jinghai to inspect how his imperial navy was built, and prepared all wars for the Dang pacification of the Japanese Empire. The Yanri Empire, Nagasaki Island. Under the threat of the officers and soldiers' whips and muskets, a large number of slaves built fortifications around the island and fortified layer by layer, turning the entire Nagasaki Island into a military fortress. What do you think of Mr. Lee? Inobe Kamed Maru, the highest military officer of Nagasaki Island, asked a middle-aged man next to him indifferently. Mr. Lee once kidnapped Yu, was ransacked by the Emperor Yi Daishan and his family wanted, Li Mingbo, wanted by the Wild Continent. This man was really dead. He first fled to the Golden Kingdom for refuge. After the Golden Empire was destroyed, he fled to Jinghai and spent a lot of money to buy it. A member of the Gongzhang family, Gongzhangri was calculated by the tribe and almost lost his life and forgot him. Li Mingbo escaped to Nagasaki with the Meizang tribe who had betrayed Missouri. This servant was quite capable. He was appreciated by the chief official of Nagasaki Island, Ibe Kamed Maru, and became the chief of staff of Ibe Kamed Maru. At this time, Li Mingbo was wearing a black color kimono and kicked on clogs. The 3 long beards under his jaw had been shaved, and there was a small beard in his nose. This is the most popular beard for the Yanri Empire. A lively Japanese pirate. Master Jingbian, do you want to hear the truth, or is it true? Li Mingbo groaned for a long time before asking cautiously. To be honest, even if all the people of the Yanri Empire are soldiers, and all the islands are built into a huge fortress group, the geographical environment and national strength of the Yanri Empire cannot sustain several rounds of attacks by the Chinese Empire. Jindigo, Yan, Chu, Han Empire gave off, the great emperor of the Chinese Empire to become Emperor Unified Wild Continent. There is a laissez-faire impossible inflammatory day empire. Crossing the sea conquest is yes. The Jinghai, the Chinese Empire. The naval shipbuilding workshop of China is frantically building the 5-toothed giant ship. The matter is obvious. The Yanri Empire was originally lacking in food and materials. The Chinese Empire severed all trade and commerce with the Yanri Empire, and it severely hit the Yanri Empire's national power, which was fundamentally shaken. Even if the Chinese Empire did not send troops, it could be delayed. The Yanri Empire was dragged down alive. Chapter 521 Reorganization of the Expedition Fleet. Of course it's the truth. Jingbin Kamed Maru sighed. He is extremely ambitious, and he is not narrow-minded. Otherwise, how could Li Mingbo and other aliens be reused by him? Li Mingbo clasped his fists, still cautiously said, "What I say below may not be very pleasant. Don't blame General Wang Wen." Inobe Kamed Maru waved his hand, indicating that he needn't hesitate. The empire has reached a critical moment of survival, and he must brainstorm broadly and do his best to save the empire. Li Mingbo gave a light cough and slowly said, "Based on what I know about the emperor of the Chinese Empire, once his second naval main force is formed, he must attack the empire for 2 years, up to 2 years. My Yamato fleet is invincible in the sea. If he dares to come, He will let them all feed the sea beasts. A high-ranking officer waved his fist and shouted, "The Yanri Empire's navy is indeed invincible. One of the reasons is that the inland empires are busy in civil wars and are fighting for territory. How can they have leisure, energy and wealth to form a huge navy fleet to fight the Yanri Empire's fleet on the vast sea?" The fleet of the Yanri Empire has been rampant on the sea for more than 100 years, and no one is fighting against it. Over time, they have become arrogant. The concept of the invincibility of the sea has been deeply rooted in the hearts of all Yanri Empire people. However, I have to admit that the Yanri Empire is very familiar with the sea. The naval forces are extremely powerful, coupled with the cult of Bushido to kill and become benevolence. Once they become crazy, they still dare not look down on it. Li Mingbo cautiously said, "The Imperial fleet is indeed invincible in the sea. It once severely damaged the naval fleet of the Chinese Empire, but our losses are not small." Jing Hai's several attacks ended in the defeat of the Yanri Empire fleet. The losses were quite heavy. One of the fleets was even annihilated by the main force of the Chinese Empire when it attacked Bailong Island. However, he did not dare to speak directly. Wai Wan's words made people listen and felt very comfortable. Ib Khamdmaru waved his dancers and motioned him to continue. He could hear what Li Mingbo meant. The imperial materials are scarce. Now the Chinese Empire has cut off border trade. The empire is fundamentally shaken and any loss is beyond the empire's inability. Affordable. On the other hand, the Chinese Empire, with its vast land and abundant resources, makes people jealous. After annexing the four empires of Jin, Chu, Yan, and Han, the national power has expanded to the extreme. Even if the fleets of the two sides lose 1-1, or even 1-2, they will all affordable. Li Mingbo carefully analyzed it. He meant it was obvious that although the empire had the vast sea as a natural barrier, it also restricted the empire's external expansion. He was more than self-preserving and not aggressive enough. Nowadays, the Chinese Empire is devoting all efforts to building warships and forming naval fleets. The navy of the empire faces huge challenges. It is still unknown whether the naval fleet of the empire can be defended. If the huge navy fleet of the empire is defeated, the empire will be defeated. Said that will be a catastrophe. Then, how do you think you can get rid of the current predicament? Jingbin Khamdmaru thought for a long while, staring at Li Mingbo with piercing eyes. While fully defending, continue to send the expedition fleet until the end of the sea, find the western continent, defeat them, and conquer them. Li Mingbo said astonishingly. Ib Khamdmaru was silent. Over the past 100 years, the empire has continuously sent expedition fleets. But in the end no one can return. The Western continent is real, and the Yannikans who were conquered by the Chinese Empire are a living example. They are still living in the Chinese Empire today. It's not that he has never thought of this, but the vast sea, hurricanes, rains, and waves pose a huge threat to the fleet. It is already very difficult to find the Western continent. The transportation of this army and food logistics is even more difficult and hopeless. Okay, this general will consider this matter carefully and write to His Majesty the Emperor. Khamji Nobi patted Li Mingbo on the shoulder. He is a far-sighted military strategist and politician. Li Mingbo's suggestion has always been the suggestions made by many of the empire's very far-sighted experts are exactly the same. If you want to make an empire, you can only open up the territory. All the inland of the wild continent has been annexed by the Chinese Empire. The empire has no chance, only to find it from the sea. There are east and west continents. Will there be undiscovered north and south continents? 5 days later, Ib Khamdmaru wrote a long memorial, which not only clearly distinguished the national strength, military strength, advantages and disadvantages of the empire and the Chinese Empire, but finally mentioned the survival and future development of the empire. To form an expedition fleet, he will donate a sum of money in the name of the patriarch of the Jingbian family. The memorial of Jinbian Khamdmaru made waves in the court of the Yanri Empire. After fierce arguments, the radicals finally gained the upper hand, and the emperor agreed to build an expedition fleet to find the western continent and conquer them. Not only the emperor of the Yanri Empire, but all his citizens, Even many high-ranking officials of the Chinese Empire did not know that the Western continent had already installed front-loaded guns, created paper shells, and eliminated all cold weapons. Scientists in the Principality are desperately researching and improving firearms in order to achieve greater killing effects and fire speed effects. Only Yi Deshanzi and a handful of black-clad spies under the guise of envoys of the Emperor of the Great China Empire knew about these things. They were qualified to penetrate into the principalities of the Western continent, and ordinary merchants could only be in the established business districts. Commodity transactions cannot enter the territory of the duchy at all, and the Taxi Empress station there is still a cold weapon. The Yanri Empire vigorously formed an expedition fleet. The warships were already made. They were drawn from the major fleets and requisitioned to supplement them with some fishing boats to make up a fleet of 50 warships and 80 expedition ships carrying a large amount of food, supplies and soldiers. Team. The expedition fleet took half a month and was quickly formed. Soldiers were mostly voluntary and they were very adventurous. This expedition fleet of 50,000 people started shipping from Hiroshima, heading for the unknown seas, looking for the real West continent. This fleet was also attacked by storms and huge waves during its voyage. More than half of the warships were lost, and the logistics fleet carrying soldiers and food also suffered huge losses. There were only more than 24,000 soldiers left, and the food could not support it for a month. However, this expedition was very lucky. During the mission, they accidentally discovered the legendary Western continent. These Japanese soldiers landed frantically, slaughtered the local residents, occupied their cities, robbed them of their food, and raped and prostitutes. Take captivity. Do nothing without evil. The actions of these Japanese pirates infuriated the principalities of the Western continent. 100,000 army rolled over from the land, and the huge battleships were sealed off the sea. After a bloody battle, this Japanese pirate expedition was annihilated. The prisoners were not hanged. It is to be crucified. This is so. It is still unable to calm the anger of the monarchs of the princes, and then hear about the richness and beauty of the East continent, and they all become greedy. After discussion, the princes formed an army of 100,000 people and marched east along the Silk Road, which is known as the First Crusade in history. Above the sea, the huge combined fleets of the major duchy also set sail and began to explore, looking for the Eastern continent. Chapter 522 Expedition on March 20, 2013 of the Chinese Empire. The first and second main fleet of the Imperial Navy with all the strength of the whole country was formed, and the third fleet was the Logistics Transportation Fleet. Jinghai, the Imperial Naval Base, neatly arranged 5-toothed giant ships on the sea, sailors and marines lined up on the deck, waiting for Yi Deshanzi's inspection. You are all glorious soldiers of the Empire, the pride of the Empire. You must defend your home and the country, and fight for the glory of the Empire. Standing on the flagship of Jiyuling, Yi Deshanzi waved his fists to inspire the morale of the navy. Fight for the glory of the Empire. Fight for the glory of the Empire. All the soldiers raised their arms frantically, and the sound broke through the sky, and their morale was lifted to the route limit. This is the swearing ceremony to conquer the Yanri Empire. After tonight, the two main fleets of the Imperial Navy will embark on a journey to fight the main fleet of Japanese pirates. If you want to attack the Japanese pirate country, you must first eliminate the Japanese pirates' main fleet and obtain absolute dominance of the sea. Only then can soldiers be transported ashore, landed on the islands to attack fortifications, and various military materials will then be continuously transported to the occupied islands. Outside Jinghai City, the barracks stretched for nearly 100 miles, and the flags of various colors were flying like the sea. The soldiers happily ate meat and provided only a small amount of wine to avoid hangovers. In the Imperial Navy Governor's Mansion, the Emperor Yi Deshan did his best to condemn Jiyuling and Gongzhang Lihui again and again. Tomorrow morning, the two of them will embark on the journey. Yi Deshanzi did not toss to death. The war ended early. and then hugged the two women. The sky was still grey and did not light up. All the Empire soldiers had already used breakfast and boarded their warships to stand by. Be careful. Yi Deishanzi firmly shook Zhi Yuling's hand. Even though the Empire's military equipment was excellent, he was still worried. The concubine saves it. Zhi Yuling looked at Yi Deishanzi affectionately, and said softly, "The Emperor, but please rest assured, the concubine knows that as the commander of the whole army, he must command the whole army and cannot charge forward." Only then did Yi Daishan nod his head. He squeezed a handful of Gong Zhangli Hui's buttock, and exhorted, "Take good care of her for me, and don't make any accidents, otherwise, family law will take care of her. You save slaves, the Emperor, but don't worry." Gong Zhangli Hui's eyes were silky, and she agreed. "Well, be careful." Yi Deishanzi stepped off the 5-toothed giant ship and stood on the dock. All warships, set sail. Zhi Yuling gave an order, and the flag soldiers on the mast tower waved various color flags and played a series of flags. All the warships raised their sails, and sailed out one by one. At this time, soldiers hurriedly reported that Beilong and Feian Islands were violently attacked by Japanese pirates and requested reinforcements. Zhi Lingshan ordered the first main fleet to drive towards the Beilong and Feian Islands, and Lu Shaixun led the second main fleet to follow behind. The sea is full of dense sails, filling the entire sea level. When they were more than 50 nautical miles away from Beilong Island and Feian Island, Lu Shaixun was ordered to lead the second main fleet as Zheng Donghang encircled to the right side of Beilong Island and Feian Island. Attacking Baiyan Island and Feian Island was the Nagasaki fleet of Japanese pirates, commanded by Kame Maru's confidant, Kem Maru, the chief governor, and sent a total of 150 large and small warships with 50,000 soldiers. Beilong Island and Feian Island are two neighboring islands, which usually do not have any important strategic significance. But if the Chinese Imperial Army attacks the Japanese Empire, these two islands will highlight important strategic significance. From Jinghai to Nagasaki, the voyage is too long and it is difficult to supply supplies. Beilong Island and Feian Island serve as supply transfer stations, which greatly facilitates the supply of the Chinese Imperial Navy. Ibn Kame Maru had long known that there was at least one battalion of the Imperial Chinese Army stationed on Beilong Island and Feian Island, and the fleet offensive was not worth the loss. He could control the Nagasaki prefecture because of his huge fleet and private army. The support of the major families in the upper Nagasaki prefecture. However, recent intelligence shows that warships of the Chinese Imperial Army frequently travel to and from the two islands. In other words, the two islands have begun to accumulate special funds for military use. Profitable, Jinbin Kame Maru ordered the Nagasaki fleet under his command to attack Beilong Island and Feian Island, seize the military supplies accumulated on the island, and destroy all the fortifications on the island. On the sea, black and crushing warships of Japanese pirates are moored, and in the shallow sea, boats full of soldiers are heading toward the beach. On the beach, there were densely packed Japanese pirate soldiers. They struggled to lift their artillery pieces to the shore, then chose favorable terrain, erected the artillery, and blasted the fortresses on the island. The howling solid iron bullets blasted the walls of the fortresses on the island to rubble and fired the wooden buildings on the island. Chu Jinghong is currently the commander of the Imperial Marine Corps. Zhi Yuling has recently been assigned to station on Beilong Island and Feian Island. He is Zhi Yuling's confidant and beloved general, guarding him, which shows the important sex of the two islands. Chu Jinghong was watching the enemy situation with a single barrel of thousands of miles away. The Japanese pirates did not carry many artillery pieces from the warship, only 20. The solid iron bullets pose a huge threat to the building, but they can't kill the soldiers. Big. However, this thing is still quite annoying. Chu Jinghong has ordered the artillery to correct the coordinates and aim at the Japanese artillery position. Suppressing and destroying the enemy's artillery is a brand new combat theory proposed by the Emperor. If you think about it, this is true. If the enemy's artillery cover is lost, morale will be affected and the threat to the enemy will be reduced. Bailong Island and Fian Island were already armed to their teeth, and their defensive capabilities reached their limits. After Zhou Ling decided on the date of the Imperial Navy's expedition, he dispatched warships and added another battalion to Chu Jinghong, 20 howitzers, 20 bursts. Nowadays, if Bailong Island is counted as the 20 fortresses of the fortress wall, there are 40 howitzers and 25 burst guns. Fian Island is a secondary island with weaker defenses, but it is also equipped with 15 fortresses. Another 20 howitzers were erected on the high ground of the fortress, and 20 continuous firing guns were installed in the Yongbai fortification. A large number of Japanese pirate soldiers were advancing towards the fortress with their waists bowed. Chu Jinghong ordered the artillery to try a shell to confirm the impact point and recalibrate the coordinates. The artillery shell exploded 10 meters away from the Japanese pirate artillery position and missed the target, but it blew up a large area of the Japanese pirate soldiers who were advancing. The newly developed flowering artillery shells successfully developed by the Empire were put into use when they captured the 3 cities including Jin. The power of the Japanese pirate soldiers who defended the city was so terrible that the horrific lethality of such shells was spread throughout the Japanese Empire. The Japanese pirate soldiers in the palace didn't see it with their own eyes, but didn't take it seriously. This time, they finally witnessed the terrifying lethality of the blooming cannonballs with their own eyes. They were so scared that they were terrified, and the commanding officer Taro opened his mouth wide. This thing is really terrifying. Chapter 523 Defensive Battle. Before the Japanese pirate soldiers could react, the artillery in the fortress had recalibrated the coordinates and dozens of artillery shells came over, completely covering the Japanese pirate artillery positions. A series of violent explosions sounded, mud and sand splashed, and when the billowing smoke dissipated, the Japanese artillery positions had been completely destroyed. There were scattered corpses and broken iron cannons. Very good. Chu Jinghong saw the destruction of the Japanese pirate artillery position through the eyes of a single barrel of thousands of miles. He clenched his fists with joy and smashed it fiercely. All the artillery in the fortress raised their elevation angles and began to fire the attacking Japanese pirates. The howling artillery shells blasted the Japanese pirates into flesh and blood. Artillery is known as the god of war in modern times. In the area covered by dense artillery fire, no creatures can survive. The first attacking Japanese pirate soldiers did not enter the firing range of the rifle and suffered heavy losses from the dense artillery bombardment. Asshole Turtle Taro, who was furious with anger, slapped the face of the commander of the first attack echelon fiercely, cursing his incompetence. Taro knew that the Chinese Imperial Army's artillery was very powerful and its lethality was terrifying. But before the expedition, he slapped his chest to make a military order and did not capture Bailong Island and Fian Island. He apologized by lapidary. No matter how powerful the artillery of the Imperial Chinese Army and how terrifying its lethality, it must continue to attack and capture these 2 islands. Not only can he seize the large amount of military materials accumulated on the islands, but also their new artillery and artillery shells. Models can be imitated by skilled craftsmen of the Empire to equip the army. A large number of Japanese pirate soldiers continued to howl and attack, but they learned well and no longer stepped forward in a dense formation, but attacked in a skirmish form. In the fortress, the soldiers of the Marine Corps lay down in the bunker, aim their guns, pull the trigger, and then use a knife to pick out the copper shells, reload them, and continue to shoot. The firing range of the rifled gun is more than 700 meters, and the effective firing range is 500 to 600 meters, while the firing range of the smoothbore gun is only 200 meters, and the Japanese soldiers have no chance to enter the firing range. It was fired by the dense bullets. The shooter of the burst gun was kneeling and squatting, and he shook the handle calmly. The heavy burst machine gun fired with bangs. After shooting a barrel of bullets, the deputy quickly took off the barrel and installed it. The new barrel full of bullets was placed on the triangle frame. The shooter hand shook the handle to send fire, and the two deputies quickly filled the barrel with bullets. The age of real machine guns had not yet been invented. The power of this heavy burst gun was still very scary. 25 burst guns were fired at the same time, and large-scale Japanese pirate soldiers screamed and fell. At this time, because the smoothbore firing range was too short, the battlefield was undecided. The attacking Japanese soldiers had to advance to a distance of about 180 meters from the Marines guarding the island. The soldiers of the Marine Corps relied on the great advantage of the rifled gun to shoot the distance. A large number of Japanese pirates in the attack were killed, and the second wave of the Japanese pirates' attack was lost. There were more than 300 more corpses on the ground. Kamata screamed with anger and ordered the soldiers to lift the artillery from the warship. The cast-iron cannon was heavy, and it took a lot of time to carry each one. The cannon was just set up, and there was no time to blast. Shoot was covered by a howitzer, and was destroyed again. Kamataro became anxious and ordered the soldiers to capture Bailong Island and Fian Island at all costs. Bailong Island is the main island, with strong fortifications, strong defensive capabilities, and fierce firepower, completely suppressing the attacking Japanese soldiers. Fian Island is a secondary island. Its defense and firepower are slightly weaker. At the same time, the Japanese pirates attacked wildly. Many Japanese pirates once advanced to a distance of about 300 meters. Under the beach, there were piles of corpses of Japanese pirates, and many wounded people rolled over, wailing, and finally there was no more sound due to excessive blood loss. The Japanese pirate soldiers launched more than 10 rounds of crazy attacks. All of them were repelled, and more than 3,000 people were injured or killed. The soldiers of the Imperial Marine Corps only killed and wounded a dozen people. This is still the casualty caused by the bombing of the Japanese pirates before. General Tortoise can't attack anymore. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. Yeah, the soldiers are simply suicide. They can't fight anymore. All the officers who were beaten by the fierce firepower of the Chinese Imperial Army were frightened and asked to retreat. Kam-kun, let me lead the ninja samurai camp to give it a try. An officer dressed in a black uniform took the initiative to ask for the battle. He is Kamataro's classmate Shintaro Shijin. Okay, please, Shi-Yuan-kun. Kamataro was overjoyed. He was also terrified by the fierce firepower of the Chinese Imperial Army. The morale of the soldiers was low. What is needed at this time is to inspire the morale of the soldiers and inspire their fighting spirit. The ninja samurai camp is composed of 1,000 people, composed of a single color of samurai. Their weapons are all samurai swords. They are skilled and have the lowest level of kendo 3 levels. Some samurai even reached the 5th level. They are Nagasaki Metropolitan Government, the most powerful and elite ace battalion in the infantry force. Ibio Kamemaru handed this ace battalion to Kamata, which shows that he is favored by him. Thousands of ninja warriors quickly alighted from the warship and assembled in small boats. Then, under the command of Shintaro Shijin, they wielded katana and howled and attacked the fortress. Chu Jingzhou saw through the single-barreled Gainly eyes that the attacking Japanese pirate soldiers were obviously different from the previous Japanese pirate soldiers. They were all full of black uniforms, long and sharp swords, and they ran very fast. All artillery fires are covered. Chu Jinghong ordered the artillery to shoot. If there are not many Japanese attacking soldiers, in order to save artillery shells, only a few artillery pieces erected on the fortress wall would fire. One shell after another exploded in the charging crowd, and many ninja warriors were blown up, killed and wounded by shrapnel that was fired everywhere. Subsequently, the machine guns and rifles in the fortress fired in turn, and the ninja warrior who rushed to the front screamed and fell. Warriors, attack! Continue to attack! Shi-Yuan Shintaro brandished his saber and shouted loudly to inspire the fighting spirit of the warriors. With a bang, Shintaro Shijin, who was commanding, only felt a sudden shock in his chest, and the powerful impact force knocked him down on the sand. In the bunker of the fortress high ground, A Marine sniper grinned and grinned. There were more than 20 Japanese pirate officers who died under his gun. It is a pity that the Japanese pirate officer did not have anything on his uniform. The identity mark cannot confirm how high his rank is. The ninja samurai camp is worthy of being the most elite samurai in Nagasaki. They are still charging bravely and fearlessly under the fierce firepower of the Marine Corps. The distance between the two sides has been quickly shortened to within 20 meters, and the Marine Corps soldiers threw a wave of scythe hunters, blasting the ninja warrior who rushed to the front. Many ninja warriors rushed under the stone wall of the fortress at one time, and several of them also threw some scythe-hunting thunders on the fortress, causing casualties to the fortress defenders. However, as more thunders were thrown down from the fortress, the ninja warriors under the stone wall of the fortress were all blown up and killed and wounded. The Kaimata who commanded in front of the formation was in pain, but it was the most elite ninja samurai camp in Nagasaki. At this time, a personal soldier came to report that the enemy's main fleet was quickly approaching in the sea to the left. Chapter 524 Sea Battle Good Come. Ha. Kaimata was not surprised and rejoiced. He did not expect that the defenses of Bailong Island and Fian Island were so strong and the firepower was so fierce that more than 3,000 soldiers were lost in the ninja samurai camp. After going back like this, he must have a cesarean section to apologize. But he didn't expect the main navy fleet of the Chinese Empire to come. It was a good gift from God. As long as he defeated the main fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy, he could go back for business, at least not by cesarean section. Procedure to retreat, board the ship, prepare for battle. Taro issued the order and boarded the flagship enthusiastically. In his mind, the Empire's fleet was invincible in the sea, and no one could compete with it. The attacking ninja warrior camp heard the sound of the golden gong, and quickly retreated. Under the heavy bomb rain, many ninja warriors were shot down and covered by a burst of artillery fire. The entire battalion was composed of 1,000 people and was able to withdraw from the battlefield. There are only 400 people left, and the loss can be described as heavy. Seeing the Japanese pirate soldiers retreating like a tide of water, hurriedly boarding the ship, Chu Jinghong was startled, and hurriedly boarded the watchtower on the fortress high ground, and looked at the sea with a single tube of thousands of miles away, and his face immediately showed a smile. The first main fleet of the Imperial Navy is here. On the sea, Jiling's first main fleet was sailing at full speed, pressing against Kamataro's fleet. The naval forces of the Japanese pirates were very powerful. They quickly boarded the ship, pulled up the sails and set sail, and then swayed horizontally. The movable window panels of the cabin were removed, and a cannon in the window was exposed. Seeing that the battleships of the Imperial Chinese Army were still in the vertical direction, using two giant five-toothed ships as assault knives, Kamataro frowned at full speed. Does the enemy ship want to forcibly attack the fleet formation and break his fleet? The distance between the two sides was rapidly narrowing, and then, the sound of rumble cannons sounded, and the two giant five-toothed ships of the first main fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy opened fire first, and the artillery shells blasted the sea into a high column of water. Kamataro sneered. The Chinese Empire's navy has just been formed. It doesn't seem to be very effective, so it's fired at such a distance. However, he discovered that the battleship artillery of the Chinese Imperial Army was installed on the battleship and could attack both forward and backward, which was a big improvement. The distance between the two sides was still narrowing, and the artillery was in the fire range, and Taro ordered the bombardment. Dense iron bullets spilled onto the sea, blasting the sea water into a column of water. The naval warships of the Chinese Empire had a longitudinal impact, and the target was small. The first wave of attacks failed to hit the target. The sailors quickly filled the artillery with gunpowder and iron bullets. At this moment, the two giant five-tooth ships of the Imperial Chinese Army opened fire again. Most of the artillery shells fell into the sea, blowing up large water columns, but there were still a few shots hitting the target, and one warship hit two in a row. The explosion caught fire, and the violent explosion tore the entire warship in half and quickly sank. Fire, fire! Taro was anxious, and ordered all the warships to continue their bombardment. The two fifth-toothed giant ships that the Chinese Imperial Navy assaulted were hit by several rounds of iron bullets. The giant ship only shook violently, and then continued the assault. Boom and boom! The cannons on the giant fifth-toothed ship roared, and two more Japanese warships were hit. One broke and sank, and the other ignited, soaring into the sky. The Japanese soldiers on the ship quickly abandoned the ship and jumped into the sea. Kemitaro screamed in anger and ordered all the ships to continue to fire. The watchman on the mast tower suddenly yelled, "General, our right flank found an enemy fleet approaching fast. There are a lot of them." Kemitaro made a big jump and hurriedly divided half of the ships to meet the second main fleet under the command of Lu Shaixun, bypassed Bailong Island and suddenly appeared on the right flank of the Japanese pirate fleet. The Japanese warship in charge of the interception hurriedly turned the bow to meet the interception, and the distance between the two parties was quickly shortened. The Japanese warships all set up artillery on both sides of the cabin, and they had to fire horizontally to attack. As their warships turned, the warships led by Lu Shaixun had already been fired in turn, and the first wave of rapid fires sank 3 Japanese warships. When the Japanese pirates' fleets were all laid out horizontally, 2 more warships were bombarded and their hulls broke and sank. The other 2 ignited, soaring to the sky, and they sank in a short time. The warship of the Japanese pirates only had time to fire 3 shots, severely wounding a giant fifth-tooth ship, and one. Then, the giant fifth-tooth ship that was fast approaching fiercely crashed into the fleet formation and was the first among them. A Japanese warship was hit and its hull shattered. The warships of the two sides were entangled together, turning into a hand-to-hand battle of short soldiers. The sailors of the two sides raised muskets to shoot and threw thunders indiscriminately, and there was fire and the sound of guns everywhere. The Japanese pirate fleet, which was responsible for interception, was completely chaotic, fighting on its own. Lu Shaixun's second main fleet not only has an advantage in the number of warships, but also has an advantage in the displacement of warships, which can be easily done. The warships of Japanese pirates were smashed, and the power of artillery was even more terrifying. As long as the wooden warship was hit by a shell, it would either break or sink into a raging fire, and it would be impossible to escape the fate of the ship's destruction. The Japanese pirate fleet was broken through and divided into several sections, and they could only fight on their own. Moreover, they had to adjust their direction and face the enemy sideways before they could fire bombardment. When the bow of the ship was turned, the fifth-toothed giant ship, the cannons on the ship have been fired one after another, and waves of blooming artillery shells have been poured onto the ship, blasting the warship to pieces. Often a Japanese warship has to be taken care of by 2 or 3 giant fifth-tooth ships, although the solid iron bullet hits the target. The surface of the giant fifth-tooth ship is covered with iron armor. Even if it is shot, it is not deadly enough. Soon, this small Japanese pirate fleet was annihilated, and Lu Shaixun led the second main fleet to advance at full speed and pounced on Kemitaro's main fleet. "Retreat, retreat!" Kemitaro hissed. The Imperial Chinese Army's warships were not only huge, but the power of the artillery was too terrifying. In addition, they were outflanked, and the number was also very different. It must be annihilated. With a few loud bangs, Kemitaro, who was giving orders, felt that he was flying up, and then fell into the sea with a thump, and then he did not wake up. The flagship was sunk, and the entire Japanese pirate fleet had no leaders, and they had no choice but to fight each other. The timid fleet ordered the ship to escape from the battlefield in a hurry. Fortunately, before the battle started, Kemitaro had ordered the transport fleet full of soldiers to retreat first, otherwise, they would all become the living targets of the Chinese Imperial Navy warships. The entire Nagasaki main fleet, except for more than 10 warships that escaped quickly, was sunk. Even if the entire army was not annihilated, the number of the Nagasaki main fleet established by the Japanese Navy could be cancelled. There were countless pieces of wood floating on the sea, and a large number of Japanese pirate soldiers desperately paddling for help. Most of the soldiers of the Imperial Navy came from coastal towns. Their ancestors lived on the seaside for generations and lived by fishing. The harassment of Japanese pirates made them miserable. Their relatives, brothers and sisters died at the hands of the pirates. So, regarding the Japanese pirate soldiers calling for help, no one paid any attention to them. Some radical soldiers even fired their guns to vent their inner resentment. Chapter 525 West Continent Allied Forces. The Japanese pirate soldiers floating on the sea were shot and killed few by the angry soldiers, until Jiuling ordered to stop them, and the soldiers stopped the slaughter. The captives were salvaged, one by one, all wet, pale and bloodless, and eyes full of fear. They were tied up and thrown on the bottom of the cabin. The soldiers left only the young, weak and uninjured, and old. Yes, the injured were thrown into the sea again, waiting for the ice to die or become the food of the beasts in the sea. The two main fleets berthed at Beilang Island and Fian Island for rest and recuperation. Jiuling sent 20 warships to escort the wounded on his side back to Jinghai for treatment, and by the way escorted thousands of prisoners back to work as coolies. The good news came that Emperor Yi Dizhi, who was sitting in the calm sea, ordered the Third Fleet of the Imperial Navy to set sail for Beilang Island and Fian Island. The Third Fleet was mainly responsible for logistics and transportation. There were only 10 giant five-tooth ships and 40 ships in type ship escort, but the transport ship still has several artillery mounted on it, and the sailors are equipped with rifles and bombing thunders, not the little sheep slaughtered by any Japanese pirate. According to the pre-ordered battle plan, the two main fleets of the Empire will take a rest after destroying the main Nagasaki main fleet of Japanese pirates, and then look for opportunities to fight against the two main fleets of Hiroshima, Hokkaido, and Tokyo, and obtain absolute dominance of the sea. The transport fleet will continue to transport soldiers and military materials to the front line. The Marines will take the lead and seize the beachhead first. After gaining a foothold, Duga Kangsu's 12 divisions of 240,000 troops will land and capture Nagasaki Islands. Duga Kangsu had 160,000 people in the original 8 divisions. During the rest period, some strong men were transferred from Jin, Chu, Yan, Han and other places, and they were dispersed and incorporated into various units. The number of them soared to 240,000. The crowd. However, the nation's efforts have been devoted to building the naval fleet and the desperate production of artillery. Rifled guns can only be produced in small quantities. Duga Kangsu's troops only have half of the division's force to replace rifled, and the rest are all smoothbore guns. A battalion of 50 machine guns was equipped with a battalion, and the howitzers were a lot of equipment. Artillery, the god of war. Yi Danzi firmly remembered this sentence. Duga Kangsu's department is now equipped with more than 200 howitzers. The military workshops are still in mass production, and the artillery produced is given priority to be equipped with Duga Kangsu. The Mu Chunfing First Army Group stationed in the coastal cities of Korea to prevent Japanese pirates from landing. Gong Tangfing's subordinate was stationed between Yan and Chu to prevent some unwilling people from making trouble. Tang Feng commanded the 5 divisions to be stationed between Yan and Han, also to prevent the locals from rebelling. Occupying so many places needs to be digested slowly. The refugees are still in the process of relocation, especially the poor areas in Korea, so a large amount of food has to be transferred to comfort the local people. Although the 2 places of Yan and Chu are not rich, there are plenty of fertile fields, enough to be self-sufficient. Officials stationed in various places redistribute some barren fields. Yi Shanzi has decreed to reduce or exempt taxes for 2 years, which has won the support of the local people. For ordinary people, as long as they have farms, food, and clothing, it is the same for whoever is in power. If they are left without food and desperately hungry, they will rise up desperately. Zheng Zixia commanded the Third Army Group to be stationed in the western regions, and built a new city there to prevent the invasion of the western continent's army. At the same time, it also served as an outpost and logistics supply station for the empire to enter the western continent. Originally, Emperor Yi had to sit in the calm sea and preside over the battle. However, the western regions sent an urgent report of 800 miles, and the principalities of the western continent had formed a coalition of 100,000 people to advance along the desert, with the intention of invading the empire. Before, Emperor Yi Daishan sent 200 Yannikans back to the western continent and lurked. They discovered that there were changes in the principalities, and immediately relayed the information. There are still some small tribes living in the endless desert. Tan Ziyi sent a lot of black-clothed spies to live among them. There are also post stations in each oasis, guarded by campaigner-level cavalry units. Although it was an urgent report of 800 miles, it had been a month and a half when it reached Jinghai from the western continent, and Yi Daishan had to leave Jinghai and hurried back to the imperial capital. The news of the invasion by the Principality of the Western Continent is no secret in the empire. It spread to a lot of noise, but it did not cause any panic. In the eyes of the people, these foreigners with blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin and hairy chests are all tribal barbarians. It hasn't been civilized yet. How can it be compared with the Yanyang Empire, which has a history of thousands of years? The people were blindly optimistic, but that was good. At least it didn't cause any panic. Yi Daishan was quite satisfied, but he still attached great importance to the invasion of the 100,000 coalition forces in the western continent. After returning to the imperial capital for a few days, Tan Ziyi hurried off to the western regions. By the way, he transported a batch of howitzers, rifled guns, and burst machine guns that had been given priority to Duga Kangxu's subordinates to the western regions to equip Zheng Zixia's Third Army Group in advance. A small part. Anyway, the two main fleets of the Imperial Navy had to look for opportunities on the vast sea to fight and annihilate the three main fleets of Japanese pirates: Hiroshima, Hokkaido, and Tokyo. After obtaining absolute dominance of the sea, the Imperial Army could land on the islands and conquer cities. This may take several months, and it is enough for the new artillery, rifled gun, and continuous fire machine gun of the Duga Kangxu Department's equipment. Under the escort of a Royal Guards regiment, Yi Daishan went to the western regions dangling and dangling, because they had to escort a large number of guns, howitzers and other heavy equipment. The team proceeded very slowly. It was a sightseeing tour along the way. Feng Niking and Dan Junqi are not alone. On May 23rd, the Emperor Yi and the crowd arrived in the western regions. Zheng Zixia led a group of high-ranking officers to greet him. Seeing the shiny howitzers, the officers' eyes lit up, and all of them grinned and smiled silly. The power of howitzers, continuous machine guns, and rifled guns. They went to the battlefield to observe in the Battle of Mu. Chunfeng led the First Army Group to attack Jin. The power is really unexplainable. The Emperor sent not many howitzers, nearly 100. 50 machine guns, 3,000 rifled guns, can equip a small number of troops, but it is better than none. At least, the Second Army Group of General Gongda has not been equipped with new weapons. All the high-ranking officers looked at their commander intently. Everyone wanted to replace their troops with new weapons first. These things were too greedy. Zheng Zixia distributes this batch of weapons. Yi Daishan will not involve, but remind him that artillery is the god of war, because currently only a small amount of production must be concentrated in order to be able to display the terrifying power of artillery coverage. At this time, some merchants who dared to take a large amount of goods to the western continent were withdrawing from the desert. They were informed by their own people halfway through. The Principality of the Western Continent sent 100,000 troops to suppress the border. The coalition forces on the mainland will surely be robbed of their cargo, and their lives will not even be guaranteed. Chapter 526. Some small tribes living near the Silk Road and in the oasis have also been notified. It is best to evacuate as soon as possible and move elsewhere. otherwise they may be wiped out by the allied forces of the principality on the western continent. The empire is now devoting a nationwide effort to attack the Japanese pirates. For the time being, it has sent a large army into the desert to protect these small tribes. Once the principality's coalition forces push it over, the official post and campaigner-level defenders have to withdraw. Tang Ziyi knew that he didn't have much financial resources to support the tough-run combat, so he let Zheng Zixia lead his troops to garrison the western regions. The new city of the western regions stands on the edge of the desert, guarding the entrance of the desert and the prairie. Behind the new city are rows of shelter forests. These shelter forests planted with the bones of countless prisoners of war are not allowed to be felled, and nearby turf is not allowed to graze or destroy. The offender will be killed without pardon. The local tribes were all herdsmen, but they did not dare to defy the emperor's order and could only go to graze a little farther away. They all wondered why the emperor valued this forest and turf so much. These tribes didn't feel the invasion and threat of the desert, let alone control the desert, which is too advanced and unusual. After the construction of the Xinyu city was completed, a large number of local tribes moved into the city, lived in brand new spacious wooden houses, and were allocated some fields. Since then, they have bid farewell to the nomadic lifestyle of walking with cattle and sheep. Accompanied by Zheng Zixia, Emperor Yi Daishan inspected the fortifications of the western region's new city and its nearby fortifications and put forward some suggestions for improvement. The western region city has only two gates, the north and the south, and the vast desert is outside the south gate, and the east city wall is built on the Tanjiro mountain range. Tangjil mountain is towering into the clouds, the mountain is steep, and the apes cannot climb. Zheng Zixia built some fortifications on Tangjil mountain, and also built mountain roads and built wooden bridges and wooden ladders. Once the Western Continental Allied forces invade, the soldiers can through the wooden bridge and wooden ladder, quickly enter the hilltop position to fight. Use explosives to flatten this mountain, and set up a few artillery. Yi Daishanzi pointed, here, you can build several bunkers, set up multiple machine guns, and put sandbags on the side of the trench. The emperor's suggestion was recorded by his own bookkeeper, and then it would be rebuilt according to the emperor's suggestion. Yi Daishanzi stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down. The cliff was steep and covered with moss, making it slippery and slippery. However, there were more than a dozen thick and long mountain vines twisted on the cliff. All these mountain vines must also be cut off. Take care to prevent the allied forces of the principality from setting up a ladder, then climbing up the mountain vines, and sneak attacking the soldiers stationed on the mountain in the middle of the night. It's useless and will soon be breached. The entire huge Third Army group was only divided into 50 consecutive machine guns, and Yi Daishanzi immediately erected 18 into the bunkers and several extremely dangerous fortifications in Tanjiro Mountain. These bunkers are permanent fortifications. They are set up in dangerous positions. The continuous machine guns can be placed on the ground to shoot the offensive Principality allied soldiers. The stacking materials are made of huge hard rocks, and the top is poured thick, a few layers of mud and dust, and then a row of wooden piles, and a layer of sandbags on top, can not only reduce the impact of solid iron bullets, but also serve as fortifications, arranging one or two groups of snipers. In short, Yi Daishan had racked his brains in order to arm Tangjil Mountain to the teeth. A large amount of ammunition was placed in the excavated stone cave. There are several wheels in the back mountain, which can be used to bomb the weapon. The medicine was hung up directly, instead of having to force the soldiers to carry the ammunition medicine and wait for it to come up. On the same day, the soldiers of the Third Army Group carried out major repairs to Tangjil Mountain and other fortifications in accordance with the order of Yi Daishanzi, greatly improving their defensive capabilities. The terrain of Tangjil Mountain is dangerous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Originally, a company of troops was enough, but the Emperor Yi Dai didn't rest assured and asked Zheng Zixia to put on 2 companies to ensure that nothing went wrong. Tangjil Mountain cannot be lost, and the new city of the western regions cannot be lost either. Now it is the era of hot martial arts. Any city wall will be bombarded and collapsed under the repeated bombardment of artillery. In order to prevent the southern city wall from being bombed down, it can be quickly filled. A large number of sacks filled with sand are piled up on the head of the city and under the city wall. In the southern city wall, a low wall of sandbags was built at an interval of 10 meters. The sandbag low wall is piled up with several thick layers and is about 2 meters high. Although it is not very strong, this thing can greatly reduce the fierce impact of solid iron bullets. It can be regarded as the nemesis of bullets. After refurbishing the suggestion, Yi Daishanzi personally inspected it again, and he was relieved after confirming that he was satisfied. Next, the Emperor Yi Daishan set out to recruit 60,000 young soldiers from various places and form 3 new national defense divisions, all of which were transferred to the western regions and obey Zheng Zixia's command. This is also the selfish intention of Yi Daishanzi. The Third Army Group is one of the 3 main battle groups of the empire. After the Japanese pirates are cleaned up, the 3 army groups will advance into the desert and attack the western continent along the Silk Road. Therefore, face the invading coalition forces of the 100,000 principalities were mainly defensive. Although the recruit egg has never been on the battlefield, he can quickly grow up and become a qualified veteran with the old and the new. In this way, it can also preserve the elite of the Third Army Group. The 260,000 troops were stationed in the western regions, not counting the local security forces in the nearby counties and towns. They were also equipped with new-style howitzers and other weapons. At the same time, the terrain was difficult and easy to defend and difficult to attack. It should be able to block the 100,000 coalition forces in the western continent. Out of the desert, he was so satisfied with all the fortifications that he could no longer pick out the faults. Only Yi Daishan was satisfied. At this time, the soldiers of the post stations set up in the desert oasis have retreated one after another, together with 2 or 3 small tribes in the pass, and brought back the news that the 100,000 coalition forces of the principalities of the western continent have advanced to the oasis of Oppose, which is already far away from the western regions, less than 100 miles. In the desert outside the customs, there are still 2 cavalry companies and a cavalry reconnaissance company, which is responsible for monitoring the movements of the allied forces of the principality. The empire's 260,000 troops were waiting, and the 100,000 coalition troops of the principality of the western continent were bound to smash their heads under the new city of the western regions. At the moment there is nothing to do. Yi Daishanzi, who is so idle, can't wait for the principality's coalition forces to arrive as soon as possible. He would like to see how effective the western continent's army is equipped with a smoothbore gun. As the emperor's military advisory group, not only did Yiwazi follow to the western regions, but the Duke of Minas, Downey and some nobles from the former principality of Yaniku also accompanied them. They were all battle-tested. Old soldier, however, that was the age of cold weapons. Elizabeth, the daughter of the Duke of Minas, also followed. She wore a white western-style dress with a belt that tightened her waist, making her waist very thin, highlighting the majestic and arrogant peaks on her chest. The blonde and blue-eyed Elizabeth was noble and dignified, and her body was full of exoticism, which made Yi Daishan unavoidably fanciful. Chapter 527 The True Dragon Emperor is different. His Majesty the Great Emperor, can you teach me to ride a horse? Elizabeth's Chinese has improved significantly, but with a little foreign accent, it sounds a little strange to people. How could the Emperor Yi Daishan, who boasted the most pity and cherishment, refuse the request of the little beauty? What's more, this fellow has such a wicked thought towards Elizabeth in his heart. Yi Daishan's current riding skills can be considered so-so. Even if it doesn't work, he can use his extremely powerful internal strength to forcibly control the horse. Your Majesty, you are so kind. Elizabeth generously kissed Yi Daishan's cheek. Yi Daishanzi knew that this was the official etiquette of the Western continent, but he still couldn't help but sway. He stepped on the horse first, and then stretched out his arm to pull Elizabeth on the horseback and let her sit in front of him. The Emperor's mount is of course the most majestic steed in the world. The horse is named the Dragon Elephant, the king of wild horses from the prairie. The Dragon Elephant neighed, and the horses mounted by the nearby guards all whispered and took a step back. Yi Deshanzi hugged Elizabeth's slender waist, and taught her how to control the horses. In fact, Elizabeth was born noble and developed good riding skills since she was a child. If Yi Daishan didn't use her internal energy to control her horses, his level may not be as good as Elizabeth. It's just that Elizabeth got close with excuses. Seeing Johnny's sad expression on his face, the Duke of Minas patted his shoulder sympathetically. He knew that Johnny had been pursuing his baby girl, but Elizabeth's thoughts could be seen by anyone. The person I like is His Majesty the Emperor. Johnny is very good, but compared with the wise and omnipotent Emperor, it is a world of difference. In this world, it seems that there is nothing that the Emperor can't do, let alone Elizabeth, even many originals. The young lady of Yannica heard all kinds of myths and legends of His Majesty the Great Emperor, and she couldn't help being worshipped by her 5 bodies, and her heart was rippling, and she wanted to be the wife of His Majesty the Great Emperor. The nobles in the Western continent are proud of their mistresses. It is also common for women to go out of the wall like drinking. Originally, the Duke of Minas planned to let Elizabeth marry Johnny and at the same time be the Emperor's secret mistress. But he learned that in the Eastern continent, men are inferior to women, and patriarchal supremacy. Eastern men have a strong desire to possess and cannot tolerate half a grain of sand. Therefore, he can only dispel this idea. Johnny, Elizabeth's cousin Katie, is also good. The Duke of Minas didn't want Johnny to get depressed, and tried to solve it. Yeah, Johnny responded, looking a little sullen. He had seen Katie. He was really good, and he was equally dignified and virtuous. The impressions of both sides were excellent, but all his thoughts were spent on Elizabeth. Time can dilute everything. If you don't want to live in pain for the rest of your life, you have to learn to give up and forget. The Duke of Minas patted him on the shoulder. Why are you afraid that there is no fragrant grass in the world? Students have been taught. Johnny also knew that he had no hope, but for a while he still didn't let him come out of the shadow of broken love. In fact, why didn't he know that Elizabeth only regarded herself as her own brother, and never thought about it in that way, but just wishful thinking and unrequited love? The Dragon Elephant is galloping on the prairie, and Yi Deshanzi, who is holding Elizabeth's slender waist at the back, looks very disturbed. The resistance value of this servant is almost zero in some respects. This will be regarded as warm and fragrant nephrite full of arms. Elizabeth, the fascinating fragrance of the fragrance made him feel unsure. Evil thoughts arose, and an instinctive reaction had taken place. Although Elizabeth has not been personnel, she is already a mature peach. Combined with the very open atmosphere of the Yani society, he has heard and witnessed, and the Emperor's feelings have been understood early. Naturally, he understands what the stuff is on the back. Your Majesty, do you like me? Elizabeth twisted her delicate body. Although she was a little shy, people from the Western continent were naturally open and asked very fruity. Yi Deshanzi actually blushed, half of Elizabeth's words, and the other half because of her sudden twisting. At this time, any slight twisting and shaking can turn the gunpowder into the barrel. Detonate. I like it. Yi Deshanzi didn't want to conceal his evil thoughts towards Elizabeth, and admitted openly that the West continent is more open, so there is no need to be tender. I like you too. You are the only wise emperor in the world. Elizabeth chuckled and laughed. In the various social interactions of the Yani society, she also learned some ways to charm men. Of course, half of them under the influence of Dan Junki. She also admires Yi Deshanzi. Go into the woods over there and take a rest, okay? Meaning, obviously, Yi Deshanzi's sword guides the sky. How could he refuse stupidly at this time? Yi Deshan urged the horse to come to the protection forest, rolled over and dismounted, and then reached out to hug Elizabeth down the Dragon Elephant. Elizabeth's arms were wrapped around his neck and her legs were folded on his bear's waist, and he refused to go down to the ground. Idiots understand that meaning, and if you don't understand the style, you will be hated by beautiful women. Yi Daishan went into the shelter forest with Elizabeth in his arms, and let the dragon elephant gnaw on the tender grass outside the forest, and slid by himself. A large group of guards followed far behind to guard. When the emperor entered the woods with Elizabeth in his arms, he could guess what would happen in his heart. Originally, this kind of thing shouldn't disturb the emperor's yaxing. However, out of the vocation of protecting the emperor's safety, they entered from another part of the shelter forest and scattered near the emperor's work to ensure the emperor's safety. The little five and the guards waited for more than 3 hours outside the woods. Seeing that the brilliant emperor came out of the woods holding Elizabeth's hand, all of them were relieved. If the emperor's figure was not there within their sight, they will feel a strong sense of uneasiness. If there is any accident, they have to bear the blame for ineffective guards. Yi Daishanzi called the dragon elephant with a whistle, and first put Elizabeth, who had been tossing him limply, on the dragon elephant's back, and only then stepped on his horse and hugged Elizabeth, who was still panting slightly. "My dear, you are amazing," Elizabeth panted, and the bones all over her body seemed to be taken apart. Her praise was sincere, and the sweetheart emperor was really amazing, completely different from what her cousin Paisa described. "My uncle died on the battlefield, and cousin Paisa became a widow. Therefore, many men entered her dorm room. Cousin Paisa even seduced a few aristocratic men from the Chinese Empire. However, the size and combat power made the desire want. The dissatisfied cousin Paisa was disappointed. In the gatherings of noble women, Paisa's cousin often talked about this, saying that men from the East continent were not good, and the size was one size smaller. Elizabeth didn't think so. The emperor's sweetheart was too powerful, and she tossed her to death. Between heaven and Judea, she didn't know how many times she wandered, and she couldn't bear it. But the emperor's sweetheart hadn't enjoyed herself yet. This combat power is really terrifying. The real Dragon Emperor is different. Chapter 528, Allied forces suppressed the realm. Elizabeth's body and mind were conquered. She paid the forbidden fruit for the first time, stuck with Yi Daishan all day, and was reluctant to separate for a while. However, the Emperor's sweetheart's combat power is too terrifying. Every time she tossed her to death, and I don't know how many times she wandered between heaven and hell, which made her love and fear. The Duke of Minas had long seen the changes in his baby girl, worried that her relationship with other nobles would upset His Majesty the Emperor, so he had to tell her seriously that the Eastern continent is a patriarchal empire, and men have a strong desire for exclusivity. A woman must follow the 4 virtues of the 3, from one to the end, otherwise, it is very likely to harm the entire family, and even all the Yannikins. Father had never talked to herself in such a serious tone. Elizabeth listened very carefully and nodded very seriously. In fact, her body and mind had long been conquered by the Emperor's sweetheart, and she couldn't tolerate any man in her heart. Although always treating Johnny as her late brother, Elizabeth also had to interrupt her contact with Johnny, so as not to cause misunderstanding and upset the Emperor's sweetheart. The relationship between Elizabeth and the sweetheart emperor has not been formally entered yet, and it is still hidden. The sky was still grey and did not light up. While Elizabeth braced her weak body, got up from the chest of the Emperor's sweetheart, hurriedly dressed, combed a little, and then crept away from the temporary dormitory of Emperor's sweetheart. Tonight, it was the turn of the little 5 to watch the night. He led the future foreign imperial concubine through the side door in his light car, but he didn't want to bump his head into the big concubine Tan with an ambiguous smile on his face. The little 5 hurriedly bowed and saluted, and Elizabeth also hurriedly saluted. Her heart throbbed randomly, and her palms were sweating from nervousness. After all, the husband who stole a good girlfriend has a guilty heart. No matter how big, Miss Tan can see the ambiguous relationship between the Emperor and Elizabeth. She felt a little dissatisfied, but she immediately wanted to open it. The Emperor is not something she can have, but Elizabeth can say nothing. My best friend is not an outsider, so she is alone. Today, she deliberately broke Elizabeth's secret, because she had some words to remind her that after dating Elizabeth for a few years, Princess Dan also learned about some of the customs of the Western continent, and the atmosphere was so open that it was heart-pounding and blushing, and these, it is not allowed in the Eastern continent, otherwise it may cause trouble and be snapped by the Emperor. Seeing Princess Dan walk away holding Elizabeth's hand, the little five was uneasy. Worried that Princess Dan would be troubled by her, he hurriedly sent a young eunuch to inquire. As soon as Yi Daishanzi woke up, he took a warm bath comfortably. While having breakfast, the little five came in hurriedly to report that the 100,000 coalition forces from the principalities of the Western continent had already reached the city. Yi Daishanzi nodded, calculating the time, less than 100 miles away. The allied forces of the principality actually took 10 days, and the speed of this advancement was depressingly slow. The commander of the group army, Zheng Zixia, and his senior generals accompanied Yi Daishanzi to the top of the city and watched the 100,000 coalition forces outside the city with 1,000 eyes. The Duke of Minas was also fortunate to receive a single-barreled 1,000-mile eye that was bestowed by the Emperor. He also raised the 1,000-mile eye to watch the 100,000 coalition forces outside the city. Through the eyes of 1,000 miles, he could clearly see the allied forces of the duchy outside the city, and even see the former enemy, the chief culprit of the destruction of the Yaniku Empire, Duke Du Pontji. The Emperor, that person is Duke Du Bangji, and he should be the commander of the coalition forces of the duchy. Duke Minas knows Duke Du Bangji best. Duke Ki Bangji's military capabilities are extremely outstanding, and he can be called the most famous military commander in the Western continent. During the first battle of the Yanikan Empire, Nicholas III was greedy and replaced him, so that the army of the Yanikan Empire was defeated and Nicholas III had to flee the capital. In the end, Du Pontji led the coalition forces to swept across Yanika. Nicholas III was desperate and had to flee into the desert, which eventually led to the demise of the Yanika civilization. The Emperor Yi raised his divine eyes to observe Duke Du Bangji for a while, and then ordered an envoy to be sent to the barracks of the allied forces of the principality to ask them why the army was oppressing the territory. The messenger rode alone, flew out of the city with a white flag, and was escorted to Duke Du Pontji by soldiers of the principality's coalition army. Mr. Duke of Zunjing, the East and the West have always been friendly to each other, why are they suddenly crushed by the army? The messenger spoke fluent English, completely in a reproachful tone. Duke Du Pontji snorted coldly and said, "All the Yanikans are important war criminals wanted by the principality. You must come out in person, otherwise, there will only be war. Any war needs an excuse. This makes the division famous. This is the best excuse for Duke Du Pontji to lead his army to invade the Eastern continent." The messenger returned to the city and conveyed Du Bangji's original words, and the Emperor Yi Darking said calmly, "Who is afraid of whom? Today, you led the army to invade the Eastern continent and violated my frontier. Next time it will be Lao Tzu's turn to use this excuse to attack the Western continent." Zheng Zixia gave an order, and all the soldiers entered the position and stood ready. Duke Du Pontji saw that the Chinese Empire no longer sent envoys, the city gates were closed, and the city was quiet. Knowing that this battle was inevitable, he couldn't ask for it. Now he ordered the artillery to erect artillery and the soldiers were ready to attack. The frontal attack on the new city of the western regions was just to attract the attention of the enemy, and it was his normal purpose to seek the Tangjai mountain range. The western region city was built close to Tanjioro mountain. Only by occupying Tanjioro mountain, the allied forces of the principality could take a condescending position and attack the enemy forces in the city, and all the defenses of the western region city would be in vain. Of course, if a large number of artillery bombarded them violently, the city wall could also be collapsed and forcibly broken through from the front, but the casualty rate might be higher. 300 artillery pieces were laid out in 3 rows and fired one after another against the western region's city wall, and the earth shook. The howling solid iron bullets smashed the tower down, blasted the city wall with holes, and the whole city was trembling. While the Principality's coalition artillery fired at the same time, the artillery of the Third Army Group also fired, but only fired a few shells. The purpose was to correct the sitting position. The artillery attacked the Principality coalition. Artillery positions. It's time to calibrate the position. All the howitzers roared at the same time. Hundreds of remaining bombs covered the Principality League. When the billowing smoke dissipated, Yi Deshanzi and the others observed through the eyes of thousands of miles. The 300 artillery of the Principality's coalition, at least most of it was destroyed. The artillery continued to correct the position, and then roared again. This time it completely covered the remaining hundreds of artillery pieces of the Principality's coalition forces. One cannonball fell on the coalition's ammunition barrel, causing a more violent explosion. The artillery positions of the entire Principality's coalition forces were in a mess, with bent or broken gun barrels standing upright, and broken bodies everywhere. Duke Dupont-Chi and a group of high-ranking coalition generals were shocked. Chapter 529 God of War. The Allied forces of the Principality did not expect the artillery power of the Eastern continent to be so terrifying. They destroyed the artillery they depended on to break the city, and they were all shocked. Just read. Dupont-Chi was unwilling, not to mention the damage to his reputation. The cost of a 100,000 army alone was enough to kill him. The coalition troops traveled long distances through the vast and feeble desert of death, and came here with great pains, without a shot. Retreat. When crossing the desert of death, due to high temperature and other reasons, there were nearly 300 soldiers' attrition in non-combat. How can we make business to the Major Duchy when we go back like this? As the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, Duke Dupont-Chi had difficulty making decisions for a while, so he had to gather the commanders of all the principalities to discuss whether to fight or retreat. The richness of the Eastern continent makes these principality commanders salivate. Since they have all come to the gate of the treasure, they have to try it, otherwise, no one will give up. The result of the negotiation is to continue the offensive. Duke Dupont-Chi had to bite the bullet and order an attack, but before the attack, in order to motivate the soldiers, he declared that he could freely plunder for 3 days after breaking the city. The coalition soldiers became extremely excited, as if they had been beaten up in blood. Forgetting the horror of the artillery being destroyed, they roared and launched the first wave of attacks with guns. The howitzers in the city began to roar, and a round of artillery shells roared and fell into the group of coalition soldiers, blowing up groups of flames. The powerful waves of air lifted people up, and the shrapnel shooting everywhere cut down a large number of soldiers. The soldier holding the rifled guns stood behind the battlements and aimed the gun. As soon as the coalition soldier entered the fire range, he immediately pulled the trigger to fire a rain of bullets, then retreated, and the soldier standing by came immediately. In front of the battlement, the gun was aimed at shooting, so the fire speed was maintained. Under the rain of shoot, many coalition soldiers screamed and fell down, but a large number of coalition soldiers still rushed down the city, blasted them towards the city and fired, covering their companions and leaning the long ladder against the wall. Climbing down the ladder one by one, a blast of thunder was thrown on the city, and the coalition soldiers under the city were blown into flesh and blood. The coalition soldiers who climbed the ladder were also shot down one after another. Hundreds of snipers hid behind the wall, looked at them from time to time, and then pointed their guns to shoot them. They aimed specifically at the officers of the coalition forces, and ordinary soldiers didn't bother to pay attention to them. The burst machine guns on the head of the city roared loudly and fired some coalition soldiers. But soon there were no bullets. They had to be replaced with a new large barrel, and then turned the crank to fire. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of corpses have fallen under the city, and many wounded soldiers lay on the ground struggling and groaning. They could not be treated in time, and they would eventually die due to excessive blood loss. The coalition forces were also equipped with field medics. These medics rushed up and lifted the wounded soldiers. After several rounds, they immediately became the second target of the sniper's shoot. At the bottom of Tanjiro Mountain, the Allied forces of the Principality set up 15 artillery pieces, and there was a chaotic bombardment on the mountain. This was also the last 15 cannons of the allied forces of the Principality. Solid iron bullets blasted the steep mountain walls into cavities, and several shells directly hit the buildings on the mountain, causing them to collapse. Due to terrain restrictions, only 5 howitzers could be erected on Tangier Mountain. After the artillery officer visually inspected the position of the coalition artillery, he ordered the artillery to fire, and then continued to correct the azimuth coordinates according to the impact point until the artillery fire covered the coalition artillery position. After 6 rounds of firing of 5 howitzers, the last 15 artillery of the allied forces of the Principality were also destroyed. Subsequently, each howitzer was adjusted according to the coordinates provided by the artillery observers, freely fired, and bombarded the attacking coalition forces. Soldier. The coalition soldiers launched a charge against the rain of guns and bullets. They rushed down the mountain, held up and fired the mountain to suppress the defenders on the mountain, and then put the ladder against the steep wall and climbed up the ladder. The soldiers of the 3rd Army Group defended against danger and shot the enemy from a high position. It could be said that they had the advantage. Soon, large corpses and wounded soldiers, struggling and crying, were also lying under the Tangier mountain. After more than 1,000 soldiers were killed or wounded, Duke Dupont-G ordered his troops and then launched a second wave of assault. The two sides attacked and defended me, the guns rumbling, and there was a rain of bullets flying in the air. Soldiers were shot from time to time, and they fell screamingly. In the frenzied offensive by coalition soldiers, the soldiers defending the city also suffered more than 200 casualties. The wounded were quickly carried down by the medical soldiers for rescue. The bodies of the dead soldiers were carried down and piled up in a designated place for cremation. When the coalition soldiers rushed to the city, Yi Dacian had already come down. This is not the age of cold weapons. You can shoot with arrows. You can easily dodge or shoot with weapons. Shields block the grid. In the era of hot martial arts, the bullet train is chaotic. Fly so fast that you can't see it with the naked eye. If you get a cold shot, you'll hit the big lottery. The offensive and defensive war lasted until the evening, when the allied forces of the Principality ceased their offensive. They launched a total of 7 waves of strong offensives, and lost nearly 5,000 people. The western regions and Tangier Mountain were solid. After a rest night, early the next morning, the allied forces of the Principality continued to launch wave after wave of assaults. Under the intensive bombardment of howitzers, the casualty rate of the coalition forces was staggering. The offensive and defensive war continued, but the Tiger and Leopard cavalry commander Hu Xiaoyan and his 20,000 cavalrymen, as well as the 40,000 cavalrymen of the original 3rd Army Group, were lying in the barracks and slumbering. Although the era of hot martial arts came, before the real machine gun was developed, the impact of the cavalry was still terrifying, and they would shoulder the heavy task of hunting down when the allied forces of the Principality retreated. All cavalry troops in the Empire now have eliminated the use of bows, equipped with a long and short gun and a saber. Horse-riding shooting arrows have become horse-riding shooting guns. However, because of the full production of artillery, priority is given to the formation of the Imperial Navy, including the Tigers and Leopards. All cavalry units, including the cavalry, are still equipped with front-loaded spears, and only the blood cavalry in the Tiger and Leopard cavalry can be equipped with revolvers. The Duke of Minas and Johnny and a few former Yannikas stood on the head of the city, silently watching the fierce offensive and defensive battle, and sighed in their hearts for a while. The Eastern continent is very advanced in science and technology, and various new weapons with terrifying lethality have been developed. After the Empire destroys the Yanri Empire, an army of 1 million will surely attack the Western continent, and the civilization of the Western continent will surely perish. With a squeak, a Yannica noble who was watching the battle was out of bad luck. He was hit by a stray bullet and screamed. He covered his eyes and fell down. The Duke of Minas and others hurriedly retracted their heads. Hurriedly carry your companion down the city for first aid. The Principality's coalition forces attacked for 3 days, causing more than 12,000 casualties. The battle flag of the 3rd Army Group was still flying on the head of the western region and on the top of Tanjiora Mountain. All artillery was destroyed and the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. They could no longer fight. Duponchi made a decisive decision to stop the offensive and called all commanders and senior officers to hold an emergency meeting. Chapter 530 Cannon Fodder Group. The problem facing the coalition forces of the Principality was very serious. All the artillery was destroyed and the attacking weapon was lost. The soldiers suffered heavy losses by attacking the fortress with the ladder. They could not even climb up to the top of the city for a long time. The soldiers' spirit was greatly frustrated. Over time, wariness will inevitably arise. This is just one of the problems. The most troublesome problem is that there is not much food left for the coalition forces. The 100,000 army requires an astonishing amount of grass food every day, which can last for a month and a half. If you continue to attack the city but fail to break the city, the army will have to run out of food. Before the Chinese Empire's army counterattacked, they had already collapsed. First, continue to attack the city, or retreat right away. This is a serious issue facing the coalition forces, and the commander of the coalition forces, Duke Duponchi, can't make up his mind, so he can only summon the commanders of the principalities to discuss and decide together. In fact, to put it bluntly, although Duke Duponchi is very famous and was elected as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces by the princes, in fact, he can only command the army of his own country. The commanders of the princes obey his command on the surface. If there are differences of opinion, the ghost will listen to him. The fierce firepower of the Chinese Imperial Army, coupled with the horrific bombing bullet, has made the commanders of the principalities shudder. They also attacked for 3 days and suffered heavy losses. They were allied and retired. Naturally, they proposed to Duke Duponchi. The proposal coincided with each other, and immediately discussed the issue of retreat. The coalition forces of the principality stopped the attack on the city, and Emperor Yi Daishan immediately ordered the soldiers to closely monitor the movements of the coalition forces. Early in the morning of the 4th day, the coalition forces continued their offensive. However, the offensive was not as violent as it was 3 days ago. The momentum seemed massive, but it was thunder but not rain. Only 100 unlucky soldiers were killed by howitzers. Standing on the head of the city watching the battle, Yi Daishan was full of suspicion. He saw that the allied forces of the principality launched another 2 waves of attacks, but he immediately retreated after being fired by the howitzer. What tricks are the coalition forces playing? Yi Daishanzi and Zheng Zixia looked at each other, and their hearts were shocked. The coalition forces had already begun a major retreat. The only people who attacked the city were left behind to cover. Order: all cavalry units must assemble urgently and prepare to attack. Yi Daishanzi issued a series of orders. All soldiers with rifled guns assemble immediately and exchange bullets with Tiger and Leopard Iron cavalry. The ordinary cavalry units are responsible for annihilating the coalition forces outside the city, while the Tiger and Leopard cavalry of Fuxioyan are responsible for chasing the retreating coalition forces. The musket fires a distance of 700 meters, and the harassment all the way will make the retreating coalition forces miserable. Once you can't bear the harassment day and night, the army is bound to collapse. The Principality of the Western Continent even dared to invade the empire, so Yi Daishan naturally wanted to teach them an unforgettable lesson. When the Principality's coalition forces once again launched a bluffing offensive, they were surprised that the lethal artillery in the city did not roar and roar. But the closed city gate suddenly opened. As the coalition soldiers were shocked, groups of cavalry came out from the city gate, like a torrent of steel and iron, crushing towards them. Retreat, retreat quickly. The coalition officer screamed desperately, line up, eliminated all the cold weapons. The musketeers were in a dense formation and fired in a 3-stage platoon, which was sufficient to deal with the cavalry who rushed into the formation. The coalition soldiers quickly retreated to their own formation, arranged a dense phalanx, waiting for the cavalry of the Imperial Chinese Army to charge. Yi Daishanzi frowned, and hurriedly ordered the cavalry to stop rushing into the formation and assemble beyond the firing range of the muskets. At the same time, he ordered the infantry to leave the city and pushed out the city with a burst of machine guns and a dozen howitzers. There is no doubt that this regiment-level coalition force is acting as a castaway, to cover the main force that began to retreat in the middle of the night. They already have a decisive heart. If the cavalry rushes into the battle, the casualties will be heavy. This coalition officer who served as cannon fodder was still very eye-catching. Seeing the Imperial Chinese army drag the terrifying howitzer out of the city, he immediately felt bad, and immediately ordered the whole army to attack. The soldiers of the 3rd Army Group had assembled an array outside the firing range of the musket. More than a dozen bursts of machine guns were set up in front of the array, and they roared first. The frantically charged coalition soldiers screamed for the next blockbuster, but unfortunately, after the burst gun fired 9 rounds in a row, the spare barrel had to be replaced before the fire could continue. More than a dozen machine guns were fired at the same time, which still caused huge damage to the coalition soldiers in the charge. The yellow sand was full of corpses, and there were wounded soldiers struggling to shout. The artillery also set up the howitzer at the fastest speed, and immediately loaded the artillery shells to fire. With such a dense target, every grenade exploded. It could blow up a large number of coalition soldiers. The desperate coalition soldiers continued to charge forward bravely and fearlessly. As soon as they entered the fire range of the musket, the infantry ready to go immediately raised their guns and fired. The guns used by soldiers are still front-loaded firearms, and they can only be fired in 3 or 5 stages in a dense formation. Rows after rows of coalition soldiers were fired by the intensive rain of bullets and bombarded by fierce howitzers. The entire formation was completely chaotic. The cavalry lined up on the side immediately urged them to step down and attack. The knights first shot with their long spears, then drew out their shimmering sabers, shouting and rushing forward. The entire coalition army has been bombarded by fierce howitzers in a mess. The courage to die is completely awe-inspired by the terrifying lethality of the bullets. Soldiers rushed to flee for their lives, and some soldiers fired with guns, fired and fell down. A dozen cavalry, however, they only had the chance to fire 1 round. When they rushed to reload the ammunition and medicine, the rumble of iron hoofs was approaching, and the cavalry of the 3rd Army Group brandished their gleaming sabers and took the coalition soldiers one by one. When it fell, the horse also smashed into many coalition soldiers. Their iron hoofs fell, and there was no bones left. A whole group of coalition soldiers completely collapsed and was slaughtered by the cavalry. Many coalition soldiers threw down their muskets and raised their hands. They were still knocked down by the red-eyed cavalry. They were hit by the galloping horses. There were only a few scattered. Some coalition soldiers were fortunately not slaughtered and became prisoners. This coalition infantry regiment responsible for the back of the palace is a real cannon fodder regiment. They only have 2 days of dry food and clean water. Their task is to pretend to attack the city for 2 days, then give up their weapons and surrender. But it was seen through by Yi Daishanzi and Zheng Zixia. The soldiers happily cleared the messy battlefield, and now, Fox Xiaoyan is leading his 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry to gush out from the city gate hole and pour into a formation on the flat ground. The tiger and leopard cavalry is still 1 man and 3 horses, carrying a large amount of ammunition, dry food and clean water. Their responsibility is to disturb the main force of the retreating coalition forces along the way, and they must be stirred into misery. Except for the 2,000 tiger and leopard blood cavalry equipped with rifled guns, and the 2,000 cavalry had just exchanged rifled guns with the infantry, the rest of the knights still fired their guns in front-loaded style. However, the wolf-pack tactics can still eat the cavalry of the coalition army first, and then slowly cannibalize the infantry of the coalition. Go! Fox Xiaoyan yelled, urged to step down the mound, and rush out first. Behind him was 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, a large area of black pressing like a torrent of rolling steel into the vast desert. Chapter 531 Aircraft Carrier. When the Empire's Third Army Group fought against the invasion of the Principality's coalition forces, the Imperial Navy's large number of transport fleets intensively flew between Bailong Island and Fian Island. Today, a large amount of military supplies have been accumulated on the two islands as a temporary supply base for the Imperial Navy's fleet. Jiuling and Lu Shaixun respectively commanded their main fleets to close the Nagasaki Islands, drive away the Japanese fishermen, and bombard the Nagasaki Islands for demonstrations. Nagasaki Metropolitan Master Inbeke Mayu was furious and helpless. His Nagasaki main fleet only had a dozen disabled warships left, so what would he do to fight against others? Inbeke Mayu could only petition the Emperor for help, urging His Majesty to send a main fleet to annihilate the main navy fleet of the Chinese Empire, otherwise, his life would be very sad. The Empire was scarce in resources. The Chinese Empire cut off any commerce and trade with the country. They could only rely on the sea to eat the sea. Nowadays, the Chinese Empire's naval fleet surrounds Nagasaki with great power, and some fishing boats are sunk or sunk by artillery. After that, all fishers dared not go fishing. In the shallow waters, there were so few marine fish that could be caught, barely enough for a family to satisfy their hunger. And there was no left over for sale. Prices are skyrocketing every day, and even the cheapest fish are rarely sold. The prices are soaring day by day. Those nobles can't stand it, let alone the poor people. The city is full of beggars. If this continues, in less than a month, the hungry and desperate people will surely take the risk, and there will be civil upheavals. Before the Chinese Imperial Army launches an attack on the island, Nagasaki will soon become a pot of porridge. The Japanese court still attached great importance to this matter. Nagasaki is the first gateway to the Imperial Islands. Once lost, the Chinese Navy must use Nagasaki as a base, ready to attack the islands of Hiroshima, Hokkaido, and Tokyo. Nagasaki Island must be defended. Although the Emperor was unhappy with Inbeke Mayu, he had to order the three main fleets of Tokyo, Hokkaido, and Hiroshima to help Nagasaki and annihilate the main fleet of the Imperial Chinese Army. The main fleets of Tokyo and Hiroshima have set sail for Nagasaki. The main fleet of Hokkaido was already ready to set sail, but the powerful combined fleet of the Western continent suddenly appeared in the waters of Hokkaido, making the main fleet of Hokkaido dare not act rashly. The combined fleet in the West continent was lucky. It survived several storms and only lost a few warships. The naval power was not affected. The mysterious legends of the Eastern continent made people in the Western continent inevitably curious, and the richness of the Eastern continent made them greedy. The army invaded the Eastern continent along the Silk Road, and the navy went down the river and finally came to the east mainland. This combined fleet of 300 large and medium-sized warships went down the river, looting all the Japanese pirate fishing boats they encountered along the way. All the fishermen were killed and thrown into the sea to avenge the Japanese pirates on the western continent. All kinds of crimes committed. The Japanese pirates were ambitious and violent, and committed terrible crimes in the occupied territories. Today, the joint fleet of the Principality is doing what it is. The Hokkaido Prefecture's Tojo Chicken sent envoys, but the two sides were unable to communicate with each other because of language barriers. In the end, the huge fleets of the two sides were laid out on the sea, and a life-and-death contest began. In terms of the number of warships, the Principality's coalition fleet has the advantage. But the main Hokkaido fleet has the advantages of familiar terrain and supplies, and the two sides are evenly matched. This tragic battle between the East and West mainland navies started in the waters of Hokkaido without any tricks. Both sides fought hard and hard. In the end, the combined fleet of the West continent voluntarily withdrew and ended. In this battle, the combined fleet of the West continent lost more than half, and was hit by a storm on the way home. Only 20 warships were left that could return home smoothly. Hokkaido's main fleet also suffered heavy losses. 200 large and medium-sized warships were damaged and 141 were sunk. Half of the remaining 50 warships were injured and needed to be repaired for at least 1 month. The entire main force fleet is crippled, and new ships have to be supplemented before it can fight to the death with the main navy fleet of the Chinese Empire. In the waters of Nagasaki, the two main fleets from Tokyo and Hiroshima are looking for the main naval fleet of the Chinese Empire on the vast sea to fight, but the main fleets of Jilin and Lushiaxun seem to have evaporated from the sea, and there are no ghosts found. 1. The Empire's powerful combined fleet is reinforced. Nagasaki Prefecture Ibuke Maru is both happy and worried. The happy thing is that the Chinese Empire's naval fleet has escaped, and the local fishermen can go out to fish. The worry is that the huge combined fleet will also need to be consumed. Food and other daily necessities are an extremely heavy burden. Seeing that the mansion's inventory was rushed out, Jingbin Kame Maru was very painful, but very helpless. Who caused his Nagasaki fleet to be wiped out? Master of the prefecture, before taking office, let's do our best to build warships and reorganize the fleet. Li Mingbu offered his plan and submitted a stack of drawings. Master of the prefecture, this is a new style designed by Small Brains. Battleship, I don't know if it works. Ibuke Maru took a look, frowned first, then stretched out again, laughed loudly and said, "Okay, you deserve to be the chief of staff that the capital government relies on." Li Mingbu nodded and bowed his waist and said, "Sharing worries for adults is the job of a villain." The stack of drawings he presented was based on the transformation of the Chinese Imperial Navy's five-toothed giant ship, and designed a real giant 3 times larger than the five-toothed giant ship. It can also be said to be a floating artillery platform. According to Li Mingbu's design, the sea giant can carry nearly 100 artillery, and can attack both the front and the left, but the amount of silver consumed is too much to make Jingbin Kame Maru very painful, and his capital library cannot support the construction of 3, a Big Mac. Li Mingbu racked his brains and finally came up with a solution. Each Big Mac is equipped with 40 artillery, which can also attack on all sides. This requires soldiers to carry artillery back and forth. All the artillery is concentrated on one side, and the other side is bound to be tilted due to insufficient weight. This method is also solved using heavy objects such as stones to maintain the balance of the warship. The firepower is fierce enough, but for such a Big Mac, the speed must be pitifully slow. However, Ibuke Maru had his idea to park these Big Macs in Nagasaki before his Nagasaki fleet was reorganized, near the sea, waiting for the Chinese Empire's naval fleet to die. Inobe Kameji was in a good mood, and immediately rewarded the chief of staff of Li Doi with 100 tals of silver and a concubine, and then ordered the concentration of all skilled craftsmen on the island to make an all-out effort to make the Big Mac at sea. The Chinese Empire, the new city of the western regions. The 100,000 coalition forces of the Principality of the Western Continent have retreated. Fox Xion led the Tiger and Leopard cavalry to pursue them. All the cavalry units of the Third Army Group also flooded into the vast desert to counter the Fox Xion's troops. As for the situation of the battle, what is the current situation? Unknown. In short, the Emperor Yi's task of supervising the Battle of the Western Regions has been completed, and he set off to drive back to the imperial capital. Before returning to the imperial capital, there have been top-secret information sent by the black-clothed secret flying cavaliers, which is a draft of the new style warship giant that the Japanese pirates are rushing to build. Yi Daishanzi took a look and couldn't help blurting out, "I rely on aircraft carrier." Chapter 532, forcing you to a decisive battle. The aircraft carrier is an exaggeration. The so-called Big Mac of the Japanese pirates is just a huge maritime combat platform. According to the draft design, the mobile platform is quite strong and sturdy. There are as many as 50 artillery pieces erected on it, and the firepower must be very high. It's fierce. If the Empire's naval fleet is not equipped with blooming cannonballs, but still solid iron bullets, it would still be a headache for this fierce sea giant. With blooming cannonballs, this thing looks very bluffing, but it's just a mobile coffin. Regarding the moving coffin, Yi Daishan had nothing to worry about. He returned to the imperial capital and spent a few days with the concubines Hu Ten and Emperor Hu, before he hurriedly embarked on the road to Jinghai. The principality's coalition forces are not in vain. He is most concerned about the battle between the two main fleets of the Imperial Navy and the Japanese pirates. He also received the news of the decisive battle between the two main fleets of the Imperial Navy and the Japanese pirates. In other words, in a short period of time, the Japanese pirates' Hokkaido fleet was unable to enter the battlefield, which virtually alleviated the pressure on Zhiyuling and Lu Shaixun. When Yi Daishanzi arrived in Jinghai, he still ordered skilled craftsmen to rush to build the fifth-toothed giant ship. After the war, the two main fleets of the Imperial Navy must be lost. New ships need to be supplemented. This is necessary. He also wants to form a fourth main fleet to obtain control of the sea with absolute superiority, can destroy the Japanese Empire. Duga Kangxu's more than a dozen infantry divisions are still gathering in Jinghai for various training. A small part of his troops are northerners. They need to take boats on the ground and be familiar with the bumps of the sea to avoid seasickness and reduce combat effectiveness. In mid-June, the two main fleets of Japanese pirates, Tokyo and Hiroshima, searched the vast sea for more than a month, but still did not find the main fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy. The commanders of the two major fleets reached a consensus after discussing, and the Hiroshima main fleet attacked Bailong Island and Feian Island, and the Tokyo main fleet cruising nearby forced the main fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy to appear for a decisive battle. Hiroshima's main fleet was anchored in the deep sea. A large number of soldiers arrived in the shallow sea on small and medium-sized warships and landed on the island for battle. Artillery pieces were laboriously carried down from the warships and then erected on land to violently bombard the Chinese Empire guarding the island. Military. The island commander, Chu Jinghong, made heavy use of the plan and ordered the artillery to test fire, and then corrected the coordinates, turning the Japanese pirate artillery position upside down. Not only did the two islands accumulate a large amount of military supplies, but also many artillery pieces, which were originally reserved for the landing operations of Duga Kangxu's subordinates. Now, Chu Jinghong unceremoniously took it out and fired. The artillery was destroyed, but the Japanese pirates still madly launched wave after wave of attacks. The firepower on the island was very fierce, but the number of people defending the island was small, and they had an absolute advantage in numbers. The hordes of Japanese pirate soldiers howled and launched a storming attack on the island. This is an obvious crowd tactic, and it can form a great psychological pressure on the recruits who have just joined the army. Bailong Island and Feian Island were of great strategic significance to the Imperial Navy. Otherwise, how could Zhiyuling send his confidant general, Chu Jinghong, to guard it? The fortifications on the island are strong enough that she can't even pick up any small problems. The ammunition and the food are sufficient. The soldiers guarding the island are all two elite battalions under the 1st Ace Division of the Imperial Marine Corps. Priority is given to arranging rifled guns, continuous fire machine guns and howitzers. Facing the crazy attack of Japanese pirate soldiers, the soldiers lay down in the bunker calmly, pointed their guns, pulled the trigger, and then reloaded the ammunition and continued to shoot. The dozens of consecutive machine guns that were erected on the commanding heights of the fortress exerted great lethality and swept down the Japanese pirate soldiers one after another. The snipers also lay down on the favorable terrain and watched from time to time with the eyes of 1,000 miles. Their first target was the Japanese pirate officer. As soon as they found the officer who led the command, they were immediately stared at by several rifled guns, and then they were shot. Inverted. In the attacking Japanese pirate army, the lower-ranking officers severely reduced their personnel. The brigade commander in charge of the attack screamed with anger, personally brandished the command knife, rushed to the front, and commanded the soldiers to continue the attack. Bang! This unlucky brigade commander blossomed and fell down on the spot. All his guards were so frightened that they were all lying on the sandy ground where the tide was visible, and they didn't dare to move. Artillery observers lay in the bunker at the commanding heights, reporting their coordinates from time to time, and guiding artillery to bombard. Every group charge of the Japanese pirates was ravaged by fierce artillery fire, and they were blown to the ground with heavy losses. The terrifying lethality of the artillery stunned all the Japanese pirate soldiers. They were chilling and morale low. This is a battle. It's almost a death. The Imperial Chinese Army's artillery has a terrifying lethality. Moreover, their muskets have a fire range, and they have to run close to the fortress about 180 meters away to have a chance to fire. Shooting. This 180 meters distance is completely the hell road of death. No one can run across, who is not depressed. On the boundless sea, the Tokyo main fleet was cruising, impatiently waiting for the emergence of the Chinese Empire's main naval fleet, but unfortunately, until the sun went down, there was nothing to see except seabirds. The night was calm and there was no fighting. Early the next morning, the Hiroshima fleet continued to attack the island. The Japanese soldiers learned to learn and no longer attacked in dense formations, but attacked in scattered troops. This did not incur the fierce artillery on the island. Bombardment. Before, the Nagasaki fleet also launched more than 10 violent attacks on Bailong Island and Fian Island, and only after heavy losses did they learn to launch an offensive as a skirmisher. The capitals of the Japanese pirate islands are all powerful and powerful locals. They support their own soldiers and occupy the island as the king. No one sells their accounts. Naturally, there will be no exchanges of military intelligence. Your Majesty, just the spiritual king has no real power. The Japanese pirates attacked in a straggler form, but from the beach to under the fortress wall, there was an open area. Nothing could serve as a shelter, completely exposed to the firepower of the defending army. Many Japanese pirate soldiers fell on this open sand, and the wounded rolled and shouted on the sand, and the screams of pain were heartbreaking. On the sea, the Tokyo main fleet is still cruising, waiting for the main fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy to appear. On the flagship, Koizumi Jomaza leisurely enjoys food in the cabin, laughing at the idiot Ishihara Shintaro in his heart, thinking that Bailong Island and Fian Island are so easy to take. Now, is it a loss? Report to the general, there is a signal from the front that the enemy transport fleet is found. They are turning around and fleeing. The lieutenant hurried in to report. Transport fleet. Koizumi's eyes lit up. This is the big fat sheep that came to the door. Order the fleet to pursue it with all its strength, and we must catch up. Koizumi immediately ordered the entire fleet to raise its sails and pursue the transport fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy at full speed. Chapter 533 Big Sheep. General, do you want to inform General Shi Yuan? The lieutenant asked aloud. Idiot. Koizumi cursed. Use your mind to think about it. If Shi Yuan Shintaro captured Bailong Island and Fian Island, would he give us the things on the island? Vice Admiral YY, he really didn't think deeply about the fact that the transport fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy was indeed a big fat sheep, and only fools would share it with others. All the warships of the Tokyo fleet raised their sails and pursued the escaping Chinese Imperial Navy transport fleet. The two sides played a chasing game on the vast sea. The transport fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy was obviously full of military supplies. The large ship had a very deep waterline and slow speed, and it was gradually pulled closer by the Tokyo fleet. There was another chase. The distance between the two sides was less than 5 nautical miles. The transport fleet of the Chinese Imperial Navy saw no hope of escape. The sailors abandoned the ship and boarded other big ships to escape. These large ships were empty, with only sailors. The speed of the ships was naturally fast, and they escaped without a trace in a blink of an eye. Koizumi also did not order to continue the pursuit. All he wanted was the military supplies on the transport ship. Now, these military supplies were all in his bag, and he couldn't help laughing out proudly. The big unmanned ship was floating on the sea. The Japanese soldiers approached the warship, hooked the transport ships with a thick rope with iron hooks, and then scrambled to climb up to see what was good on the ship. The Japanese pirate soldiers smashed open the hatch with their rifle butts and rushed into the cabin. Seeing the neatly stacked sacks in the cabin, they couldn't help but scream with joy. A soldier drew out his army thorn and pierced it toward one of the cloth bags. With a clank sound, the army stab hit a hard object, causing a tingling pain in his palm. What is it? The Japanese soldier stabbed the cloth bag with his army and cut the cloth bag open. His face turned pale. He used a military thorn to cut open a few cloth bags, which were filled with hard stones, and there was no food at all. Fucked. The Japanese pirate soldier cursed, kicking his foot towards the cloth bag full of stones. Hey, what's the smell? The soldier with a better nose twitched his nose vigorously, as if he could smell something. Well, it seems to be the smell of smoke. Someone replied, and immediately changed his face, and said in surprise, "No, run away." Before the Japanese pirate soldiers ran out of the cabin, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, and the entire transport ship was blown to pieces, and the Japanese pirate soldiers quickly sank. All the transport ships abandoned by the Chinese Empire blasted and exploded, making Koizumi yelling with anger. He thought he would be able to get a bargain, but who would think it was a trap, causing him to lose hundreds of soldiers in vain. The people of the Chinese Empire are so cunning. Koizumi cursed loudly, "Theirs, damn it, they should be killed." The generals were silent, no one dared to speak. The generals were furious, and whoever spoke was unlucky. Koizumi had enough scolding and was tired of scolding. Then he picked up the hip flask on the table and took a few sips. He suddenly cried out strangely, "No, go home, quickly." In the waters of Beiilong Island and Hun Island, Hiroshima Fleet Commander Ishigen Shintaro did not know that Koizumi was greedy, and led the Tokyo Fleet to chase the big sheep. He ordered the soldiers to capture Beiilong Island and Hun Island at all costs. The main Hiroshima Fleet is anchored in the deep sea, with warships cruising on patrols to guard against raids by the Chinese Imperial Navy. The two medium-sized warships on the left flank were on patrol missions. We saw a fleet coming from a distance. The Sun flag was flying on the ship. Naturally, there were warships on the side. The main Tokyo Fleet would be cruising nearby. If the Chinese Imperial Navy appeared, it was naturally attacked by the Tokyo Fleet. The oncoming fleet is fast approaching. The captain ordered the flag soldiers on the mast tower to ask in semaphores, "Is it the Tokyo Fleet?" The opposing flagman replied that it was the Tokyo Fleet, patrolling. The captain breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to order a return flight, when the flag soldiers on the mast tower suddenly howled, "It's an enemy ship, an enemy ship!" The Sun flag originally hoisted by the oncoming fleet has disappeared. It has become the Flying Dragon battle flag of the Chinese Empire, fluttering in the wind and hunting. Boom boom boom, after several artillery sounds, two patrolling Japanese warships were hit, and the hull broke and sank quickly. Shintaro Ishigen, the commander of the Hiroshima Fleet, was sitting on a medium-sized warship instructing the soldiers to launch an offensive frantically. He suddenly heard the rumble of cannons from the sea, and he couldn't help but startled. How could it be? How could there be guns on the sea? The enemy's fleet, the enemy's fleet. The watchman on the mast found the Imperial Chinese Navy fleet that was fast approaching and dutifully issued an alarm. "Where's Koizumi's fleet?" Shintaro Ishigen jumped up in fright, and roared in frustration, "Retreat!" The whole army retreats. The Japanese pirate soldiers who landed on the island hurried back, desperately squeezing into the boat docked on the beach, and many soldiers huddled on the beach, waiting for the boat to come back to meet them. Chu Jinghong saw the Japanese pirate soldiers hurriedly retreating through the eyes of Qian Lishan. A large number of Japanese pirate soldiers crowded the seashore. He forcibly resisted the idea of launching a counterattack. Anyway, Jishui and Lu Shui's fleet cleaned up these Japanese pirates. It was his responsibility. Just defend the island. On the sea, Lu Shixun led his second main fleet to quickly force, and the ships slammed against the Japanese warship that was turning its bow. In the first round of shooting, 5 Japanese warships were shot, some sank quickly, some ignited fires, and the Japanese soldiers on board jumped into the sea desperately. Shintaro Ishijin hurriedly returned to his flagship and ordered the fleet to open up for battle. General Koizumi's fleet came from the right flank for reinforcements. Shintaro Ishijin breathed a sigh of relief, and first joined forces with Koizumi's Tokyo fleet to wipe out the main fleet of the Imperial Chinese Army. On the sea, there was a rumble of artillery, and the ships on both sides were firing desperately, each with damage. Shintaro Ishijin suddenly remembered something and frowned. Isn't Koizumi's Tokyo fleet on the left flank of his fleet? When did you get to the right wing? By the time he reacted, it was too late. What was outflanked from the right was Jiuling's first main fleet. The Sun flag hung on the battleship had been torn off and replaced with the Flying Dragon battle flag of the Chinese Empire. The two sides were very close. Jiuling's fleet fired artillery shoots one after another and sank 7 unprepared Japanese warships in one fell swoop. Retreat, all retreat. Seeing that the situation is not good, Shintaro quickly ordered the retreat. His fleet has just turned its bow and faced the enemy horizontally, and then it has to retreat again, making the commanders on the warships angry. The warship turned, slowed down, and immediately became the target of the Chinese Imperial Navy. Under the heavy artillery bombardment, more than a dozen warships were shot and sunk. Jiuling led the first main fleet like a sharp knife, and slammed into the enemy fleet fiercely, cutting Shintaro's fleet into two at once. The two sides fought fiercely on the sea. The enemy and our warships were entangled together, and the entire battlefield was in chaos. Chapter 534. There were countless pieces of wood floating on the sea, as well as black and crushed human heads. The Japanese pirate soldiers were struggling for help soaking in the water. The entire Hiroshima main fleet, except for 24 warships that escaped quickly, the rest, along with their commander Shintaro Ishihara, sank to the bottom of the sea. Quickly clear the battlefield and withdraw from the sea area, Jiuling decisively ordered. Sister, why don't you use the spirit of victory to annihilate the main Tokyo fleet in one go? Mikuri asked softly, using the transport fleet to lure the Tokyo fleet away, and copying the Hiroshima fleet twice. It was Jilinia's strategy. The fleet flying the Sun flag of Japanese pirates and taking the opportunity to approach the Hiroshima fleet was her supplement. The two cooperated fairly well. The soldiers are exhausted, and the ammunition needs to be refilled. If you force an attack, you will lose a great deal, so you should avoid it for the time being. Jiuling explained softly. A commander must consider not only how to win in a decisive battle, but also how to consider it. This is also the difference between her and Mizuru. Oh, Mizuru sighed slightly. She would not consider the loss of her subordinates. As long as she could wipe out the Tokyo fleet, it would be a great achievement. The soldiers on the warships held muskets and fired at the blackheads floating on the sea. Jishui ordered to clear the battlefield quickly, without mentioning the prisoners. That is to say, no prisoners were needed. The sound of ping-pong guns sounded on the sea again. Japanese pirate soldiers floating on the sea were either killed by muskets or sunk by warships. The massacre did not stop until no more people were found. The two main fleets of the Imperial Navy quickly withdrew from this sea area. On Bailong Island and Fian Island, the Imperial Flying Dragon battle flag fluttered in the wind and hunted. When Koizumi led his Tokyo main fleet to arrive, he only saw pieces of wood floating on the surface of the sea, and no ghosts could be seen. It can be seen from his experience that an extremely tragic battle has just happened here. As for the outcome, he doesn't know. but he feels a kind of uneasy feeling in his heart. The enemy's situation was unknown, and the Hiroshima fleet was missing. Koizumi made a decisive decision and led the fleet to withdraw to Nagasaki first. He also extended the military supplies accumulated on Beiilong Island and Feian Island. However, the two islands were like too overgrown. The spiked hedgehog was accidentally stabbed in his hand. When Jinghai delivered another good news, Huxioyon was leading his 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry to harass the retreating Principality coalition forces in the Hakanella Desert, known as the Sea of Death, and bit by bit to erode the coalition infantry. The tiger and leopard cavalry relied on the advantage of the rifled gun to shoot the distance, causing extremely painful harassment to the coalition forces. He just blatantly hung behind you and fired at a long distance, shooting in the front for a while, then rushing to you again. On the left and right wings, Ping Pong Pong shot down a dozen soldiers. The coalition forces sent out cavalry units several times in a delusion to annihilate the tiger and leopard cavalry, but they did not know that Fox Xioyon was an expert in wandering warfare. As the troops were deployed, the tiger and leopard cavalry would run away. If there were fewer people, the cavalry would be eaten. Regiment-level troops were dispatched. As a result, they were lured by tiger and leopard cavalry with wolf pack tactics, and then concentrated their forces to eat one of them. 2 infantry battalions and 5 cavalry companies of the coalition army were eaten up in this way, with heavy losses. The harassment of the tiger and leopard cavalry day and night has caused headaches for the coalition commander Dupontji and the commanders of the duchy. The tiger and leopard cavalry are simply the demons of hell, the ghosts of lingering ghosts, and they have been harassed. They really couldn't think of an effective countermeasure against this kind of harassment tactics of tigers and leopards. During the long-distance march during the day, with the scorching sun on your head, you have to beware of cold guns. At night, you can't sleep and rest at ease. You have to beware of sudden and large-scale attacks by the cavalry of the Chinese Empire. There are 20,000 cavalrymen. If you are not careful, 100,000 troops will be defeated. The harassment of the Chinese Imperial Cavalry has seriously affected the speed of the march, and the food carried by the army is not much, and the clear water can be replenished in the oasis. This is a more terrible and serious problem. Hunting animals to supplement food. In this kind of hot weather, you can't see any ghosts, let alone animals. Hunting is almost the same at night, but fewer people go there. Instead, it has become the target of the Chinese Imperial Cavalry hunting, and more people go. The animals are scared away. Duke Dupontji discussed with the commanders of the duchy all night, and felt that this dragging on was not a way, and he would starve to death without being dragged down by the damn cavalry of the Chinese Empire. In the end, the commanders reluctantly reached agreement. They ignored the harassment of the Chinese Imperial Cavalry during the day and marched quickly at all costs. If the Chinese Imperial Cavalry initiates an offensive, they will form a battle. Otherwise, they will ignore it and separate regimental-level troops at night. Take precautions. The others step up to rest, and rotate in the middle of the night. By the day of the next day, the Tigers and Leopards cavalry once again harassed them with cold guns, and the coalition forces ignored them and continued to march desperately. As for the soldiers who fell, they could only be blamed for their bad luck. Seeing that the coalition army did not even care about the wounded, and just threw it in the desert to die, the Fox Xioyon was gone. The most benevolent way to abandon the wounded of the coalition army is to give them a happy life. Otherwise, it would not be alive and thirst. Also starved to death. The 2 cavalry companies and 1 scout cavalry company that remained in the Hakanra Desert joined the tiger and leopard cavalry early and acted as a guide, which greatly solved the problem of drinking water. After a few days of harassment, the coalition forces remained the same. During the day, they ignored your cold guns, and whoever was shot was unlucky. The wounded were ignored and guarded at night. The coalition forces were extremely guarded at night and did not find the slightest chance to start. The bullets of the rifled gun were consumed 7 or 888. In addition, they were very close to the western continent. Then, Huxioyon ordered the troops to return to the country. Without the tiger and leopard cavalry's harassment, the Allied forces of the Principality breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the western continent, Duke Du Bangji counted the number of Allied forces. When they went out, they were 100,000 coalition forces. When they returned, only half were left. The coalition forces killed more than 15,000 people when they attacked the western region city and Tanjiora mountain. When they retreated, a regiment was left behind. The regiment's 1,000 soldiers were all killed. Due to the harsh conditions of the desert, the non-combat forces were reduced by 1,300. More than 100 people, and the more than 31,000 soldiers who died in the battle were all due to the harassment of the Chinese Imperial Cavalry, and the losses were heavy. The First Crusade of the Western Continent ended in failure. As the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, Duke Du Bangji had to bear the main responsibility for the failure. Under the pressure of political opponents, Duke Du Bangji was deprived of his military position and put in prison. If not, he is highly respected and has outstanding military exploits in the past. I am afraid he has been hanged as a scapegoat. Although the first Eastern expedition failed, the monarchs of the duchy still did not give up. The various exquisite silks, porcelains, teas, etc. produced in the Eastern continent made them linger and conquered the Eastern continent, making them put down temporarily. For all the disputes, the Presbyterian House held a meeting again, and finally decided to regroup the coalition forces to launch the Second East March. Chapter 535 Sea Power. The first and second main fleet of the Imperial Navy returned in a triumphant manner. The common people greeted each other. Yi Daishan personally greeted him at the dock, making all the imperial admirals grinning happily. The generals and soldiers who have made military exploits are naturally indispensable for awards, the promotion that should be promoted, and the reward that should be given. In this regard, the Emperor Yi Daking distinguishes rewards and punishments. Regarding the rewards of Imperial Navy Commander Ji Yuling and Missouri, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Emperor Yi Daishan, was not stingy. He did his best that night and tried his best to stop his rewards until the two women begged for mercy. After only being together for 3 days, Ji Yuling, who was responsible for the replenishment of the two main fleets, had to embark on a journey to find a decisive battle with the Japanese main fleet of Tokyo. Yi Daishanzi continued to sit in the calm sea. Fortunately, with Feng Nikeng, Tan Junki, and Elizabeth around him, he didn't feel lonely. Elizabeth has now publicly disclosed the relationship with Yi Daishanzi, but only a ceremony is missing. On October 1, 2013 of the Chinese Empire, Jilin successfully lured the Japanese fleet of Japanese pirates from the port with a small number of warships, and the main fleets of the two sides fought a decisive battle on the vast sea. At half a key moment, Liu Shaixun led the second main fleet to suddenly launch from behind the Tokyo fleet, attacking back and forth, and only 20 warships of the Japanese pirates' Tokyo fleet fled back to the port of Nagasaki. Since then, the four main fleets of the Japanese pirates were finally annihilated, the Imperial Navy gained control of the sea, and the operation of landing on the Japanese pirates' homeland began immediately. The Imperial Navy's first attack on the island was Nagasaki Island, but near the port of Nagasaki, Ibka Kamemaru used up Nagasaki's financial resources to build 4 giant battleships. The Imperial Navy fleet must first destroy these 4 giants. Only the Marine Corps and infantry can land and fight. On October 6, Ji Yuling personally led the first main fleet in a decisive battle with the giant warships of the Japanese pirates. Liu Shaixun led the second main fleet to escort, and the third fleet carried a large number of soldiers and military materials into Nagasaki Islands. On the sea, there was a rumble of cannons, and the cannons on both sides were roaring. Ibka Kamemaru used the remaining warships of the Nagasaki fleet and then forcibly requisitioned fishing boats to transform them into warships, and reorganized a fleet with 4 giants as the main force and 60 large and medium-sized warships as the supplement. Each Big Mac is equipped with 50 cannons, and the firepower is very fierce, which caused a lot of psychological pressure on the soldiers of the Imperial Navy. During the fierce battle, Each of the ships on both sides was destroyed and sunk. Jiuling stood in the flagship command cabin and calmly gave the order, "Get rid of the enemy ship to correct bullets and attack the enemy giant ship." The five-toothed giant ship number 050, 505, and 056 of the first main fleet ignored the entanglement of several large and medium-sized Japanese warships, concentrated all the artillery, and blasted the giant Japanese giant floating on the sea. The Big Mac's firepower is very fierce, but its size is too large. The target of the attack is so big that it hardly needs to be aimed, and it directly fires. With several loud noises, a Big Mac was hit 6 times in a row, and the deck was shattered by the bombardment, and it swayed without sinking. The five-toothed giant ship number 050 recalibrated the coordinates and continued to fire. 5 shells were poured onto the giant. The deck that had been severely damaged was completely broken, split in two, and the stern boulder was lost. The 50 artillery pieces erected at the front end were too heavy and immediately overturned, and the Japanese sailors screamed and fell into the water. The giant five-toothed ships A505 and 506 were attacked by large and medium-sized warships of several Japanese pirates, and several bombs were hit in succession. The hull of the battleship A505 broke, the seawater flooded back, and it was only a matter of time before it sank. The five-toothed giant ship number 506 was severely damaged. The battleship shook and was supposed to withdraw from the battle. The commander of the ship ordered the sailors to continue fighting. They sank 2 Japanese warships, hit a few more bombs, and finally started to tilt. Sank. The five-toothed giant ship is covered with a layer of iron armor and can withstand several bombardments from solid iron bullets. After destroying the 50 large and medium-sized warships of the Japanese pirates, Jiuling ordered all the artillery of the warships to be concentrated, and only left against the Japanese pirates the 3 Big Macs bombarded in turn, and finally, at the cost of losing 5 five-toothed giant ships and 3 large warships, the last 3 giants of the Japanese pirates were sunk. Since the first battle, the Imperial Navy has completely obtained absolute control of the sea. Jiuling led the fleet into Nagasaki port and destroyed the turrets on the Japanese port fortress with intensive artillery, sweeping obstacles for the landing of infantrymen. At this time, the Emperor Yi Dai was riding on Liu Shaoxun's flagship, leading a transport fleet full of soldiers and military supplies. It was near the evening before meeting with Jiuling's first main fleet. There was no war that night, and Yi Daishanzi, Jiuling, Mizuru Ryui, Liu Shaoxun, and a group of high-ranking military officers all concentrated on Liu Shaoxun's flagship to discuss ways to attack Nagasaki Island. Both the northwest and the northwest of Nagasaki Island are cliffs, and it is difficult for the apes to climb. They can only attack from the southeast and seize the beachhead. It depends on whether the landed Marine Battalion can withstand the crazy counterattack of the Japanese pirates and defend the beachhead. Mizuru giggled and said, "Oh, my lord, why have you forgotten the slave?" The eyes of Yi Daishanzi and the high-ranking officers all lit up. Listening to Mizuru's tone, it seemed that there was another secret path or shortcut that broke into Nagasaki Island. Rimura succeeded in attracting everyone's attention to her, and then she pointed to the west of the Nagasaki Island map and said softly, "The slave knows that there is a trail to go to the island." Yi Daishanzi frowned and said, "You know, doesn't Jingbin Kamemaru know?" Mizuru smiled and said, "The emperor, don't forget, Nagasaki is the birthplace of the Mizuru family." Only then did Yi Daishan nod his head. Nagasaki is the foundation of the Mizuru family. Even if the Mizuru family loses power and is annihilated by the Kamemaru family in the well-being, the Mizuru family is deeply rooted and it is impossible to kill it no matter what. In addition, in the past few years, Mizuru has sent a lot of secret spies back to Nagasaki to secretly develop forces. Those people will do the internal response, and perhaps they will be able to win by surprise. After careful study, Rimizuru sailed to the west of Nagasaki Island in a warship, and then used a light to signal the secret spy lurking on the island. At this time, it was late at night, and there were no fingers around. 2 lights on the western edge of Nagasaki Island were lit up. The halo rotated 3 times, and then went out at the same time. Gongzhang Ryui chuckled and said, "The Emperor, is this a great achievement?" Yi Daishan patted her attractive buttocks again, and smiled. "As long as you take Nagasaki, I count you a great achievement, and I will reward you heavily." Gongzhang Ryui said with a low smile, "The Emperor, when the slave wants to serve the Emperor next time, call that Elizabeth too." He. The Emperor Yi was speechless. Everyone is now thinking about how to capture Nagasaki Island. What is this ghost woman thinking about? And even Elizabeth's idea is raised. Chapter 536 Landing Operation. Under the night, several large Imperial warships appeared ghostly in the western waters of Nagasaki Island. Under the hazy moonlight, boats full of Marines rowed toward the beach, and the soldiers were carrying weapons and ammunition, fumbling. Go under the cliff. Above the cliff, 2 long soft ladders were hung down. The soldiers grabbed the ladder and climbed to the top of the cliff step by step. They gathered and stood by in the pitch-black undergrowth. Yi Daishanzi and others raised their eyes with 1,000 miles to observe, until the entire battalion of Marines climbed on the top of the cliff and sent a safety signal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know why. There is a trace of anxiety in Yi Daishanzi's heart. Gongzhang Lihui said softly and comforted, "The Emperor, don't worry, the people sent by the slaves are dead men who are loyal to the palace clan, so you can rest assured and wait for the victory." Yi Daishanzi nodded. At this moment, there was still more than an hour before dawn. He put his arms around Ri Gongzhang and closed his eyes to rest. Both of them were surprisingly honest. And no one provokes anyone. When the sky was still grey and not fully lit up, the artillery on the Imperial Navy warships assembled in the waters south of Nagasaki began to roar. The sound of artillery pierced the silent dawn, and also marked the beginning of the Chinese Empire against the Japanese pirates. Attack! The port and pier are deep in water, and the Imperial warships can approach. Bombard the Japanese fortifications on the beach with fierce artillery fire, cover the landing operations of the Marines, and seize the beachhead positions. Inaib Kendmaru built more than 20 gun emplacements at the port pier, but they were all destroyed by naval guns of the Chinese Empire yesterday. The intensive bullet train turned the fortifications built by the Japanese pirates on the beach upside down. The fortifications on the entire beach were basically destroyed, and the Japanese pirates on the position were killed and wounded. The Emperor Yi Daishan looked at with his eyes from 1,000 miles away. The Japanese pirates currently have no concept of modern warfare. Their beachhead is just a simple fortification made of stones and wood. There is no such thing as barbed wire or bunkers. He can't help but with a sigh of relief. Under the cover of the fierce naval gunfire, the soldiers of the Marine Corps launched an attack on the beachhead of the Japanese pirates. The burst machine gunners set up the heavy burst guns on favorable terrain and fired at the Japanese pirates in their positions, suppressing their firepower and covering their Marines' attack. The soldiers loaded and hoisted artillery from the large warship to the boat, then rowed the boat to the shore, lifted and dragged the artillery to the beach with great effort, then erected it and fired fiercely at the Japanese pirates' beachhead position. Under the strong firepower, the Japanese pirate soldiers who guarded the first beachhead were killed and wounded. After the Marine Corps launched the second wave of offensive, all the Japanese pirate soldiers on the position were killed and the first beachhead was successfully occupied. The soldiers of the Marine Corps used engineer shovel to dig the sand and stepped up to excavate a simple fortification to prevent Japanese pirates from counterattacking. As long as the beachhead is guarded, all kinds of military materials such as infantry and artillery can be continuously transported ashore, and then concentrated forces to attack the islands. On the head of Nagasaki, Inobe Kendmaru frowned. He did not expect that the carefully constructed beachhead would be lost so quickly. Mr. Li Mingbo, how do you think this battle should be fought? Originally, he had already made various arrangements, deployed layers of resistance, blocked and consumed the vital forces of the Chinese Imperial Army, and waited for the arrival of reinforcements before launching a counterattack to drive the Chinese Imperial Army into the sea. However, watching the infantry of the Chinese Imperial Army did not immediately attack in depth, but built fortifications on the beachhead. A large number of soldiers were being transported ashore from the sea, and there was a large amount of military supplies. The entire beach was in chaos. Li Mingbo shook his head and said, "There is a cloud of warfare, and he strikes halfway. The villain thinks that at this time, we should take advantage of the enemy's unsteady footing and counterattack with all our strength to regain the beachhead and drive them all into the sea." Jingbi and Kame Maoyu nodded in agreement. He had the same idea just now. After hearing Li Mingbo's words, he immediately ordered a counterattack and regained the beachhead position. The gate of Nagasaki's city gate opened, and a large number of Japanese soldiers gushed out from the city, screaming strangely to launch a counterattack against the Marines defending on the beach front. The Japanese pirate soldiers also carried out dozens of cannons from the city and blasted them at the beachhead. Because rifled guns have not yet been mass-produced and equipped with the army, the Marines on the beachfront are equipped with several long-range continuous firing mechanisms, and they are still equipped with front-loaded rifled guns and joined the transportation. There were only 5 or 6 artillery pieces ashore, and the artillery that could not suppress the Japanese pirates, killed a large number of Japanese pirate soldiers, and the extremely fierce counterattack by the Japanese pirates made the battle extremely tragic. Soldiers on both sides are fighting bloody battles. The Marines who landed on each ship hurriedly joined the battle. They either squatted or stood, obeyed the orders of the officers, and bombarded with 3-stage or 5-stage platoons, shooting and killing madness. Japanese pirate soldiers rushing in the rain of bullets. Many soldiers on both sides were shot and fell down. With the courageous counterattack of the Japanese pirates, the beachhead was almost lost, and the two sides once launched an extremely tragic hand-to-hand battle. As more and more Marines landed, they quickly went into battle. In addition, more than a dozen artillery pieces were transported ashore, destroying the artillery positions of the Japanese pirates, and then covering them with fierce firepower, killing and injuring the attacking Japanese pirates in large numbers. The beachhead. In this extremely tragic battle for beachheads, the casualties of the Marine Corps soldiers were close to the strength of one regiment, and its brutality was recorded in the history of the Empire's war. The new combat theory proposed by the greatest emperor of the Empire once again be proven. On the head of Nagasaki Castle, Inobe Kame Maoyu and Li Mingbo both let out a sigh. Just a little bit, they succeeded in regaining the beachhead position and drove the enemy into the sea, which is a pity. At this time, the infantry of the Chinese Empire that landed on the beach had reached the strength of one division, with hundreds of artillery pieces, and then launched a counterattack. The casualties increased sharply. Inobe Kame Maoyu had to order the guard to guard strictly and wait for reinforcements to arrive before making plans. A large number of warships and transport fleets were parked on the sea, and small speedboats shuttled back and forth, transporting a large number of soldiers, ammunition, weapons, etc. ashore. It wasn't until the transport fleet put all the troops of the two divisions carried this time out that Yi Daishanzi patted Duga Kangxu's shoulder. "We must defend the beachhead position." He considered the problem from the worst-case scenario. Inobe Kame Maoyu ordered a frantic counterattack, and the battle for the beachhead must be fierce. Although the Empire put the forces of two divisions on the narrow beach, it may not be able to hold the beachhead 100%. Although Bailong Island and Fian Island are the replenishment transfer stations, it takes 12 days at the fastest for a transport-like team to go back and forth. In other words, the two infantry divisions who landed must stick to the beachhead for 12 days. The task is arduous and the responsibility is heavy. Duga Kangxu saluted a military salute. The Emperor can rest assured that people are in the battlefield, and the ministers will fight to the death until the last soldier. and they will also defend the beachhead. Chapter 537 Iron Blood Tragedy. There were densely packed Chinese imperial infantrymen on the beach. They still did not advance deep into the inner island. Instead, they built various fortifications on the beach, set up tents, and set up a military camp. On the head of Nagasaki City, Kemaru Inobe observed carefully for a while, and then he was relieved to see the Chinese Imperial infantry so desperately constructing fortifications on the beach. It is estimated that it would not be possible to launch an offensive within a few days. Waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Go to the west to watch the battle to encircle and annihilate the enemy. Jingbin Kamaru said, and walked down the head of the city with his hands on his back. Li Mingbo's lips moved, and when he reached his mouth, he finally swallowed it back, and followed him silently. Although there were 40,000 Imperial Chinese troops that landed, there was only a beach front. Due to transportation and other reasons, it's impossible to accumulate too many ammunition. There are more than 600,000 soldiers and civilians in Nagasaki. Launching a counterattack regardless of the cost will surely drive the Imperial Chinese army into the sea. Although it is only a small beachhead, it can greatly encourage the morale of the soldiers and civilians in the city. However, he didn't dare to say it, because before suggesting that Kamaru should launch a counterattack, he lost nearly 3,000 soldiers, but failed to regain the beachhead, which has made many senior Japanese officers extremely dissatisfied. To the west of Nagasaki Island, the elite 6th Battalion of the Imperial Marines, led by Dugufu, successfully climbed up the cliff with the help of the inside line of the Mizura family. The whole camp was quietly in the pitch-black undergrowth, rested all night. In order to avoid the exposure of his whereabouts, Dugufu ordered that it is strictly forbidden to speak, not to mention lighting lights, etc. The soldiers of the whole camp just survived the whole night. When the sky did not show the belly of the fish, the sound of guns rang out from the south, and Dugufu ordered the soldiers to move forward with confidence and try not to disturb the Japanese pirates on the island as much as possible. There is an open area in front. As long as you cross this open area, you can reach the bottom of Nagasaki Castle, launch a surprise attack on the city, and cooperate with the combat troops landing to the south to capture Nagasaki Castle. My lord, the person leading the way is gone. A soldier hurried over. What's going on? Dugufu frowned. According to the Meizang family's secret spy who led the way, their people would suddenly launch an attack in the city, open the west gate, and lead the soldiers of the Marine Corps into the city. The soldier yelled. At that time, the sky was too dark and I couldn't see anything. Dugufu glared at him fiercely, and raised his monocular clairvoyant eyes to observe the open area in front of him. There was nothing but leaves and weeds swaying in the wind. I don't know why, he felt an uneasy feeling in his heart, and he quickly ordered to stop advancing, let a platoon search forward first, and occupy the small hill in front of him. All the soldiers crouched in the weeds with guns, ready to fight. The soldiers in the first row of the first company searched and advanced cautiously. When they arrived under the hill, numerous Japanese soldiers suddenly appeared on the hill, in the woods, and among the grass. The muskets in their hands were shot. All the soldiers in the first row fell. Only 2 wounded soldiers fired back, shooting the 2 Japanese pirate soldiers. Facing the tide of the Japanese pirate soldiers, they would rather die than be prisoners. Resolutely detonated thunder. Damn it! Dugufu cursed, causing the soldiers of the Marine Battalion to return to the undergrowth, relying on the cover of the undergrowth to resist. He already understood that this was a trap set by the Japanese pirates, and the entire row of soldiers was gone, which made him very sad. Continuously cover for 2 consecutive times, and retreat for 3 consecutive times. Dugufu calmly gave the order, only to climb down the cliff, and the large warships already moored on the sea must come to respond. It can reduce the loss a little. The 3rd company was ordered to retreat to the edge of the cliff first, but soon a soldier came back to report that the 2 ladders originally tied to the reef had been severed by the Japanese pirates, and the company commander had ordered the soldiers of the company to unarm the belt and connect them. Damn it! Dugufu cursed, but his cursing was completely covered by the fierce gunfire. The Japanese pirate soldiers rushed like a tide of water. The first and second company soldiers in charge of cover only had time to fire a bullet and threw a thunder to the sky, so they had to go to the army to stab and start a hand-to-hand battle with the Japanese pirates. There were too many Japanese pirate soldiers. When a Marine Corps soldier pierced a sharp stab into the abdomen of a Japanese pirate soldier, his body was also pierced with 5 or 6 bayonets. Some Marines simply ignited the thunderbolt, plunged into the group of Japanese pirates, and died with them. The Marine Corps soldiers of the two companies were quickly overwhelmed by Japanese pirate soldiers surging like tide water. Dugefar held a revolver in one hand and a saber in the other, pulling the trigger, shooting and approaching. The Japanese pirate soldiers retreated. After shooting 6 Japanese pirate soldiers, he had no time to load the bullets, threw the revolver down the cliff, roared, and brandished his saber to rush toward the Japanese pirate soldiers who came like a tide. Dugefar's martial arts has reached the realm of a first-class master. He wielded his saber and slashed frantically, killing more than 20 Japanese soldiers one after another. His madness actually made the Japanese pirate soldiers afraid to approach and surrounded him with their spears one by one. Dugefar knew that he was powerless to get out of the encirclement, raised the knife across his neck, swiped it hard, and then fell straight. This is a real samurai, worthy of our respect. The Japanese pirate officer who led the team whispered, bowing to the corpse of Dugefar. Imperial naval warships were cruising on all sides of Nagasaki Island. The 6th Marine Corps assaulted from the cliff on the west side, and the Emperor Yi Daishin ordered the warships in the waters to pay close attention. When the commander on the warship saw the Marine Corps soldiers climbing down the cliff from the eyes of Qian Lishan, he knew that the situation had changed, and hurriedly dispatched small boats and speedboats to respond. The 6th Battalion of the Imperial Marine Corps successfully withdrew except for the 3rd Company. All the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Company were killed. Their bodies were hung on the wall by Japanese pirates. The Emperor. Slave. In the command cabin of Jiuling's flagship, Mizururi was so scared that there was no one on her face, and she knelt on the ground trembling. Before, she vowed to ensure that her people were absolutely reliable, but unexpectedly something went wrong, causing the Marine Corps to lose 2 companies. Get up, you are not to blame for this. Yi Daishin sighed. It is true that Mizururi can't be blamed for this. No one would have thought that the lurking dead man would defect to the enemy. Emperor Xi Gongzhang Ryui stood up cautiously, not daring to breathe. With a gloomy expression on his face, Tan Zi got off the boat and landed, gritted his teeth and ordered Duge Kangxiu, order the whole army to move forward, and all the artillery will blast me into the city. Shen's order. Duge Kangxiu saluted his military salute. Dugefar is his clan brother, and his body is hung on the wall of Nagasaki, making him very sad. Chapter 538 Longyun Roth 300 howitzers roared at the same time. Thousands of tons of shells poured into the city, completely destroying the buildings and creatures in the area covered by the artillery. If some shells were not to be kept to prevent the Japanese pirates from desperately counterattacking, Yi Daishanzi was determined. The artillery was ordered to pour all the shells into the city. These artillery shells were originally used to bombard the city wall and collapse the city wall. The infantry then attacked along the gap, but the Emperor Yi Daishin didn't care about that many under his anger. He didn't know how much the Japanese pirates in the city had suffered. He could only see the blazing fire from the binoculars, which made the sky red. As for how many Japanese pirates and poor people died, he didn't even bother to think about it. These were all for flying alone. You and 2 companies of Marine Corps soldiers have revenge. Duge Kangxiu has led his troops to close to the city of Nagasaki. The soldiers used engineering shovel to dig trenches from the fire range of the Japanese artillery, and piled bags full of sand in front of the trenches to form a bunker. A marine regiment and an infantry regiment were ordered to search along the coast and sweep the nearby Japanese pirate villages. On the head of the city, Inbi Mari wanted to cry without tears. He ordered the dead body of the Imperial Marines to be hung on the city wall. The purpose was to invigorate the fighting spirit of the party and attack the morale of the Imperial Chinese army. However, what he did not expect was that this action aroused the anger of Yi Daishanzi, and poured half of the grenades into the city. All the buildings near the southern city wall, and even the people living in it, were shattered to pieces. Ignite residential buildings and other buildings in a few streets. Ib Kemdmaru didn't know how many poor people died, and didn't care, but he knew clearly that at least one of the elite soldiers of the brigade was destroyed by intensive artillery fire. This hapless brigade had just completed its patrol. After the handover of defense, it gathered near Anqing and was ready to return to camp. The gathering place was just within the range of the artillery fire. As a result, you don't need to think about it, the designation of the brigade can be cancelled. Yi Daishanzi didn't know that the artillery had inadvertently blasted an elite brigade of the Japanese pirates. Although he ordered the artillery to blast for a while and let out a half-breath, he was still panicked. He ordered Duga Kangxu to kill all the snipers in the army. Summoned. Yi Daishanzi's stern eyes swept across the faces of more than 500 snipers, and he said coldly, "From now on, any creature that enters the shoot range will be killed for me." Yes. All the snipers saluted together, and then walked along the winding tunnels into the forefront trenches. The several officers who led the team together decided to implement a divisional contract. 2 sniper teams were responsible for a section of the city wall. Whenever they saw Japanese pirate soldiers sticking out of the city wall, they would immediately shoot and kill them. Not to mention, some arrogant Japanese pirates stood on the wall, opened their crotch and pulled down to urine in order to despise the soldiers of the empire. As a result, these Japanese pirate soldiers became the targets of snipers. Even the Japanese pirate soldiers patrolling the city head were shot and killed as long as they showed their heads. They scared the Japanese pirates guarding the city. The soldiers dared not show their heads again, and squatted tremblingly behind the wall. The morale of the soldiers was greatly hit, and Ib Kemdmaru was also helpless in this regard. The muskets equipped by the Chinese Imperial Army had a jealously shooting range, and their marksmanship was terrifying. At present, he can only order the soldiers to be on guard to prevent the Imperial Chinese Army from attacking the city. The Imperial Chinese Army is currently only besieging but not attacking, and the two sides have entered a state of confrontation. Jinghai Wharf. Teams of soldiers were boarding the Shanghai ship or fishing boat in an orderly manner. Various military supplies were also carried on to the ship. Then, under the escort of the battleship, the sails were raised and sailed to Bailong Island and Fian Island. This is the spontaneous organization of fish people along the coast to carry soldiers and military supplies with their own fishing boats. With Bailong Island and Fian Island as transfer stations, the transportation voyage and time of the Third Fleet of the Imperial Navy are greatly shortened. The Third Fleet returning from Nagasaki only needs to sail to Bailong Phi Island and Fian Island, and transport the troops and military supplies assembled on the islands to Nagasaki. After the Imperial Transport Fleet had transported the second batch of infantry and unloaded a large amount of ammunition, Yi Daishanzi issued an order to attack the city of Nagasaki. This time, the transport fleet brought another 100 howitzers and 400 howitzers roared at the same place, pouring a grenade onto the city wall of Nagasaki, and blasting the solid bluestone to the gravel, riddled with holes. After 5 rounds of bombardment by the artillery, the southern city wall of Nagasaki had begun to collapse, and a gap of about 10 meters wide appeared. After another 6 rounds of bombardment, the dilapidated southern city wall collapsed again. A big gap of 40 meters wide. The rumble of battle drums rang, and the soldiers leapt out of the trenches and rushed towards the big gap with shouts. The Empire's artillery was still roaring, making extended fires, ready to fight. On the city wall, a Japanese officer commanded his soldiers with a sword. With a bang, the officer's eyebrows bloomed and he fell on his back, frightening all the Japanese pirate soldiers to shrink behind the wall. The Empire's snipers followed the infantry to charge forward, but stopped outside the fire range of the musket. They stood or squatted, aiming with a musket, and any Japanese soldiers who appeared in the city were fired and killed. The goal. At the gap, many Japanese pirates are desperately throwing stones, wood, door panels and other things at the collapsed part of the city wall. Jingbin Kamed Maria learns from the Imperial Chinese Army's cloth bags filled with sand and piles up a simple piece behind the gap. Fortifications. Yi Daishanzi, who was in frontline command, held up his binoculars to observe, and then ordered the artillery to concentrate on bombarding the Japanese pirate positions at the gap. Even the blockers of each group were concentrated in front of the gap, shooting the Japanese soldiers on both sides of the wall. The Imperial infantry screamed into the sky and rushed towards the big gap, at a distance of about 180 meters from the city wall. The Japanese pirate soldiers on the city's head immediately stood up and fired towards the city. Many Imperial soldiers were shot, fall down. But no matter how dense the bullet rain could stop the crazy attack of the Imperial soldiers. They shouted and charged forward desperately with their spears on their spears. Only on the way to advance on the ground, there were no cowardly retreating soldiers. The guns rumbled, and the soldiers from both sides fought bloody battles. The Imperial soldiers were covered by artillery, bursts of machine guns, and a large group of snipers. They held a stick of incense in the gap and then rushed into the city. As the commander-in-chief in charge of the attack, Kang Soo-dugan immediately ordered the second and third attack echelon to attack, and slam into the city along the gap. Not long after, the Empire's flying dragon battle flag was raised at the southern end of the city, and the city gate was opened. The earth-shaking war drums were rumbling again. This was the signal of the general offensive. On the beach, all the Imperial infantry ready to go under the command of the officers shouted and launched the final general offensive towards Nagasaki City. Chapter 539. Letting go. The fighting power of the Japanese pirates is not like a paper stick army. Under the zealous Bushido spirit, they are even and a half minutes stronger than the elites of the Yan and Chu empires. Although the huge infantry troops of the empire captured the outer city of Nagasaki, but when he attacked deep into the city, he received extremely stubborn resistance. Relying on civilian houses and other buildings, the Japanese pirates engaged in fierce street fighting with the Imperial army, and even launched counterattacks several times to take back some of the lost commanding heights in the city. The street fighting in the city was very tragic. The soldiers on the side had a lot of casualties. The Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't sit still, and led the team into the city. The guards couldn't stop him, so he had to strengthen his defense desperately. There were fierce gunshots everywhere, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and explosions, and the screaming roar of the sky. The infantry of the Empire continuously poured into the city, and the medical soldiers carried the wounded soldiers down the line of fire for treatment. The attack was blocked. Yi Daishan asked with a frown and asked Duga Kangsu. Duga Kangsu stood on the broken wall at the southern end of the city, which became his temporary command post. Many high-ranking officers and staff officers squatted on the ground, pointing to the map of Nagasaki City spread on the ground, scattered all around. 2 companies of guards, they assume the role of guards. The Emperor, the resistance of the Japanese pirates is very tenacious. Duga Kangsu's handsome face loomed with shame. If he hadn't asked someone to enter the palace and beg his sister for help, the heavy responsibility of landing on the island might not have fallen on his shoulders. The masculine man flew on the battlefield, galloping on the battlefield, and establishing immortal feats. Duga Kangsu also aspires to command the army to sweep the great empires of the mainland, but the empire's first, second and third group armies are powerful, and they have almost taken over all the battles. When attacking the Korean Empire, he also led the army to participate in the war, but most of them were mainly to assist and cooperate with the main army group. He did not participate in many battles. Moreover, the combat power of the stick was as low as paper, which made him feel very embarrassed. I have no choice but to ask my sister to help blow the pillow breeze. Queen Jin has always followed the principle of not doing politics in the harem and not working for the family's profit. Therefore, although there are many concubines in the harem, and most of them are not inferior to her, she is still favored. Her elder brother's request made her dilemma. Yi Daishan saw that she had something on his mind, and under questioning, Queen Jin did not hide anything and told the truth. But the Emperor Yi readily agreed. Duga Kangxu also has a solo handsome, but there is not much opportunity to show off her military talents. There is only one Japanese empire left in the eastern continent, and Yi Daishan had intentionally let him, taking on the heavy responsibility of attacking Japanese pirates. This is also an opportunity for him to train and grow, and it is also the fourth major army group in the empire to train the local miscellaneous troops into the empire. The western continent is large in size and large in population. It is more than the eastern continent. If you want to conquer the western continent, you have to invest the forces of the four army groups. This is also the main reason why Yi Daishan intends to exercise Duga Kangxu. Of course, even if Queen Jin blows the pillow breeze, Yi Daishan thinks nothing is wrong. If Duga Kangxu is a mediocre talent, Queen Jin will not use all the fox charm techniques. However, the Emperor Yi Daishan also took the opportunity to raise the matter of accepting Elizabeth as his concubine. He had an ambiguous relationship with Elizabeth. It is no longer a secret. If the Emperor wants to accept the concubine, Queen Jin can't stop it even if he eats it. So it's better to be generous. Recognition. Duga Kangxu got what he wanted, and he prepared carefully and desperately to motivate the soldiers, but he did not expect to be blocked in attacking the inner city of Nagasaki, which made him both ashamed and uneasy. Yi Daishanzi stopped several wounded soldiers who had retreated from the battlefield and asked about the battle on the front line. These wounded soldiers didn't know Yi Daishanzi's true identity, so they only regarded him as a senior officer and answered immediately. The imperial military discipline does not allow the people to disturb the civilians, violating the military laws to do it. Therefore, in the street fighting of the inner city, the soldiers were somewhat restrained and unable to use them. Some soldiers were injured in order to save the Japanese pirates who were overwhelmed by the fierce gunfire, and even sacrificed. Some soldiers died more unjustly. They rescued the poor people of Japanese pirates, but they were stabbed to death with hidden knives by those poor Japanese pirates. There are many such cases. The imperial soldiers were restrained, but the Japanese pirates did not care about so many. They relied on civilian houses and other buildings to resist stubbornly, and ignored the lives and deaths of the common people. This was also the main reason for the massive casualties of the imperial soldiers. After asking why, Yi Daishanzi narrowed his eyes, and flashed a terrifying cold light. He told Duga Kangxu that the rules are dead and can be used flexibly in order to win the victory and reduce the casualties of the soldiers. There is no need for anything scrupulous. Anyone who holds a weapon is regarded as an enemy, shooting and killing. Chen, understand? Duga Kangxu slammed his chest and saluted the military salute. He was having a headache about this, but he didn't expect the emperor to be resolute, worthy of the first emperor in the ages. The military order was quickly communicated, and the soldiers on the front line were refreshed. They no longer had any scruples and could let go of their hands and feet and do a big job. The imperial soldiers in the battle no longer have the scruples of the task, whether you are a civilian house or whether there are people in it. Anyway, if you fired from the inside, threw the bombing thunder directly into the house and blew up the house. Some Japanese pirate soldiers grabbed the poor of their own country as physical shields, and the imperial soldiers didn't care about the 3, 7 and 20, and fired with a burst of chaotic guns until the Japanese pirate soldiers were killed. The artillery pushed the cannon into the city and fired at close range. The Japanese soldiers who occupied the houses to resist were bombarded and buried under the rubble. The ruthlessness of the Chinese Imperial Army made the Japanese pirate soldiers shudder and retreat steadily. In order to protect themselves, some people of the Yanri Empire simply stabbed the Japanese pirate soldiers who broke into the house, threw their guns and corpses out of the window, and closed the room tightly. At the door, the whole family huddled together and huddled under the bed. In the general's residence, Jingbin Kamed Mara's expression was extremely corrupted. Mr. Li, Your tricks are no longer effective. The enemy has already killed off and the reinforcements have not arrived. What can I do, Lord of the capital? According to the younger ones, this Nagasaki city can't be defended anymore. It is better to retreat early. I am afraid that it will be late. Li Mingbo screamed, using the people in the city as a physical shield to be such a shameful trick. It was he who figured out that the Imperial Chinese army has strict military discipline and will not disturb innocent people. He successfully used this and once blocked the Chinese Imperial Army's offensive. Okay. Jingbin came to Maru's side in despair. Under the fierce firepower of the Chinese Imperial Army, the 200,000 defenders in the city collapsed so quickly. Even if he was unwilling, the defeat was fixed. And no more. I am afraid I can only be a prisoner. Fierce gunshots were getting closer and closer to the general's capital, and a large number of Japanese pirate soldiers collapsed and retreated. Many people desperately fled to the east and north gates, and many soldiers resisted stubbornly by relying on the cover of buildings. Jingbin came Maru and a group of henchmen put on torn civilian clothes and hurriedly fled to the east gate with gold and silver jewelry. He also hid 5 large ships in the fish village on the east coast, guarded by guards. Now it is his only escape. The sea boat is out. Chapter 540. The Japanese pirate soldiers had retired steadily, and the army commander Ibe came Maru and a group of high-ranking officers fled in disguise as slums. Without command, they could only fight separately, and there was no way to organize an effective counterattack. On the contrary, the soldiers of the Chinese Empire became more and more courageous as they fought. Everyone wanted to make merits. They rushed forward one by one. They advanced into the inner city several times faster than before. The Empire's flying dragon battle flag was already over the general's capital. Flutter. The avenues leading to the 2 gates in the northeast were crowded with dignitaries and poor people desperately fleeing. They were afraid of being slaughtered by the occupying forces. Many people just followed blindly and wanted to escape to the countryside to escape the war. I don't know that although Nagasaki Island is large, it has 2 capital cities, but no matter how large it is only a big island surrounded by the sea. The Imperial Navy has obtained absolute control over the sea. No matter how to escape, it will eventually have to face the powerful Chinese Imperial Army. Nagasaki Island has 2 capital cities, Nagasaki and Yokohama. Nagasaki is the main city, and Yokohama is the deputy. An army of the Dugakangsu faction advances to the bottom of Yokohama, so that the Henyan defenders dare not divide their troops to reinforce Nagasaki. Hiroshima and Tokyo sent reinforcements. However, their main fleet was lost. The ship escorting the transport shipment was a warship that was temporarily converted from a variety of fishing boats, which could not withstand the bombardment of a single shot. The eastern and northern waters were intercepted and attacked by the main fleet of the Imperial Navy and were quickly annihilated. Fortunately, the transport fleet escaped quickly, otherwise the losses would be even greater. In the evening, the gunfire in the city ceased. The Imperial infantry occupied the entire Nagasaki city. The situation was completely controlled. A large number of Japanese pirate soldiers surrendered and were imprisoned in the barracks. The general capital of Nagasaki became the temporary residence of Emperor Yida and the headquarters of Dugakangsu. The generals performed their duties and were very busy. Imperial soldiers are still searching house to house for some die-hard Japanese pirates. The people in the city are panicked and need reassurance. Public order needs to be maintained. Teams of Imperial soldiers with guns and live ammunition can be seen everywhere in the main traffic routes. After the capture of Nagasaki Castle, I would say that the busiest and happiest members of the Mizora family were those of the Mizora family. The spy loyal to the Mizora family lurked in Nagasaki Castle. Most of them were hunted and killed by Ibe Maru, but there was still a small number of people survived fortunately because of their deep lurking. These people returned to the identity of Mizora, and provided a list of the information collected for many years. The Imperial soldiers arrested people according to the list. The people on the list are all powerful people with status on Nagasaki Island, except for some who fled among the ranks of poor people. All those who remained in the city were arrested. Some lively small families took refuge in a clear-cut stand and became the first group of widows who surrendered to the Chinese Empire. For these people, Tan Zi gave a certain amount of support and acquiescence. With the help of these widows, the city quickly stabilized. Some of the big people hiding in the homes of the poor people were picked out by the widows and handed over to them. Disposal by the military. Of course, these traitor foxes faked their power, took advantage of the opportunity to dominate, squeezed and blackmailed, and even openly robbed some large households to develop their own power. To govern Nagasaki City, these Japanese traitors are inseparable for the time being. As long as they don't make too much trouble, Yi Daishanzi will turn one eye and close the other and let them do anything wrong. To this end, the Emperor Yi also set up a police station and a public order maintenance committee. Rimazu is the chairman of the maintenance committee and also serves as the deputy chief of the police station. Most of the police officers are filled by imperial soldiers, and a small part by Japanese traitors. The public order maintenance committee is all Japanese pirates. The core members are people from the Palace clan. Many of them are small families who previously supported the Palace clan, and many are street gangsters who are wise hummers. These people changed their bodies and became semi-officials who were eating public food. In the past, members of more than a dozen aristocratic families who participated in the massacre of the Gongzheng family were tortured to death by Gongzheng Rihu. Gongzheng Rik was originally vicious and vicious. She didn't know how much effort she had spent for today. Now, she can be crazy. Retaliation was implemented. Very horror of the Holocaust, however. The implementation of the massacre of all Japanese will maintain. The evil empire military and police bureau did not participate. Those pirates who hate Palace Tibetasri. Yi Daishanzi also allowed Gongzheng to carry out the crazy revenge sex massacre. He only cared about the wealth of the family members that he had copied, the amount of discounted silver, and so on. In his words, war is a very silver game, unprofitable wars, let's not play. And all the confiscated stuff is confiscated in order to make up for the various losses of the war. The Imperial Army rested in Nagasaki for 2 days, and then forced to the city of Yokohama. Hundreds of howitzers fired wildly, and the Yokohama city wall collapsed. Then, the artillery group carried out extended bombardment. The infantry assaulted along the gap and infiltrated the city. In the evening, they occupied the city of Yokohama. In this battle, the Emperor Yi Da did not personally supervise the battle, but let Duga Kangxia let go of his hands and feet. The record was very good, and the casualty rate was much lower than that of the Nagasaki prefecture. Subsequently, the Imperial Infantry carried out a dragnet search in battalion-level units, sweeping every corner of the entire island of Nagasaki. And with the assistance of the Japanese and traitors who took refuge, even if it could not eliminate all the hard-working Japanese pirates. It is clean, but it is estimated that there are not many left. At least, these people dare not engage in public activities, so they can only go underground and secretly engage in resistance movements. At this time, the Empire's army was resting on Nagasaki Island to digest the occupied land, while the Empire's transport fleet continued to deliver a large number of soldiers, weapons, ammunition, and food. The Nagasaki Islands have a critical shortage of food, and the large amount of food shipped from the Empire has greatly comforted the local people. Various industrial and agricultural workshops have begun to resume production. Although there are only more than 20 shops in the market, it is a good start. Some imperial merchants who dared to take risks and were good at capturing business opportunities even took boats to Nagasaki for field trips to see if there was a chance to make big money. The wealthy grain merchants even brought in many grain vendors to earn money from the Japanese pirates. Even some businessmen from Yanakan came to open a bakery, and the business was so hot that they couldn't keep their mouths closed. Externally, Yi Daishanzi claimed to sit in the calm sea, knowing that he was in Nagasaki with only a few high-ranking officers from Duga Kangxia, who had just occupied the Nagasaki island, and the lonely Yi Daishanzi naturally put on casual clothes again and began private visits. Observe the sentiments of the people and appreciate the local customs of Japanese pirates. At this time, the Emperor Yi Daishan is already in his 30s. He can no longer play the role of the handsome brother of the family. Instead, he has become a romantic and elegant middle-aged scribe. The gold folding fan still does not leave his hands. This is not only popular, but also an identity. Symbol of. There were not many people on the street. They were all poor Japanese pirates who had to go out to make a living in order to make a living. People who saw the Chinese Empire retreated to one side in fear. Those who maintained the meeting saw it, and also nodded and laughed. Smiley face. No way, this is an area occupied by the empire, and the status of the imperial family is naturally superior. Chapter 541 My big good people. Yi Daishanzi wandered around in the street, and the guards surrounded by him were very visible. After all, this place was just occupied. There are still some underground resistance organizations of Japanese pirates operating in secret, and the guards are not afraid of hacking with open guns and swords. I'm afraid of the invincible cold gun. Yi Daishanzi was dressed in a robe, hand-drawn gold folding fan, accompanied by a dozen big thugs, like a nouveau riche. There are not many shops open for business on the street. Most of the shops of the imperial merchants are open. The food shops are full of people. The Japanese pirates are in short supply of food, and it is not surprising that there is a phenomenon of competing for food. However, the price of this food is too high. Fortunately, the Emperor Yi Daishan restricts the price, and the price of the food is not too high. At least, some wealthy Japanese pirates can still afford it. The empire's grain merchants, deducted various expenses, can make a fortune. The imperial army also distributes food for free, but the amount is small, enough for 2 meals a day, and people who are hungry are fine. To receive food, you need to use the newly registered household registration book, which is distributed according to the head of the person, to avoid repeated appointments. The workload of population register registration is very large, and these tasks are assigned to the police station and the people who maintain the association. It is inevitable that the widows who maintain the association will inevitably use their power to deliberately create difficulties and take advantage of the opportunity to fish for oil and water. Fortunately, the Emperor Yi Daishan told Gongzhang Lihui that it is okay for her help to fish some oil and water, but it must not be excessive, otherwise it will click. Mizrarik dared to be sloppy, sending family members and cronies to supervise, and the people who maintained the association did not dare to overdo it. South Avenue was destroyed by imperial artillery fire, and brand new houses were being built. When Yi Daishanzi and his party wandered around to North Avenue, they saw the noise and crying in front of them, and immediately leaned in. It was a dozen Japanese rapists who maintained the association who were searching for people from the underground resistance organization. Yi Daishan knew at a glance that these Japanese rapists had been blackmailed by forcibly breaking into homes and extorting them on the grounds of search and arrest. The house is high and deep, and it seems to have some assets. Mine, it's a task. The leader of the 10 squad who was in charge of leading the team saw Yi Daishanzi and the others, and immediately nodded and bowed with a smile. My, the good people are big. Several widows and traitors all fuck the Chinese, they just learned to show their loyalty. Yi Daishanzi's face showed a weird expression. Many anti-Japanese movies have such a plot. Today, it is almost reproduced. However, the reverse is reversed. It is the Japanese pirates showing their loyalty to the empire. Yi Daishanzi rubbed his nose fiercely, and now he exhales. The feeling in his heart is really refreshing. He patted the shoulder of the leader of the Japanese trick team. The leader of the Japanese trick squad grinned with joy. His legs bent, and he bowed desperately trying to please Yi Daishanzi. Yi Daishan asked, "What's the matter?" The Japanese traitor team leader nodded and bowed, gestured with both hands. He only learned a few sentences in Chinese. Naturally, The Emperor Yi-Dae didn't understand what he was talking about. The accompanying interpreter explained that someone reported that the family was harboring people from the underground resistance organization and they were going to search. Yi-Dae Shanzi smiled and nodded, and he reached out and made a gesture of inviting in. The Japanese rapist team leader nodded and laughed a few times, and led his men in to search, and Yi-Dae Shan led people to follow. He wants to see if these Japanese rapists take the opportunity to squeeze and blackmail, or is it really carrying out a search mission? If people from the underground resistance organization were found from this family's home, he would really like to reward the Japanese traitor team leader and increase his enthusiasm and loyalty. While swinging a big stick, you should also use turnips to seduce you. If you don't give them a bit of sweetness, how can they sell their lives for you? Danzi is the best at buying people's hearts. The male owner of the family is tall and strong, with gleaming eyes. He can see that he is a practicing family. The Emperor Yes mouth snapped, and the little five moved 2 steps intentionally or unintentionally, approaching each other. The few Japanese rapists who maintained the association ran through the boxes and cabinets and searched them very carefully. No place where people could be hidden was not overlooked. The entire house was carefully searched, and only the cellar for storing sundries was left. The 4 widows lifted the wooden cover of the cellar, holding swords, and walked in along the wooden ladder. Regarding firearms, the Emperor Yi-Dae ordered people to strictly manage them. In addition to the police equipped with guns, some captains of the maintenance committee, corps members loyal to the empire, members of the Gong family, and a mobile brigade specializing in foreign operations. In addition to being able to wear guns, I can only wear cold weapons such as swords. Yi-Dae Shanzi had been observing the male host's expression secretly, and when he saw a few widows enter the cellar, the male host's eyes flashed with a cold and terrifying light. Really have a problem? The Emperor Yi-Dae snorted, and the guards secretly prepared immediately. Boom! Suddenly there was the sound of gunshots in the cellar, accompanied by painful howls, followed by violent fighting. It seemed that at the same time, the male host who had been ready to go suddenly started, and he rushed towards Yi-Dae Shanzi, wanting to hold Yi-Dae Shanzi hostage. It's a pity that Xiao Wuzi had been staring at him a long time ago. When he moved, Xiao Wuzi immediately shot, and his 5 fingers clasped his shoulder well big acupuncture point, making him weak and weak. Concubine Tan's reaction was not slow, and she took out 2 guns and pointed them at the gangsters. The guards also took out their guns at the same time and pointed at everyone in the house. A group of Japanese traitors were scared to death. They all threw away their swords and knelt on the ground, kowtowed desperately. My, the good people are big, the good people. Yi-Dae Shanzi smiled and made a gesture of inviting a group of widows. The widows stood up tremblingly, but did not dare to pick up the sword thrown on the ground. 2 widows twisted a middle-aged man covered in blood and just poked his head out, and when he saw the short guy with dozens of black holes pointing at him, he was immediately scared to face. My, the good people. The guard reached out and dragged the middle-aged man who had been tied up by the big 5 flowers, and then shook the barrel of the gun to signal the widows to come up. 4 widows went to search the cellar, and one was shot by a middle-aged man. He had gunshot wounds on his body, but he was no match for the other 3 widows and was captured alive. You guys are good. Yi-Dae Shanzi gave a thumbs up, expressing his appreciation. What's your name? Sir, my name is Hideo Ozawa. The leader of the traitor team quickly replied, and the group of traitors nodded and bowed desperately, accompanied by smiles. Knowing the name of Hideo Ozawa through the translation, the Emperor Yi-Dae Shan would naturally not treat them badly for such a loyal and hard-working traitor. He asked Feng Nishang to take out 200 taels of silver. Yi-Dae Shanzi took the silver ticket, smiled and put it into the hand of the Japanese rapist team leader, and then asked the interpreter to help him translate. These 200 taels of silver are a reward for them. They are not allowed to steal it, and they must be divided into work together. His subordinates work hard, and they will definitely get promoted in the future, live in a big house, and marry a beautiful wife and concubine. Thank you, thank you. A group of traitors nodded desperately, and accompanied the smiling faces to show their loyalty. Ozawa-kun, work hard. I am optimistic about you. Yi Daishin smiled and patted Xiao's shoulder to show encouragement, and then led the people away. Chapter 542. While Yi Daishanzi was wandering in the street, Duge Kangxu and a group of high-ranking generals in the combat staff were discussing a plan to attack Hiroshima or Osaka. At present, all the troops under his jurisdiction are in rest and reorganization. Nagasaki Island is stationed with 10 divisions and has accumulated a large amount of military supplies. The howitzers and rifled guns produced by the military workshop are also there. They have been transported continuously, and the artillery units under his jurisdiction have been equipped with nearly 800 howitzers. In a few days, the Empire's transport fleet will once again arrive on Nagasaki Island. This time, the Dragon Cavalry General Tang Feng and his troops will be transported, totaling 40,000 people in 2 divisions. Tang Feng was instructed to take over the defense of Nagasaki Island. Nagasaki Island is now the pedal and supply transfer station for the Empire to attack the Japanese pirates. It must be guarded by a strong veteran. Tang Feng is known for his steady defense and he will guard Nagasaki. Suitable. This old general had written letters several times, requesting the troops to go on the expedition, but the Emperor Yi Daishin refused. In order to comfort the old general, the Emperor Yi Daishin agreed him to be a loyal mark. After repeated discussions and deductions, Duge Kangxu and others finally decided to take Osaka first, and then attack Tokyo's combat plan. After deliberation by Yi Daishanzi, the battle plan was approved. After that, the Imperial Navy's Deputy Governor Liu ShiXun led the second main fleet to cruise in the waters of Osaka, defeating Osaka's small fleet, and blocking the Osaka Islands with huge main ships. During this period, the Emperor Yi Daishin continued to wander around the 2 cities of Nagasaki and Yokohama. The people in the 2 capital cities have gradually eliminated the terror in their hearts, and the markets and workshops have begun to return to normal. On this day, the Emperor Yi Dai was walking around in Yokohama. Hideo Ozawa, who was wearing the squadron captain's logo on his arm, saw it and ran over. Mr. Yi, hello. Yi Daishin couldn't help touching his chin, but he didn't see him for a few days. Not only was this servant promoted, he also learned a few more words in Chinese. He smiled and said, "Promoted? Congratulations." Hideo Ozawa gesticulated with both hands, and murmured a big deal. Through the translation, the Emperor Yi Daishin understood his meaning. The members of the underground resistance group arrested last time were unable to withstand the torture. They confessed one by one and confessed many accomplices. The military arrested people based on the list and arrested Seikegang village, the leader of the underground resistance organization, and Hideo Ozawa was imprisoned for this reason. Guru Megumi was appointed as the squadron leader of the maintenance committee. Work hard, the captain has it. Yi Daishin patted Hideo Ozawa on the shoulder, learning from the devil's tone in the movie, and encouraging him to work hard for the Empire. Hey! Hideo Ozawa grinned happily. This guy is a clever ghost. The bodyguards around Mr. Yi have short guys, and they must be very tall. If they can hold such thighs, they will be born in this life. Okay, go and work on you. If you have done meritorious service, you will definitely get promoted and get rich. Yi Daishanzi smiled and issued the eviction order. Hey! Hideo Ozawa nodded and bowed, and walked away with a group of Japanese rapists who maintained the society. Yi Daishanzi continued to stroll around the street. Pedestrians on Henyan fucking Street gradually increased. A few guards opened the way. Along the way, the Japanese people evaded one after another, and some evasively shouted, "My good people, Wang Jun don't kill." Yi Daishin couldn't help but want to laugh wildly, saying that Feng Shui turns around. This time it is the turn of the Chinese Empire to be arrogant, right? Nowadays, almost every Japanese can speak this Chinese. The reason is that during the arrest of the underground resistance organization a few days ago, several innocent Japanese pirates and poor people were frightened. Understand the bird language. As a result, The soldier pulled the trigger out of tension. Similar incidents occurred several times. After that, the Japanese traitors who maintained the association taught the local residents the phrase "my good people, the king's army will not kill." It seems that all Japanese people can speak Chinese. It's funny to think of it. Yi Daishanzi grinned and grinned, making Princess Dan curious and asked, "What is the sun laughing at?" "It's okay," Yi Daishanzi murmured vaguely. He was about to find a tea house opened by an imperial merchant. The guards with Duga Kangxu hurried over and presented a rush. When Yi Daishan opened it, he couldn't help frowning. The principalities of the western continent were still unwilling to give up, and an expeditionary army of 300,000 people was formed to invade the empire. Urgent items are sent from the western regions to Nagasaki. Even if they are delivered quickly, it will take at least more than 2 months. It is estimated that at this time, the 300,000 expeditionary forces from the western continent have arrived in the western regions, and they are fighting Zheng Zixia's Third Army Group. As for the situation of the battle, it is currently unknown. If nothing goes wrong, Zheng Zixia should be able to defend the western region. However, in recent months, the howitzers and muskets produced by the Imperial Soldiers' Workshop have been given priority to equip Duga Kangxu's troops. Zheng Zixia must be under great pressure. Knowing that he rushed back at this time, the daylily had been cold early, but Yi Daishanzi left Nagasaki on the 5th giant ship that day and returned to Jinghai. When I returned to Jinghai, there were several Tang newspapers from the western regions, which were written by Zheng Zixia. The general content was that the West Continent's coalition forces were madly attacking the city. He led the whole city to resist. The city was not lost, and the West Continent's coalition forces were still there. Was blocked outside the customs. Although there are not many words, the Emperor Yi Daishan could imagine that the offensive and defensive war in the western regions was extremely tragic, and the soldiers of the Third Army Group must have suffered a lot of casualties. Yi Daishanzi could not wait to fly to the western regions right away. Halfway back to the imperial capital, the first heavy snow in winter began to fall. The prairie outside the Great Wall, the western regions. With the rumble of guns, the soldiers of the western continent allied forces were desperately attacking the city with flying snowflakes. Under the frenzied attack by the coalition forces, the city wall on the eastern side of the western region was already full of holes and scars. Some sections of the wall had collapsed, but they were all filled with military and civilian stones, wood, sandbags, and other objects in the city. In the second Eastern expedition, the coalition forces of the western continent brought a total of 800 artillery pieces. However, they were densely covered by the Empire's artillery fire and destroyed 600 artillery pieces. The coalition forces did not dare to place the artillery within the fire range. Can send infantry desperately to attack. The loss is extremely heavy. Below the city, several layers of thick corpses were piled up, most of which were the corpses of coalition soldiers, mostly covered by falling snow. The weather was freezing and heavy snow was flying. Under such weather, the low morale of the coalition forces finally returned to camp early. Zheng Zixia patrolled the city and ordered the soldiers to set up an iron pot on the city, light a fire and melt the snow, and pour it on the scarred city wall. This trick was used by the emperor when he was dealing with the Golden Empire. In such a cold weather, hot water poured on the city wall and quickly cooled and condensed into ice. Overnight, the scarred western region city became a transparent and stronger ice city. Chapter 543 Great Counterattack 1. The sky brightened, and when the coalition soldiers crimped out of the barracks and looked up to see the shiny ice city towering in front of them, they all opened their mouths. They desperately attacked the western region at any cost, and paid the lives of nearly 40,000 soldiers. Seeing that the city wall was about to collapse, but overnight, the broken city that was about to collapse became stronger, how could it not make him frustrated? Morale dropped to freezing point. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, Duke Maginot, had to convene an emergency meeting to discuss the issue of withdrawal. The western region became an ice city, and the morale of the entire army was extremely low. There is no point in fighting further. It is better to withdraw. Bing can freeze people to death. Although the coalition forces are equipped with winter clothes, they still suffer from non-combat disability. In the Western Region City, the black and heavy soldiers crowded all the roads of the East City. They held their heads high and let the flying snow fall on their bodies. Zheng Zixia, the supreme commander of the Third Army Group of the Empire, stood on the head of the East City and looked around at the soldiers below. Protect the home and defend the country. All the soldiers under the city shouted in unison, and thousands of voices gathered and burst into the sky. Fight for the glory of the Empire. Fight for the glory of the Empire. This is a general mobilization before the war. Zheng Zixia has decided to use the forces of the Third Army Group to launch a major counterattack. In fact, as long as he defends the Western Region City, it is already a great achievement, but the Western continent is too arrogant, and they have to give them an impression. A profound lesson is enough, otherwise, they don't know what pain is. With the right time, the right place, the harmony of people, the morale of the generals is unprecedentedly high, and the howitzer is horribly lethal, and the military strength is tens of thousands more than the 300,000 people of the coalition army. If he does not counterattack, Zheng Zixia will regret this life. In the 2-month defensive battle, the Third Army Group also lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. They were recruited from local young men to replenish them. The Cypriot tribes are inherently born fighters. As long as they learn to load ammunition and aim for shooting, they can go directly to the battlefield, and they are very adaptable to this extremely harsh temperature. Strike. Following Zheng Zixia's order, the gate of the East City was opened, and the soldiers ready to go out of the city like a tide, quickly lined up in the open space outside the city to strictly prevent the coalition from launching an offensive and disrupting the chaotic deployment. Infantrymen lined up in dense square formations in the open space, with dozens of continuous machine guns erected in front of the formation, 400 howitzers behind the formation, and cavalry guards on the left and right wings. Duke Machiro was discussing the withdrawal plan with a group of generals in the commander's camp. Soldiers ran in panic to report that the Imperial Chinese army was gathering outside the city, preparing to launch an offensive. Duke Machiro and a group of generals were taken aback and rushed out of the barracks. In the open space ahead, the Chinese Empire's army had lined up in dense squares. Countless soldiers poured out from the gates and poured into the flat ground, has made it clear to attack in a big way. Duke Ma Gongguo quickly ordered the whole army to assemble and prepare for defense. Before setting up the barracks, he ordered the soldiers to dig trenches on the periphery of the barracks and use sandbags to build fortifications. The commanders of some principalities did not take it seriously at first. Now, they have to. Fortunately, Duke Machiro was rigorous and thoughtful. The entire coalition barracks were in a rush. Soldiers entered the trenches to wait in battle. 40,000 cavalry rushed out from the side gates of the barracks and gathered on both sides of the barracks to contain the cavalry of the Chinese Empire and attack the barracks. The deployment of troops has been completed, and Zheng Zixia, standing above the city, gave the order to attack. The soldiers of the Third Army Group lined up in a dense phalanx, slowly advancing forward. The gunners who fired machine guns also carried heavy barrels and tripods to follow along, and the artillery dragged the howitzers forward. The snow on the ground has no ankles, but the soldiers still dragged 600 heavy howitzers forward with brute force. The only 200 artillery left by the coalition fired first, but the impact points were all outside the range of the fire, causing no harm to the Imperial soldiers, but blowing up the snow on the ground. The Imperial soldiers were still advancing, and stopped 10 steps away from the impact of the coalition shells. The soldiers put down the sandbags they carried and piled them into a simple fortification. This fortification is dedicated to the continuous firing machine gun battalion, thousands of soldiers equipped with rifled guns and snipers. The vast majority of the soldiers of the Third Army Group will still be equipped with front-loaded rifles and reload the ammunition. Pharmaceuticals have to stand and reload, and shoot must be formed into a dense formation when shooting hits. and shooting in a 3-stage or 5-stage volley can show its power. The 600 howitzers of the 3rd Army Group also began to roar. Thousands of tons of artillery shells poured onto the positions of the coalition forces. In the barracks, the flames were accompanied by snow floating around, and there were countless broken limbs and broken arms. Zheng Zixia and a group of high-ranking generals who came to the frontline commander all watched with the eyes of 1,000 miles away. Under such a dense artillery cover, almost no creatures can survive. Artillery is indeed the god of war, the emperor's wise and martial arts. The talents are rough, and the ministers are so admired. 600 howitzers roared at the same time and fired in turns. The coalition positions and barracks seemed to be plowed by iron plows. Soldiers assembled for battle were killed and wounded, and the artillery positions were blown off and turned into dung. After many actual battles, the artillery officers of the empire have generally understood the new modern warfare concept proposed by Yi Daishanzi. First, they covered the front of the coalition with concentrated artillery fire. After raging fiercely, the artillery fire extended, shooting. After dumping 2/3 of the artillery shells carried, the infantry of the empire began to advance in a skirmish form. In the trenches, many of the surviving coalition soldiers looked pale and bloodless. They were all stunned by such terrifying artillery fire. The experienced officers shouted loudly and ordered the soldiers to be ready to shoot. Bang bang gunshots sounded. The snipers of the 3rd Army Group were the first to shoot. Those heads that exposed out of the trenches were the targets of their shoot. There are few targets for shooting. Imperial snipers who are not equipped with modern high-power sights can't achieve 100 shots, but they also shoot and kill many coalition soldiers, putting great psychological pressure on coalition soldiers. Dozens of continuous machine guns set up on the left and right sides also fired, suppressing the coalition forces with intensive firepower and covering the attacks of the soldiers on the side. The remaining dozen artillery pieces of the coalition began to fire again, but the solid iron bullets did not cause much damage to the soldiers of the 3rd Army Group who were attacking in a skirmish state, with only a dozen casualties. In the dilapidated trenches, coalition soldiers also began to fire. The casualties of the imperial soldiers began to increase. One by one, the soldiers were shot and fell down, but the soldiers were still brave and fearless and marched forward with a steady pace. Chapter 544 Great Counterattack. The infantry of the 3rd Army Group did not initiate a charge. Instead, they carried their stabbed-long guns and marched forward braving the rain of bullets, which caused great psychological pressure on the coalition soldiers. There was chaos in the broken barracks of the coalition forces. There were mutilated corpses everywhere, carrying wounded soldiers, and some were busy fighting fires. Many soldiers were frightened by the terrifying artillery fire of the Imperial Army. Like headless flies everywhere he ran around until he was grabbed by an officer or veteran, and kicked to the front line. The Imperial soldiers advanced only 150 meters away. The coalition soldiers fired and shot desperately, and then filled them with ammunition. However, the coalition soldiers who had just been bombarded by artillery fire were still in chaos. It has not been able to organize, line up for 3-stage or 5-stage shooting. The infantry of the empire was still striding forward with long spears, and the howling bullets flew past. Some soldiers were shot and fell. The wounded were curled on the ground, making painful groans. Quickly line up to shoot and quickly line up to shoot. The coalition officer brandished his command knife and desperately drove the soldiers from the formation to shoot. In front of the Imperial Army, the highest military commander Zheng Zixia watched the movement of the coalition forces with 1,000 Li eyes, and said calmly, "It's time to order the artillery to shoot out all the shells." The 600 howitzers of the 3rd Army Group roared again. The artillery poured the last shells onto the coalition positions and barracks, and bombarded the coalition soldiers who had just assembled. Warriors, go! While the Imperial artillery bombarded fiercely, the striding infantry made a loud roar. They were like tigers coming out of the gate, and they rushed towards the coalition position with their stabbed steel guns. Coalition barracks, The cavalry officers of the coalition forces with wings on both sides of the barracks saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly ordered the cavalry to attack. The Imperial Army is attacking in scattered troops, and the cavalry attacking at this time will surely defeat the Imperial Chinese infantry on the offensive. However, the cavalry of the Allied forces only moved, and the two cavalry divisions of the Third Army Group also attacked from the two wings of the Central Army's great formation and killed the cavalry units of the Allied forces. Behind the two regular cavalry divisions, there are tens of thousands of cavalry composed of tribal warriors. In the cold weapon era, the tribal cavalry that grew up on horseback was invincible in the field. Banging gunshots sounded one after another, and the cavalry on both sides held their long spears to shoot, and from time to time, the knight shot and fell to the horse's back. After the knights on both sides fired a bullet, regardless of whether they shot the target, they immediately inserted their spears into the gun pouch in front of the saddle, drew out their shimmering sabers, held them high and continued to charge forward. Two torrents of steel clashed fiercely, the golden scream of metal violently clashing, the neighing of war horses, and the screaming screams sounded at the same time. The cavalry on both sides were desperately tearing and killing, and the infantry of the Empire was also charging. Under the second fierce bombardment of the artillery, the coalition soldiers who had just assembled had suffered heavy casualties, and the entire forward position and the barracks were in chaos. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Finally, the infantry of the Empire rushed to the improvised trenches of the coalition forces, and the sharp army pierced into the body of the coalition soldiers who were hurriedly loading ammunition and medicine. At this time, the artillery was shooting the last shell out of the cannon. The infantry charged under the bombardment of the artillery and entered the trenches of the coalition. It is inevitable to be accidentally injured by the artillery fire from the side. At least, the last row of artillery shells fell, and a small half of the infantry who rushed to the front fell. The infantry of the Third Army Group took on the spears and continued to charge forward bravely and fearlessly. They broke through the first line of defense of the coalition forces and rushed into the barracks. The gleaming army spikes pierced into the bodies of the coalition soldiers and pumped them, while raising the gun, kicked the corpse down and continued to rush towards the new target. The soldiers on both sides launched a fierce hand-to-hand battle in the chaos. As more and more Imperial soldiers poured into the barracks, the morale of the lost coalition soldiers retreated. The subsequent bursts of machine gunners set up the bulky barrels and fired at the messy and dense coalition soldiers. Soldiers equipped with muskets and snipers were also half squatting on the snow. Raise a gun to shoot. In the middle of the barracks, Duke Machiro desperately ordered the soldiers to assemble in line. In order to stabilize the formation, he had to order the soldiers to shoot and shoot and shoot the defeated soldiers in front of him. The cold blood of Duke Machiro temporarily rescued the collapse of the coalition forces. Under the 5-stage platoon of the coalition phalanx, the Imperial soldiers who charged forward were shot down one after another. "Get down! Get down!" A tiger-headed lieutenant-level officer shouted loudly, commanding the soldiers of the company to lie down on the cold snow and shoot with their guns. Burst of machine guns to cover. The lieutenant-level officer called out for fire cover. The burst machine gun battalion erected outside the fence of the barracks immediately turned its muzzle and shooted at the densely packed coalition soldiers in front, and shooted pieces of coalition soldiers down. The Imperial soldiers on the charge were suppressed by the intensive bullet rain of the coalition forces, and the assault was blocked. However, they had successfully broken through the defense line of the coalition forces. The rifled gun and the machine gun had the advantage of shooting a long range, killing and wounding a large number of coalition soldiers. The rushing Imperial soldiers quickly assembled an array in front of the barracks to guard against the counterattack of the coalition forces. "Charge! Regain your position," Duke Machiro ordered decisively. The coalition soldiers in dense phalanx moved forward, and the soldiers fell down row after row under the heavy bullet rain. Soldiers on both sides lined up in a dense phalanx, and 5-stage platoon fired against each other, depending on who couldn't hold it first. With such a dense target, The Empire's continuous firing machine guns exerted the advantage of continuous firing and terrifying lethality. With dozens of continuous firing machine guns in turn, the 1st Coalition Infantry Regiment to advance forward. The casualties were heavy and they soon collapsed. At home and abroad, the cavalry on both sides are still killing. The Imperial Cavalry has an absolute advantage in number, and it is also an elite veteran who has been tempered by blood and fire. Tens of thousands of tribal cavalry are natural soldiers. Everyone is brave and fearless, and the Coalition Cavalry is gradually unable to resist. After Zheng Zixia threw the last cavalry division into the left wing, the left-wing cavalry of the coalition army collapsed first. The morale of the coalition forces was already low. After the left-wing cavalry collapsed, the ruined cavalry fled around. The right-wing cavalry held on for about half an hour, and collapsed under the front and back of the huge cavalry of the Third Army Group. The Imperial Cavalry with great vigor and enthusiasm brandished their gleaming sabers and roared into the coalition barracks from the left and right wings. Under the five-stage fire of the coalition soldiers, the Imperial Cavalry fell one after another, but the cavalry troops were still suppressed in the dark. The knights wielded sabers and launched a frenzied offensive bravely and fearlessly. After paying the price of nearly 3,000 horses, the coalition's right-wing phalanx was the first to be broken. The knights rushed into the dense infantry phalanx, their horses rammed and sabers chopped, and the 1st Infantry Phalanx collapsed first. With a large number of cavalry intruding, the left-wing infantry phalanx of the coalition forces completely collapsed. Morale is just like the plague, which is easily contagious. The morale of the coalition forces was already low and the left wing collapsed. Then, the right-wing infantry phalanx was also breached and then collapsed, which led to the collapse of the entire army. Chapter 545 The Emperor's Disappearance. Zheng Zixia, the highest commander of the Third Army Group, was in command of the former army. He suddenly remembered something and whispered to the adjutant next to him, "Send the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Regiment of the 3rd Division, and pay attention to protect Captain Yi." The adjutant said, "Commander, Captain Yi has been transferred to the 1st Battalion and 3rd Company of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Division." Ah! Zheng Zixia's face changed abruptly, and his anger was extremely corrupted. "You hurry up and take someone to the front line, and make sure that he is unscathed." The adjutant did not understand why the commander-in-chief was so tight on Captain Yi, but the commander was like a mountain. He hurriedly took a guard company and hurried to the battlefield of the melee ahead. "Oh, how did I forget?" Zheng Zixia stomped bitterly. Captain Yi's full name is Yi Yaoten. He is 19 years old this year. He is assigned to his 3rd Army Group and knows Yi Yaoten's true identity. There are only a few generals. The emperor had asked several times, but the Ling Huang concubine wrote letters from time to time to inquire, even if it was to conquer the Japanese pirates. The Ling Huang concubine still kept correspondence in her busy schedule. Zheng Zixia understands the meaning of the imperial concubine Ling. His Royal Highness the Second Prince's army is just for training, and there is no need to give special attention. He even hopes that he will treat Yi Yaoten as an ordinary soldier to train. But even so, His Royal Highness cannot be allowed to personally take risks and participate such a dangerous battle. Yi Yaoten was originally assigned to the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Regiment of the 3rd Division. Zheng Zixia left the battalion to protect the artillery. He just didn't want His Royal Highness the Second Prince to take part in the battle prematurely. Now, the coalition forces have completely collapsed and the battle has come to an end. The battalion attacked. Who thought? The Second Prince has been transferred to the 1st Division, the 2nd Regiment, the 1st Battalion, the 3rd Company Lieutenant Officer. This regiment is the first to rush to the forefront, and the casualties are the largest. What if the Second Prince has an accident? Confess to the Emperor and concubine, Commander. An adjutant saw Zheng Zixia's forehead with a cold sweat, worried about his body, and hurriedly asked, "Should I call a military doctor?" Zheng Zixia waved his hand. It was not that he was sick, but because he was worried. He was so nervous that he was sweating. Damn it, why did Adjutant Lin go there for so long? Zheng Zixia was in a hurry right now. you take someone up to sea. Yes. The adjutant was also very puzzled. If Adjutant Lin led the team, Commander couldn't wait any longer. Is that Captain Yi a close relative of Commander? At this time, the battle was over. In addition to more than 20,000 cavalry, the 300,000 coalition forces fled into the depths of the desert. Not counting the nearly 40,000 casualties in the siege battle, the coalition forces killed more than 67,000 people in this battle. The commander-in-chief Duke Machiro was shot to death, and the number of captured people reached 170,000. The number of guns, ammunition, and military materials seized was countless. Commander Yi Outen, with his left arm wrapped in a bandage, stood in front of Zheng Zixia and slapped a military salute. It doesn't matter. Seeing him injured, Zheng Zixia's caring expression was clearly written on his face. It's just skin trauma. Yi Outen smiled. Commander, the coalition commander Duke Machiro was shot and killed by Captain Yi. Adjutant Lin interrupted. When he rushed to the battlefield, he happened to see the injured Yi Outen not getting under the line of fire and leading his company forward. Charge! And hit Duke Machiro in the center of his eyebrows with a shot in the melee. Zheng Zixia laughed. Okay, remember a great deal. Although the second prince only suffered a bit of skin trauma, he still ordered the military doctor with the best Chinese medical skills to re-examine and confirm that it was really just a lead bullet rubbing his arm. Then he was relieved. Originally, he sent a female medical soldier to the second prince. Full-time escort, thinking about it, dispelled this idea. After the war, there were many things to deal with. Zheng Zixia ordered the 170,000 united prisoners to be temporarily detained, wrote memorials, and sent people to fly to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, when the Emperor Yi Dai rushed back to the imperial capital in a heavy snowstorm, Zheng Zixia's plan for a major counterattack was just delivered. After reading it carefully, Emperor Yi Daishan also dispelled the idea of rushing to the western regions. At this time, he rushed, and before reaching the western regions, Zheng Zixia's great counteroffensive campaign was probably over long ago. When Yi Daishanzi was out, Queen Jin temporarily took charge of the affairs of the country, and the Prime Minister Dan Jiangmin, who was the Prime Minister of National Affairs. After he returned, there were not many official documents left for approval, so the matter was not so urgent. However, the old king of Hanjiang and Park Minsoon, now named Anlihu, came to cry and complained that his beloved concubine Li Yizhen has disappeared, and he begged the emperor to call him the shots and must find concubine Li back. Seeing this 250 Jin, crying like a raped woman, Yi Daishan is really helpless. This fat guy is better than him. Looking, the concubine of the harem beyond the 300 mark, it's not even considered a talented person or anything. There is no such thing as 5 or 600. Pufati these 5 or 600 noble concubines, it is impossible for Yi Daishanzi to let them all come, and only allow Pufati to bring 20. And the rest will be sent out with a settlement payment for severance. These concubines selected to stay are actually canaries in a cage, and they can only die in depression in this life. The real imperial concubine Li Yi, the Emperor Yi Dai has seen it. It can be said that it is the youngest and most beautiful one of the 20 imperial concubines. It seems that she can speak some Chinese, but it is not the type that Emperor Yi Daishan likes. So it is confiscated. Enter the harem. The disappearance of Li Yizhen, in fact, is easy to investigate. The servants and guards inside and outside the Anlihu mansion are all from the empire. You only need to ask those guards to find out who Li Yizhen usually associates with. Yi Daishan was investigating the matter in a black-clothed guard, and Feng Fu soon found it clear. Before Li Yizhen's accident, he had met with a person named Gao Wei several times. After going out a few days ago, he did not return to Anlihu Mansion and was regarded as missing. Gao Wei's identity was immediately found out. Li Yi, the captain of the guard of Mu Chunfeng, commander of the Empire's First Army Group, really ran away with Gao Wei. To be precise, it was Gao Wei who was ordered by the commander, Mu Chunfeng, to abduct Li Yizhen to Handi. Today, Li Yizhen lives in Mu Chunfeng's headquarters and becomes Mu Chunfeng's nth concubine. The Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help smiling bitterly. This Lao Mu is really daring, and even Anla's favorite concubine dared to abduct the Emperor. What should I do with this matter? Feng Fu hesitated. Mu Chunfeng abducted Li Yizhen, and concubine Li Yizhen was just one of them. Some of the dismissed imperial concubines of the two empires of the old Han dynasty, and several young and handsome, were forcibly accepted as concubines by Mu Chunfeng. If Mu Chunfeng is just an ordinary little official, Feng Fu has long been convicted. But Mu Chunfeng is the highest commander of the first army group of the empire. He has outstanding combat achievements and is most favored by the emperor. Disposal? Yi Daishanzi smiled. Feng Fu frowned, and said puzzledly, "The emperor, are you not going to pursue the fault of Commander Mu?" Chapter 546. Future candidate Yi Daishanzi shook his head. People have weaknesses, and weaknesses are easy to control. If there are no weaknesses, such talents are terrible, which makes him worry. Mu Chunfeng's weakness is that she is a little bit lustful. Gong Tangfeng is a bit greedy for money. Zheng Zixia likes playing mahjong, and Duga Kangxiu is a big filial son, a little afraid of the inner world, and why is greedy for life and fear of death, greedy for money and good for lust. This information, Yi Daishanzi learned about it through the collection of Hai Yi. Just say Y has no plan. Let him preside over the creation of counterfeit coins to disrupt the economy of the Chu, Yan, and Han empires. From this servant is full of his own pockets, greedy for hundreds of thousands of tals of silver, and the blackguards who participated will follow suit. After making a fortune, Tan Zi knows all of these. As long as he is not too greedy, he will keep one eye open. Why Wuji's crime was heavier than Mu Yufeng. Mu Chunfeng just abducted the subjugated imperial concubine. It was not a big deal. He also abducted an old Chu prince and concubine. Why Wuji was not convicted, let alone Mu Chunfeng. Feng Fu sighed faintly. She didn't understand politics at all. Now that the emperor said so, what can she do? In fact, think about it, those imperial concubines willingly run with Mu Chunfeng, so why not seek a future for themselves? If they really go home, or stay in Anlihu Mansion, their fate will be even worse. In the case of Li Yizhen's disappearance, the Emperor Yi Daishan quickly confessed to the king of Bangtsai. Li Yi, the servant of Allah, was killed because he resisted the robbery of a wicked person, and the body was cremated. Because this case is a bit special, it takes care of your face in peace and happiness, so, the murderer has been quietly put to death. What if the king Bangtsai didn't believe him? Although he was named Anlahu, in fact, the servants who were assigned to work in the Anlihu mansion didn't take him seriously, and the Emperor Yi Daishan didn't cut him off. The head is already kind. This matter, it's so overwhelming. A few days later, a good news from the western regions came. Seeing the second son Yi Outen's name a few days later, Yi Daishanzi grinned. Zheng Zixia also wrote a personal letter to Yi Daishanzi, which included Yi Outen's detailed life and various performances in the army, and was accompanied by a pertinent evaluation by the superior of Yi Outen's army. In general, Yi Outen's performance in the 3rd Army Group was very good, worthy of the honorable non-commissioned officer who graduated from the Imperial Military Academy. The son's performance made Yi Daishan very satisfied, and he praised it fiercely. Of course, he couldn't help it. He also praised the performance of the eldest son Yi Jinjin in the 2nd Army Group. Jinjin was born by Empress Jin, and studied at the Imperial Military Academy as the eldest prince. He also learned everything from the contemporary Confucian Yan Liu Shengyan as his teacher, focusing on the way of governing the world. Jin Chen graduated with excellent grades and was assigned to the 2nd Army Group of the Empire to exercise. He did not have the meaning of Empress Jin and the Duga family in it. Jin Tang's performance in the army is very good. He is now a school-level officer of the 3rd Army Group's combat staff. Of course, Gong Tangfeng's special care is indispensable. Otherwise, if you have any talent, if you don't have military merits, you want to be promoted so fast is impossible. When Outen entered the Imperial Military Academy, he concealed his identity as the second prince. He also studied at the Imperial College of Higher Education, graduated with honors, and was assigned to the Third Army Group. Zheng Zixia's Third Army Group was stationed in the western regions and fought several wars with the invading Western Continent Allied forces. Outen participated in the battle and made military merits concurrently. Relying on his own ability, he was promoted to the third position by Zheng Zixia, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the division. Both brothers worked very hard and performed well. Of course, this does not rule out the meaning of secret rivalry. The Emperor Yi Da was both happy and worried. Of course, he was happy because these two guys were so good, and worried about the future. I always have an old day. This throne, of course, has to be passed on to one of them, and in order to fight for the throne, are there few cases of brotherhood in the royal family? Yi Daishan didn't want this to happen, so he has not established a prince so far, but silently observes the two brothers to see who is more suitable to inherit the throne. For now, Yi Jinchen has some advantages over Yi Outen. The ancients said that the eldest son inherited the ancestral industry is a custom passed down for hundreds of years. Of course, this phenomenon has been quietly changed among some aristocratic families. Those who believe in the power will be able to grow the family even more. Empress Jin is the imperial empress, dignified and noble, maternal ceremonial world, and there are many ministers supported by the court. The Duga family is one of the best big families in the empire, and the family is intertwined, and there is a close relationship with the family of the Duga family. Quite a lot. Yi Jinchen's teacher is also a very prestigious contemporary great Confucian in the world. The combination of these conditions is really not what Yi Outen can compare. However, Yi Outen also has his own advantages. His birth mother, Ji Yuling, is the chief governor of the Imperial Navy, and her influence can completely influence the Imperial Navy. Li Fei's magic power is invincible in the world. If he really wants to start a madness, the Emperor Yi Daishan is a little afraid of her. The most important point is that Tana grew up in adversity and suffered hardships that Jin Chen could not realize. Only one point made Yi Daishan like it, even a little guilty, and always felt a little owed to them. The future heir selection, Yi Daishan couldn't confirm for a while, only temporarily dragged it like this. Anyway, he is now in the golden age of men, and he is still in charge of the empire. How to deal with the 170,000 prisoners of war in the Western Continent's coalition forces. The Emperor Yi Daishan ordered the people to fly to the western regions, and let Zheng Zixia select the nobles among the prisoners of war and detain them separately. There is also the body of the coalition commander, Duke Ma Qiuo, if it can be preserved. The nobles of the Western Continent will soon redeem their children with gold, and the corpse of Duke Machiro is also worth at least 100 tals of gold. Among the prisoners of war, the nobles are only a very small minority, and the rest are ordinary soldiers and officers from the civilian class. No one cares about the fate of these people, and it is impossible for anyone to redeem them with gold. Therefore, these people are doomed. If you want to become a free tool of labor, you are lucky. If you work for 10 or 8 years, if you are still alive, you can get rid of your slave status and become a citizen of the great Chinese Empire. This kind of troublesome babbling and bargaining was handed over to Wei Wuji by Yi Daishan. This servant was extremely experienced in this aspect and had earned him a large amount of silver. In the ordnance workshop, the craftsmen no longer rush to work as hard as they did before. Weapons production has returned to normal. The production of howitzers is no longer desperately produced. The mass production of rifled guns is now the main focus. The priority equipment is still Duga Kangxu's 4th, the Army Group, followed by Zheng Zixia's 3rd Army Group. The former is still conquering the Japanese pirates, and the latter is stationed in the western regions. No one can guarantee that the Principality of the Western Continent will carry out the Third Eastern Expedition. As for the 1st and 2nd Army Groups of Mu Chunfing and Gong Tangfing, they are currently stationed in the areas of Jiuchu, Jiuyan, and Jiuhan. They are not only rested and reorganized, but also shocked. There is no military pressure, and there is no need to rush to replace the equipment. Chapter 547 High Aero Fortress in the Cold Winter. It is not advisable to lightly start the war. The Imperial Navy and the Dubikanxu subordinates responsible for landing the island attack have entered a short rest period. In this cold winter season, the Empire's busiest ministers may have countless guards. The clans of the Western continent have sent envoys to negotiate and redeem the captured family children with gold. To redeem prisoners of war, there are 2 silvers, and they cannot redeem their accounts. As the victor, YYZ naturally opens his mouth and asks for prices. The defeated party desperately lowers the price, and 1 or 2 less gold and silver can be counted as 1 or 2. After all, this money is not so profitable. If you can save it as much as possible. Some families that have begun to decline are not as well off as they used to be, and some have sold their real estate to collect such a sum of money to redeem their people. YWG is not a great bodhisattva who saves suffering and suffering. A standard blood-sucking worm does not care about your life or death, who will let you be low and dare to invade the Empire. If you don't have enough money, don't talk about it. Go back and collect money again. However, when you are a relative of a prisoner of war, you have to suffer a lot. Moreover, no one can guarantee that there will be any accidents. The living conditions of the prisoner of war camp, you too I see, it's almost like a pig pen. If you die, you just think it's unlucky. This servant took advantage of his power and took the opportunity to greet a little ransom. Seeing that the maid next to a certain lady was young and beautiful, she took the opportunity to ask for it. The lady brought by the lady was not enough gold and silver. In order to save her husband, he had to save the maid who had served for many years. The mortgage is discounted. Some elegant ladies simply asked to see this wretched but cunning and greedy imperial official alone at night. Ooey and Dewey talked in the middle of the night. In the end, these noble women were led by the imperial soldiers, entered the prisoner of war camp in the middle of the night and brought out her husband, lover, nephew, or something. Anyway, this time the redemption of prisoners of war was over, and 2 more foreign concubines with blonde hair, blue eyes and white skin were added to the room of the chief of staff of YDA. Yi Daishanzi made another fortune, which was just used to fill the big holes formed by various expenses in conquering the Japanese pirate country. The essence of war is to burn a lot of money. Throughout the winter, the Empire's major military workshops produced 10,000 rifled guns and 100 artillery. Except for the 3,000 rifled guns of the 3rd Army Group allocated to Zheng Zixia, all the other superiors were first supplied to the troops of Dubikanxu, namely the Empire's 4th Army Group. During a short rest period, Emperor Yi Daishan summoned the staff from the Imperial Staff, and concentrated on discussing issues in the Imperial Book, and began various arrangements and preparations for the imperial conquest of the Western continent in the future. In order to conquer the Western continent, the army must pass through the Hakanile Desert. This water source and other logistical supplies are the most important. Emperor Yi Daishan plans to station troops in the Yaro Oasis, which is more than 150 miles away from the western region, and build a fortress. This fortress is an empire. The forward base for the expedition of the Western continent is also an important logistics supply station. This matter is just a matter of fact. After the staff of the staff has discussed it, the detailed plan will be listed. The Emperor Yi Daishan will review and approve the matter. This matter will be completed by Zheng Zixia and the 3rd group of the Imperial Army under his jurisdiction. After the cold winter, the snow and ice have not melted. Zheng Zixia has gathered a large number of masons, carpenters, etc., as well as a large number of ox carts, carriages, and camels, carrying a large amount of stones and wood to the Yaro Oasis. In addition to sand, the Great Desert is still sand. The stones, wood and other materials needed for fortification can only be transported from the western regions, and those coalition prisoners of war have become free labor. The building of the High Aero Fortress can no longer be constructed according to the specifications of the cold weapon era. Various reasons such as the firepower configuration of modern thermal weapons must be considered. but Yi Daishanzi provided a lot of constructive suggestions and repeated reviews. He returned and revised it to the power of 10 to his satisfaction. The walls of the Hierro fortress need not be too high. The focus is on sturdiness and the issue of firepower. A strong and thick bunker always surrounds the 4 thick walls of the fortress. Fortresses have been built on the commanding heights, and there are also artillery positions in the fortress. There are military camps, private houses, entertainment venues, etc., which can accommodate at least 5 to 60,000 people. There is also a simple silt fence around the fortress of Hierro to enclose the entire oasis, as well as large barracks, civilian houses, etc. In short, the fortress of Hierro is as large as a county in the empire, but with a small population. And most of them are soldiers, with many turrets. A large army town armed to the teeth. In the desert, water is more precious than gold. The stone wall of the Hierro fortress naturally encircles the springs in the oasis. In order to take care of the past caravans and so on, 5 deep wells have been dug outside the fortress. Caravan travelers and livestock drink water. There are 2 small tribes near the Hierro oasis. They have lived in the desert for many generations. The construction of the Hierro fortress made them feel that they were sheltered by the imperial army, so they successively joined the construction of the fortress and obtained residence in Hierro town. Right. The fortress of Hierro was slowly being constructed, mainly because of the shortage of stones and wood, so it had to be collected from the western regions and transported to the oasis. At this time, the ice and snow began to melt and the spring flowers bloomed, and there was a vibrant scene everywhere. In the continuous spring rain, Liu Shaixun led the empire's second main fleet to bombard the port of Osaka, destroying all of the dozens of forts in the port of Osaka at a very low cost. At noon that day, the imperial fleet of transport ships arrived in the waters of Osaka, and the soldiers of the 4th Army Group began to embark from the beach in small speedboats. What people didn't expect was that the Japanese defenders of Osaka Prefecture launched a frenzied counterattack, driving out an elite marine battalion of the Imperial Navy several times to make it difficult to gain a foothold on the beach. With a large number of small boats and speedboats carrying the Imperial infantry from the big ship, the soldiers dripped into the sea and once again attacked the beachhead positions on the beach. Although the infantry and marines of the Empire did not receive the fire support of the naval guns, with the advantage of the long firing range of the rifled guns and the fire speed of the machine guns, they finally regained the beachhead position. The prefectural master of Osaka Prefecture obviously did not want the Imperial Chinese army to land, and ordered the soldiers to launch waves of crazy counterattacks. Under the cover of artillery, the whole camp of Japanese pirate soldiers howled and launched a continuous counterattack against the disembarked Chinese Imperial Army. Because the seas near Osaka are densely covered with corals and reefs, and the water level is shallow, the large warships of the Empire can't approach, and naturally they can't use naval guns to provide any fire support to the combat troops who landed. The soldiers of the Imperial Infantry and Marine Corps who had just captured the beachhead did not have time to use the engineer shovel to dig deep into the trenches to consolidate the position. A large number of Japanese pirates have already screamed and they had to shoot desperately. Shoot the Japanese pirates one after another. Duga Kangxiu was riding on Liu Shaixun's flagship. Through the eyes of Qianlishan, he could clearly see the fierce battle for the beachhead. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, and the desperate counterattack of the Japanese pirates put a lot of pressure on the troops who landed and suffered heavy losses. Could it be that the fighting power of the Japanese pirates in Osaka is higher than that of the Japanese pirates in Nagasaki? Regardless of the combat power of the Japanese pirate soldiers in Osaka, for Duga Kangxiu, if the infantry and marines who landed on the ground really drove the Japanese pirate soldiers into the sea, this face would be lost. Chapter 548. The battle for the beachhead was fierce, even tragic. The Japanese pirates attacked wildly, and the infantry and marines of the Empire defended desperately, and they did not retreat. The casualties on both sides were huge. Duga Kangxu successively ordered small speedboats to transport infantry, continuous fire machine guns and howitzers ashore as soon as possible to reinforce the vanguard troops standing on the beachfront. The boats and speedboats are not large in number. Because the battle on the beachhead is extremely fierce, reinforcements are urgently needed. Under the order of Duga Kangxu, the boats and speedboats full of soldiers have not yet approached the beach, and the infantry on board have jumped into the sea. Holding up the long spear and ammunition belt, heading towards the beach with the water that is full of breasts. The boat and speedboat turned around, leaned on the 5-toothed giant ship or large warship, and continued to load soldiers. This time it was mainly equipped with soldiers from the battalion of machine guns. Although this thing is heavy, the fire speed is actually not very fast, but erecting a dozen of them, and shooting at the same time, is still a large number of Japanese pirates in the attack. After the soldiers of the continuous firing machine gun battalion landed ashore with a heavy barrel and a tripod, they quickly opened the tripod on the beach and erected the heavy barrel. The firing machine gunner shook the handle and turned towards the bee. The influx of Japanese pirate soldiers slashed shooting. A continuous fire machine gun battalion had 20 continuous fire machine guns and 600 soldiers at the same time. The firepower was still quite scary, and it temporarily suppressed the crazy attack of the Japanese pirates. The howitzer is also being transported. This thing is too heavy. It has to be disassembled and hoisted piece by piece into a small boat or speedboat. After being transported to the shore, the artillery has to move to the designated position and then assemble it. The 2 assembled howitzers have begun to roar, and the other dozens are still being assembled. This made Duga Kangxu, who was observing with Qian Lishan's eyes, breathless. As long as the existing howitzers are erected, they can destroy the Japanese pirate artillery positions with concentrated artillery fire, and then cover the swarming Japanese pirates, killing and wounding a large number of those Japanese pirates, and the beachhead position is defended. When dozens of howitzers erected on the beach roared at the same time, they covered the Japanese pirates' artillery positions with dense artillery fire, and then proceeded to extend the chute to completely cover the forces of the Japanese pirate regiment. The Japanese pirates finally stopped counterattack. As more and more Imperial infantry landed, and the beachhead was firmly established, Duga Kangxu was completely relieved. Nagasaki is only a 2-day voyage from Osaka. The Imperial transport fleet travels back and forth between the 2 islands, transporting a large number of Imperial soldiers and military supplies. After tens of thousands of Imperial infantrymen boarded the Osaka island, Duga Kangxu ordered to consolidate the beachhead position, and dispatched the 2nd and 5th Infantry Divisions to attack and advance along both sides of the beach to sweep the Japanese villages outside the city of Osaka Prefecture. The 2nd Infantry Division, which swept the sweeping on the right, was advancing extremely smoothly, without encountering much resistance along the way, and the small groups of Japanese pirates were all defeated. The sweeping on the left was a bit unsuccessful. The 5th Division was stubbornly resisted by Japanese pirates along the way. These Japanese pirates took advantage of favorable terrain, fortified layer by layer, and resisted. The 5th Division could only attack and advance all the way. The speed became extremely slow, sometimes for half a day without advancing 1 mile. The casualties were not small. Asshole, what does Chen Qingfeng eat? Duga Kangxu jumped with anger. The battle against Osaka has not been going well, and he jumped and scolded his mother in a hurry. Chen Qingfeng was the major general and commander of the 5th Division. This meeting was also sweating profusely. When the Pioneer Regiment advanced to a market town called Taizu, it was desperately resisted by Japanese pirates, and the offensive troops suffered heavy casualties. What's the matter? Chen Qingfeng came to the front line and asked Kang Zaiji, the head of the Pioneer League lieutenant colonel. A small town in Taizu, I can't get it for so long. Master, Kang Zaiji bitterly. The Japanese pirates used the buildings in the market town to resist stubbornly. His Pioneer regiment was equipped with 6 howitzers, but he did not dare to fire. The reason was that he was worried that houses would be destroyed and innocent people would be injured by accident. This is also the main reason why the 5th Division's fighting is not going well. The 2nd Division also encountered this kind of thing when advancing. The commander of the 2nd Division, He Cheng-woo, did not care about so many, still ordered the bombardment, so the 2nd Division advanced smoothly. Boom boom boom, the sound of the howitzer bombardment suddenly came, making the Major General's division commander Chen Qingfeng and the regiment commander Kang Ziji both startled, and then greatly annoyed. Which bastard fired the gun? If it weren't for fear of accidentally hurting innocent people, they would have ordered the firing. In front of Taizu Market Town, the 6 Imperial howitzers blasted happily, blasting buildings to collapse, and the soldiers of the company battalions who were suppressed by the fierce firepower of the Japanese pirates shouted with joy. What happened? Who made you shoot? Which bastard fired? Chen Qingfeng and Kang Zi came to the front line in person and scolded the artillery company commander respectively. Lao Tzu is the bastard. Duga Kangxiu, who had already been on the front line to see the situation and the cause of the battle, appeared with a gloomy face. Commander Chen Qingfeng and Kang Ziji hurriedly saluted, with the uneasy expression clearly written on their faces. They did not expect that the commander would come to the front line in person, and they also called the commander a bastard. This how embarrassing is it? Mother-in-law, how to be competent as a troop commander. Duga Kangxiu said with a gloomy face, give you half a stick of incense. You can't afford too much sleep, I will remove you from your position. The leader of the troop must not only have a flexible mind and be good at capturing fighters, but he must also be decisive. Otherwise, he may misbehave because of kindness. Yes, Chen Qingfeng and Kang Ziji hurriedly took their orders. The expressions on their faces were extremely embarrassing and uneasy. This was the first time the commander was so angry. Kang Ziji personally led the vanguard regiment to launch an offensive, supported by artillery. The attack went smoothly, and soon attacked the town of Taizu. The sound of gunshots gradually dwindled, and Taizu Market Town was largely controlled by the Pioneer Group, and sporadic battles with a few Japanese pirate soldiers who were still struggling to death using the buildings. Commander Sir. Seeing that Duga Kangxiu was about to enter the market town, Chen Qingfeng hurriedly stopped. The remnant enemies in the market town had not been completely eliminated. How could the highest commander of the group army take the risk? Duga Kangxiu refused to listen, and under the escort of the guard company, walked into the dilapidated Taizu Market Town. There were buildings destroyed by artillery fire everywhere, some of them were still burning, emitting thick smoke. Under the broken walls and shattered tiles, the bodies of Japanese soldiers could be seen everywhere, as well as the remains of soldiers who had died in battle and the wounded and groaning wounded. The field medics are busy treating the wounded on their side, but there are too few manpower, and some are too busy. The soldiers of the Duga Kangxiu Ming Guard Company help, at least to collect the remains of the soldiers who have died. These are all heroic spirits who died for the empire. Japanese pirates and poor people can be seen everywhere. They fell on the dirty ground and howled miserably, collapsed and burnt houses, and buried their relatives. Duga Kangxiu let out a helpless sigh. The war will definitely spread to the innocent. This is inevitable. Instead of destroying the elite soldiers of the empire, it is better to sacrifice these aliens. Chapter 549. The fall of a famous general. There are still gunshots in the market town. From these sporadic gunshots, you can hear that the soldiers of the Pioneer Regiment have almost cleared the remaining Japanese pirate soldiers in the market town. However, Chen Qingfeng was worried about the safety of Duga Kangxiu, and sent his own guard company, and then returned to the division headquarters. Duga Kangxiu walked slowly in the market town, and his guard company and Chen Qingfeng's guard company were guarding the surroundings cautiously. At this time, Chen Qingfeng's regiments also entered the market one after another to clear the battlefield. Kang Ziji's Pioneer Regiment suffered more casualties. After defeating the Japanese pirate soldiers in the market town and driving them out of the market town, they set up a line of defense on the spot and took a short rest. The Japanese pirates in the market town were all huddling at home, anxiously waiting for the unknown fate. Some houses were destroyed by the war, but they stood in front of the rubble and wept bitterly. The houses are gone, nothing is left, and their relatives are still buried inside. For this kind of thing, Ryuga Kanksu has long been numb. How can war not die? If there are women who are benevolent, how can they lead the army to fight on the battlefield? When passing a collapsed house, Ryuga Kanksu couldn't help but slow down. There was a young woman holding a child, kneeling on the pile of rubble and crying. Beside her, lying on the side of her, was a man covered in blood. It was probably her man. What made Ryuga Kanksu curious was that young woman. She looked like a woman from the Central Plains, in the costume of a woman from the Central Plains, which inevitably made him feel pity. Ryuga Kanksu walked over and moved his lips. He suddenly realized that he didn't know how to comfort the mother and son. The child raised his head and looked at Ryuga Kanksu standing beside him. Ryuga Kanksu adjusted the muscles of his face as much as possible, so that he showed a friendly smile. But when he came into contact with the child's eyes, a strange feeling instinctively surged in his heart. It was this strange feeling that made him instinctively vigilant. The dazzling cold light flashed sharply, and the young woman who was crying in grief had an extremely sharp knife in her hands, and it stabbed like lightning. Ryuga Kanksu snorted, and while twisting and dodges, his big hand stretched out. His 5 fingers formed a hook, and he quickly grabbed the young woman's wrist vein. He is the most outstanding disciple of the young generation of the Ryuga family. Although his martial arts cultivation has not reached the realm of a master, he can also be called a super master. Ryuga Kanksu's big hands clasped the young woman's wrist veins, but her face changed slightly. But the young woman ignored the control of her right arm, turned her big sleeves, and pierced her eyes with a glare of cold light. Ryuga Kanksu's chest is actually a furious fight. Ryuga Kanksu snorted coldly, let go, and grabbed the stunned child easily, which could not be more than a desperate stabbing of the young woman. The young woman was extremely fierce. Her right wrist bone had been broken by Ryuga Kanksu's great eagle claws. She ignored it completely, and stabbed Ryuga Kanksu with a gleaming short knife in her left hand. All the soldiers in the guard company were shocked by what happened suddenly. They were so nervous that they were holding their guns, but they did not dare to discreet them, so as not to accidentally injure Ryuga Kanksu. The young women rushed fiercely. Ryuga Kanksu calmly flew up, and the young women dodged in a hurry, stabbing the child with a sharp knife in her palm. Ryuga Kanksu still held the child's palm in one hand, and her arm shook and dragged the child behind her back. He was about to retreat. Suddenly he felt a severe pain in his vertebral heart, and couldn't help but let out a painful cry. The child, who seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old, succeeded in hitting it, and immediately bowed and violently retreated, extremely fast. With a clenched sound, a flash of cold light, followed by the sound of rapid flight of the sword breaking through the air, followed by a miserable howl, a small human skull rolled to the feet of Ryuga Kanksu. The child's headless body slammed to the ground, blood gushing from the broken neck, staining the rubble. Ryuga Kanksu was faltering. He saw the laryngeal knot at the broken head and neck of the villain, and finally understood the reason. The young woman is a ruthless lust. Seeing that there is no hope of escape, he wiped off the vitals of his throat, fell on his back, with a weird smile on his face. Marshal, Commander. The soldiers of the guard company were so scared that they rushed forward to hold the crumbling Ryuga Kanksu. Military doctor, call a military doctor. The military doctor came quickly and saw a dagger deeply stuck in the heart of Ryuga Kanksu's heart. The blood flowing out was black, and his face was instantly pale and bloodless. After the dagger was inserted into the heart, it was deadly to Ryuga Kanksu, and the blades of the weapons were venomous again, even with the great Luoxian pill. The military doctors were unable to return to heaven. In order to prevent the army from being shaken, Cheng Hui, Ryuga Kanksu's deputy, suppressed the news that Ryuga Kanksu was assassinated and ordered all the troops to stop the offensive and garrison in place, and at the same time sent people to report to the imperial capital, Osaka Prefecture Castle. general capital. Li Mingbo, who fled here from Nagasaki Island, nodded and flattered. "Congratulations, Master Dufu. Congratulations, Master Dufu." Osaka Metropolitan Government takes Yukjubai grinned and looked very happy. "Mr. Li, thanks to you for thinking of this trick. You have won precious time for the Empire, and the Metropolitan Government will reward you with 100 gills of silver." Master Xiai Dufu rewards. Li Mingbo smiled flatteringly, but he cursed in his heart. "Nima, I helped you design to kill Zhuge Kangxu. He is the commander of the 4th Army Group of the Chinese Empire. It is only worth 100 gills of silver." The news of Zhuge Kangxu's death came to the imperial capital. Empress Jin desperately covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying. Zhuge Jin, the owner of the Zhuge family, burst into tears, and Mrs. Zhuge screamed and died on the spot. Past. The death of Zhuge Kangxu made Yi Daishan very regretful. He issued a series of orders and ordered Mu Chunfeng, commander of the 1st Army Group of the Empire, to rush to Osaka Island to preside over the battle. Changpeng, the son of the late Wugonghu Chengqing Shan, took the command of the 1st Army Group. Changpeng had always acted as Tang Feng's deputy, and was later transferred to the 2nd Division of the 1st Army Group as the Major General Commander. Because of his bravery in combat and repeated combat merits, he was promoted to the Chief of the Combat Staff of the Group Army. He was regarded as the left and right arm by Mu Chunfeng. He couldn't be more suitable to take over as the commander of the 1st Army Group. The body of Zhuge Kangxu was transported back to China. The Emperor Yi Daishan was buried in a grand ceremonial burial according to the specifications of the Imperial Marshal. During this period, the troops of the 4th Army Group were ordered to stop the offensive and stationed on the spot, while the Japanese pirate troops in Osaka launched a frenzied counterattack, regaining many lost market towns and villages. In fact, news of the assassination and death of the Supreme Commander Zhuge Kangxu has quietly spread, and the morale of the whole army has been greatly affected. Under the counterattack of Japanese pirates, the 2nd and 5th Divisions that swept the sweeping on the left and right sides of the beach were defeated steadily. Retreat to the east beachhead and hold on. The Japanese pirate army continued to counterattack frantically, but under the suppression of the Imperial Army's fierce artillery fire, Fang stopped the counterattack. After Mu Chunfeng arrived in Osaka, he first rectified the army and boosted morale, and then sent the 1st and 3rd Divisions along the beach to continue sweeping all the market towns and villages outside of Osaka Prefecture. At the same time, the 2 divisions were assigned to 2 marine battalions, each with 20 artillery. After the 4th Army Group captured several market towns and villages, morale began to recover. It took 20 days to wipe out all the villages and market towns outside Osaka Prefecture, and Osaka Prefecture became an isolated city. Chapter 550. The sky was still grey and did not light up. On ahead of Osaka, a group of Japanese pirate soldiers were patrolling, very vigilant. To them, the Imperial Chinese Army is the invaders, invading their country, destroying their homeland, and defending their homeland. They will fight to the end at all costs. All the villages and towns outside Osaka Prefecture have been swept away by the Chinese Imperial Army. A large number of people fled into the city or fleeing to nearby islands by boat. The entire Osaka Prefecture city has become an isolated city. Next, Zong with the Imperial Army will launch an offensive. In order to protect the home and the country, all the soldiers and civilians in the city have made all the preparations for battle. All the soldiers believe that their great emperor will send a large number of reinforcements. Tokyo, which is the capital of the empire, is only 2 days away from Osaka by sea. When reinforcements arrive and attack the Imperial Chinese Army, they will break out of the city, attack inside and outside, and defeat the invaders in one fell swoop. On the head of Xiking, a group of soldiers was patrolling. A sharp-eyed Japanese pirate soldier pointed at the outside of the city and shouted, "Have you seen it? What is that?" All the Japanese pirate soldiers looked in the direction he was pointing. At this time, the sky was still grey, and the vision was not far away. I could only vaguely see a large piece of black stuff standing in the distance, and I didn't know what it was. Stuff. Half Xuexiang's time is not up. Although the sky is still a bit gloomy, the field of vision is far enough. After seeing the big guys standing on the flat ground in the distance outside the city, all the Japanese pirate soldiers are horrified. Mu Chunfeng, who succeeded Duga Kangxu in command of the 4th Army Group, was standing in front of the artillery position at the moment, watching the movement of the city with 1,000 Li eyes. Behind him, a black and bright howitzer was erected, with the number reaching as many as 1,200. This is the real artillery cluster. Within the range of the artillery fire, everything will be bombarded to pieces. The main army of the Empire's current howitzer has a caliber of 75 mm, which is very powerful. But in the eyes of Yi Daishanzi, the 75 mm howitzer is like a child's toy, and the 125 mm caliber is the real one. In Jinghai's military workshop, they were ordered to build 200 125 mm calibers, the only equipment of the 4th Army Group. The power of this thing is even more amazing. Just the deafening sound of cannons can scare people to death. Of course, this thing is too heavy and inconvenient to carry. Although 75 mm is a small caliber, it also has its advantages. It is relatively light and easy to carry. If necessary, it can be pushed to the forward position to bombard the strong fortress of the enemy. At present, the 125 mm large E caliber is not mass-produced and equipped with the main army groups. Nowadays, all the Empire's military workshops focus on the production of rifled rifles. At the same time develop a real machine gun. A large group of high-ranking generals stood beside Mu Chunfeng, and their faces were filled with impatient excitement. There were 1,200 howitzers with amazing lethality. Just a few rounds of fire, the Japanese city of Osaka Prefecture was wiped out. They have waited too long for this battle, and no one can wait. Fire. Mu Chunfeng calmly issued the order to attack. The command knife in the hand of the artillery officer pointed towards the direction of Osaka Prefecture and shouted, "Fire!" The 1,200 artillery howitzers roared at the same time, and the deafening loud noise made Mu Chunfeng and other high-ranking officers have to cover their ears with their hands. But the loud noise like jowl made the eardrum painful. Thousands of tons of artillery shells poured on the walls of Osaka Prefecture, blowing up fires and throwing pieces of rocks away. There were no bones of the Japanese pirate soldiers patrolling the city. The gunners of each howitzer adjusted the azimuth coordinates by themselves, and fired freely until the city wall collapsed. The 7 rounds of artillery fire, the strong city wall built with the big mountain stone fortress banged and collapsed, and then the artillery extended fire to smash the fortifications and buildings in the city to smash, and there were soaring fires and obscuring the sky, the billowing smoke of the day. At the same time, in the trenches outside the city, the imperial soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Regiment of the 1st Division of the 4th Army Group under the command of the officers shouted and jumped out of the trenches, holding their long guns to kill the huge gap more than 60 meters wide. Soldiers equipped with rifled guns and various groups of snipers stood outside the shooting range of the Japanese muskets to kill any targets they saw. The gunners who fired machine guns also erected heavy barrels with the firepower suppressed the Japanese pirate soldiers in the bunker and protected the soldiers on their side from attacking. Although a large section of the western wall of Osaka Prefecture collapsed, and a huge gap of more than 60 meters wide appeared in the exposure, the Osaka Prefecture Taisuk-10 forces adopted Li Mingbo's suggestion and set up 2 roads behind the wall, strong defense lines. Although these 2 lines of defense were tortured by artillery, the Japanese pirate soldiers crouched behind the dilapidated bunker and suppressed the Imperial soldiers' attack with intensive firepower. These Japanese pirate soldiers also learned their skills. A group of soldiers lay down in the bunker to shoot, and the other groups squatted to the side to help reload the ammunition. After triggering the trigger, immediately put the gun down and replace it with a musket loaded with ammunition, and then fire the shot. The fire speed is not too slow. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Regiments in the attack were suppressed by the intensive firepower of the Japanese pirates outside the big gap. They could only lie on the gravel pile, bullets roaring past their heads, and some soldiers were shot and fell into a pool of blood. The field medics braved the rain of bullets and lay down beside the wounded soldiers, bandaged them to stop the bleeding, then carried them off the battlefield and transported them back to the field hospital for treatment. The first wave of attacks was blocked, and Mu Chunfing calmly ordered the soldiers equipped with rifled guns and the sniper teams to focus on the distance of the gap to shoot and kill the enemy, covering the soldiers on the side. As a result, they were also bombarded by Japanese pirate artillery. Fortunately, the western city wall collapsed and most of the fort on the top of the city was destroyed. The Japanese pirate artillery in the city had inaccurate shooting accuracy, and the solid iron bullets had little lethality. There were not many musket soldiers and snipers casualties. More than a dozen artillery observers were sent to the front line. They braved the bullets to observe the enemy's situation, and directed the artillery to the coordinate direction. The artillery recalibrated the coordinates and covered the 2nd and 3rd lines of defense of the Japanese pirates with dense artillery fire. Covered by 5 rounds of artillery fire, the Japanese pirates on the 2nd and 3rd lines of defense were killed and wounded. Most of these pirates were recruits who had never been on the battlefield, and were scared to death by the terrifying artillery fire of the Empire. The artillery bombarded them, and the few Japanese soldiers lying on the ground were lucky enough to survive. They were so scared that their faces were unseen. They raised their heads from the mud with fear. The whole position seemed to have been plowed several times. Everywhere. It was the broken body and the broken firearms. In the world, it seemed that only one had survived. This is horrible, and the few remaining Japanese pirate soldiers completely collapsed at this moment.